Part 1. The Man with No Heart. Elijah Stone's eyes narrowed as he studied the boot print pressed into the damp earth. The impression was fresh, no more than an hour old. He touched the soil with his fingertips, gauging the moisture. Jesse Reynolds was close. Real close. And running scared. Good. Fear made men careless. Straightening, Elijah adjusted his worn leather hat against the pink gold light of dawn breaking over the Wyoming mountains. His breath hung in frosty clouds as he remounted his dung gelding. The spring of 1873 had been reluctant to settle in these high elevations, winter's grip loosening only grudgingly. He urged his horse up the steep incline, following tracks that no ordinary man might notice. A displaced stone, a broken twig, the slight disruption of pine needles. But Elijah was no ordinary man. The territorial governor himself had called him the most relentless tracker west of the Mississippi, a reputation Elijah had earned over 15 hard years. A covey of grouse burst from the underbrush, startling the horse. Elijah's hand instinctively went to his Colt revolver, then relaxed. He patted the gelding's muscled neck. "Easy, Scout," he murmured, his voice rough from disuse. Births. The steady rhythm of hooves on rocky ground lulled him. And unbidden, the memories came. He'd been 16 when they came. 3 men with bandanas pulled high over their faces. His pa had only a small cattle operation, nothing worth killing for. But the lead outlaw, a man with ice blue eyes and a jagged scar running from temple to jaw, had seemed to enjoy it. The crack of the rifle, his mother's scream, his father falling, then his mother begging, pleading. Elijah shook his head sharply, banishing the ghosts. That had been another lifetime, another Elijah. That boy was long dead, replaced by a man who knew better than to feel anything at all. The trees thinned as he crested the ridge. In the valley below, a thin plume of smoke rose from a small campfire, hidden from most angles, but not from his vantage point. Elijah smiled grimly. There were exactly 5,000 reasons to catch Jesse Reynolds. All of them dollars, stamped in the official bounty notice folded in his breast pocket. He dismounted, securing Scout to a scrub pine, and checked his weapons. The Colt at his hip, the Derringer in his boot, the Bowie knife strapped to his thigh. Then he moved downslope on foot, silent as a mountain cat. The outlaw was hunched over the small fire, warming his hands. His face was young, younger than Elijah had expected for a man who'd robbed 3 territorial banks. Reynolds had his back to the approach Elijah had chosen, too confident in his secluded position. Elijah drew his pistol, stepped into the clearing, and cocked the hammer. "Hello, Reynolds." The outlaw leapt to his feet, spinning around. His hand dropped to his holster, but it was an empty gesture. He'd never clear leather in time. "Don't," Elijah said coldly. Jesse Reynolds froze, his hand hovering near his gun. His face, framed by unruly auburn hair, showed the panic of a trapped animal. He couldn't be much more than 25. "Stone," he said, recognition dawning in his eyes. "They sent Elijah Stone after me. Should have run farther and faster." Elijah gestured with his pistol. "Unbuckle your gun belt. Slow." Reynolds complied, his movements deliberate. "I know what they say about you. That you ain't never lost a bounty." "They say right." Elijah kept his distance as the outlaw dropped his weapons. "On your knees, hands behind your head." As he bound the outlaw's wrists with rawhide, Elijah felt only the familiar satisfaction of a job nearly completed. One more criminal who'd discover justice wasn't negotiable. He hauled Reynolds to his feet. "You're worth 5,000 to me," Elijah said matter-of-factly. "More if you're dead. But the territorial judge prefers live deliveries. Keep that in mind if you're thinking of trying something foolish." "I ain't a killer," Reynolds protested, desperation seeping into his voice. "I never shot nobody in those robberies. Ask anybody." "Not my concern." Elijah gathered the outlaw's few possessions, dumping the contents of his saddlebags. A Bible fell out, along with a small daguerreotype of a woman and child. Reynolds lunged toward it. "Please, that's my sister and nephew." It's all I got of them." Elijah picked up the image, studying it impassively. A pretty woman with the same auburn hair as Reynolds gazed at the camera, her arms around a frail-looking boy of perhaps 5. He tucked it into his own pocket. "You'll get it back when we reach Cheyenne." "My sister," Reynolds began again, his voice breaking. "She's a widow with a sick boy, my nephew Thomas. I was only trying to get money for his medicine. She's a doctor herself, but..." "Save it," Elijah cut him off, having heard every variation of this plea. Everyone had a story, a reason, an excuse. "Justice isn't personal, Reynolds. It's just business." By mid-morning, they were on the trail, Reynolds securely tied to his own horse, Elijah leading both animals along a narrow mountain path. The sky had shifted, the clear dawn giving way to thickening clouds that hung ominously over the distant peaks. "My sister's in Timber Creek," Reynolds said after an hour of silence, twisting awkwardly to look at Elijah. "Nobody in that town knows what I've done. Sarah's respected there, the only doctor for 50 miles. Elijah said nothing, his face a mask of indifference. "Thomas, that's my nephew. He's got the lung sickness," Reynolds continued. "Been fighting it since he was 3. Sarah's tried everything, but the only doctor who might help is in Denver. Costs more money than she'll ever have." "So you robbed banks," Elijah said flatly. "Noble. What would you have done?" Reynolds challenged. "If it was your family." Elijah's jaw tightened. "My family's been dead since I was 16, killed by men not much different from you." That silenced the outlaw temporarily, but only until they stopped at a shallow stream to water the horses. As Alacia loosened the rawhide just enough to allow Reynolds to drink, the younger man tried again. "Thomas turns 6 next month. Might not see 7 if you don't get help. You should have thought of that before you broke the law." Elijah's voice remained neutral, professional. He wasn't deliberately cruel. Cruelty required passion, and Elijah had burned out that particular emotion years ago. He was simply unmoved. They rode through the afternoon, the trail winding down from the high country. The weather continued to worsen, the spring sunshine vanishing behind clouds that grew darker by the hour. A cold wind began to blow from the north. "Storm coming," Reynolds observed, shivering in his inadequate jacket. "Bad one from the smell of it." Elijah had noticed the same thing, the metallic tang in the air, the drop in temperature, the anxious behavior of birds and small animals taking shelter. Still, he pushed on. Cheyenne was 4 days' hard ride in good weather. He didn't plan to waste daylight. As they approached a small trading post near a crossroads, a man on horseback trotted out to meet them. He wore a battered tin star on his chest. The local sheriff, Elijah guessed. "Afternoon, travelers," the lawman called, his breath visible in the increasingly frigid air. "Where are you boys headed?" "Cheyenne," Elijah replied curtly. "I'm delivering this one to the territorial prison." He jerked his head toward Reynolds. The sheriff, a weathered man in his 50s, eyed the clouds with concern. "You'd best reconsider that plan, mister. There's a norther blowing in, and it's going to be a bad one. We've had reports from up north. 2 feet of snow already in Laramie, and it's headed this way. I've ridden through worse," Elijah said dismissively. The sheriff shook his head. "Not this spring, you haven't. This one's different. They're calling it the worst late-season blizzard in 20 years. A family froze to death just last week trying to make it over the high pass." He gestured toward the dark mass of clouds. "That'll hit within hours. You'd be a fool to be caught out in it with a prisoner." Elijah frowned, weighing the risk against the delay. Reynolds was worth $5,000, a significant sum, but the bounty would be worthless if neither of them survived to reach Cheyenne. "Is there shelter nearby?" he asked reluctantly. The sheriff nodded. "Timber Creek's about 3 hours' ride southeast. Small settlement, but they've got a hotel and a jailhouse where you can secure your prisoner." Reynolds' head snapped up. "Timber Creek? That's where my sister—" "Shut up," Elijah warned. "Sarah Reynolds," the sheriff said, recognition crossing his features. "The doctor lady? She your kin?" He directed the question at Jessie. "She's my sister," Jessie confirmed eagerly. "Is she well? And my nephew Thomas?" The sheriff gave him a long look. "The boy's been poorly this winter, from what I hear. Dr. Sarah's been taking good care of folks, though. Saved my deputy's wife during a rough childbirth last month." He turned to Elijah. "What's he wanted for?" "Bank robbery," Elijah said shortly. 3 counts, $5,000 on his head." The sheriff whistled. "That's a fair price." He studied the sky again. "But not worth your life, son. Take my advice. Head for Timber Creek and wait out this storm." As if to emphasize his words, a gust of wind nearly took the sheriff's hat. Fat, wet snowflakes began to fall, melting as they hit the ground. "It's starting," the sheriff said grimly. "You've got maybe 3 hours before it gets bad. Make for Timber Creek. Tell Sheriff Davis that Morgan sent you." Elijah nodded curtly, turning the horses southeast. His instincts told him the sheriff was right. The storm would be fierce. As they rode away, Reynolds twisted in his saddle. "Reckon you'll get to meet my sister after all, Stone." "Your sister is of no interest to me," Elijah replied coldly. "Justice will only be delayed, not denied." But as the snow began to fall more heavily, obscuring the trail ahead, Elijah could not shake a sense of unease that had nothing to do with the weather. Something about this capture felt different, though he couldn't have said why. He was simply delivering an outlaw to justice, as he had done countless times before. Behind him, Jesse Reynolds smiled faintly through the falling snow. Seeking shelter. The snow came down in sheets of white fury. No longer the gentle flakes that had begun an hour earlier, but a blinding curtain that obscured everything more than 10 feet ahead. The wind howled between the pines, driving ice crystals against Elijah's face like tiny needles. He pulled his bandana higher, leaving only his eyes exposed, and hunched deeper into his duster. Behind him, Jesse Reynolds had gone silent, his earlier chattering teeth now clenched against the bone-penetrating cold. The outlaw's hands, bound and exposed to the elements, had turned an alarming shade of blue-white. "Can't feel my fingers," Jesse finally managed, voice barely audible above the wind's moan. "Reckon I'll lose 'em if they stay tied much longer." Elijah ignored him, squinting against the onslaught as Scout picked his careful way down the increasingly treacherous slope. The Dun's ears were flattened against his head, his strong body trembling with exertion as he fought through snow already gathering in drifts against fallen logs and rocky outcroppings. "Deem!" Jesse tried again, desperation edging his voice. "I ain't no good to you dead." A particularly vicious gust nearly unseated them both. Elijah cursed under his breath as Scout struggled to maintain footing. "We need shelter now," Jesse shouted. "Not 3 hours from now." Elijah knew the outlaw was right, though he'd die before admitting it. The spring blizzard had descended with a ferocity that outstripped even Sheriff Morgan's dire predictions. At this rate, they'd both freeze long before reaching Timber Creek. As if in answer to his thoughts, Scout topped a small rise, and through a momentary break in the swirling whiteness, Elijah caught a flash of yellow light. Then another. The settlement was closer than he'd realized. "There," he shouted to Jesse, pointing. "Timber Creek." "Thank God," Jesse muttered, the relief in his voice palpable. The lights disappeared again behind the curtain of snow, but Elijah had his bearing now. He urged the exhausted horses forward with renewed determination, one hand resting on his pistol. A desperate man might attempt escape even in lethal conditions, and $5,000 was enough to keep Elijah vigilant despite the storm. The wind abruptly shifted, nearly blinding them with horizontal snow. Jesse ducked his head, but not before Elijah caught the flash of fear in the younger man's eyes. Not fear of capture or the jail that awaited him, but something deeper. "My sister," Jesse said, his words nearly lost in the howl of the storm. "She doesn't know what I've done, what it'll do to her when—" "Save your breath," Elijah cut him off. "You should have thought about her before you took up robbing banks." But something in the outlaw's expression, raw anguish rather than self-pity, made Elijah uncomfortable. He'd delivered dozens of men to justice, some went cursing, some begging, a few with dignified resignation. Reynolds, with his concern fixed more on his sister's pain than his own fate, didn't fit neatly into Elijah's understanding of criminals. The horses' pace slowed to a labored trudge as snow accumulated around their fetlocks. Darkness was falling rapidly, the storm stealing what little daylight remained. Elijah felt the first stirrings of genuine concern. He'd survived blizzards before, but always with proper shelter and supplies, not in the open with night coming on. Then, the wind died momentarily, and there before them stood the outskirts of Timber Creek, a cluster of sturdy log structures with snow-covered shake roofs and smoke curling from stone chimneys. Lamplight spilled from windows sealed against the weather, casting golden rectangles onto the deepening snow. "We made it!" Jesse breathed, his shoulders slumping in relief. "Don't get comfortable," Elijah warned. "This is just a delay." As they approached the main street, a figure emerged from the largest building, a lantern held high. A man's voice called out, barely audible above the storm's persistent roar. "Hello there, travelers!" "Bounty hunter Elijah Stone," Elijah responded. "I've got a prisoner. Jesse Reynolds. Sheriff Morgan from the trading post sent us." The man slogged toward them through knee-deep snow, his substantial frame bundled against the elements. As he drew closer, Elijah made out a weathered face beneath a wide-brimmed hat crusted with ice crystals, and the gleam of a sheriff's badge. "Davis," the man introduced himself, raising the lantern to study first Elijah, then Jesse. "Morgan sent word by telegraph before the lines went down. Said you'd likely be headed our way." He praised the blue-tink face of Jesse Reynolds. "Your prisoner looks half frozen." "He'll live," Elijah said curtly. Sheriff Davis shook his head. "Not if he stays on that horse much longer, he won't. Come on. Jailhouse is this way. Got a stove going." Elijah dismounted stiffly, his legs nearly buckling as frozen muscles protested. He tugged Reynolds down more roughly than necessary, steadying the outlaw when he swayed dangerously. "Walk," Elijah ordered, shoving Jesse forward. "What about the horses?" Davis asked, leading the way through deepening snow. "I'll see to them once my prisoner's secure." Davis nodded toward a small barn just beyond the jailhouse. "My deputy can take 'em. You both look like you're about done in." Elijah's instinct was to refuse. He trusted no one with Scout, but the gelding was trembling violently, ice forming in his mane. One glance at Reynolds told Elijah the outlaw wouldn't last much longer in this cold. His lips now a worrying shade of blue, despite the exertion of walking. A skinny young man in a too-large coat emerged from the jailhouse at Davis's shout, taking the horse's reins with competent hands. "Grain and rub down," Davis instructed, "and fetch Doc Sarah while you're out." Jesse's head snapped up at the name, eyes suddenly alert despite his obvious exhaustion. "No," Elijah said sharply. "No, doctor." Davis gave him an assessing look. "Your prisoner's got frostbite starting, and unless I miss my guess, so do you. Doc Sarah's the best there is. Won't make no difference to her that he's wanted." "I said no," Elijah repeated. "Just get us inside." The jailhouse was small but solid, with a pot-bellied stove radiating blessed heat in the front office. 2 cells stood behind a barred door, simple but clean. Elijah removed his gloves with numb fingers, wincing as blood began to flow painfully back into his extremities. Jesse was in worse shape, his bound hands mottled with the telltale white patches of frostbite. Davis produced a ring of keys, unlocking one of the cells. "In you go, Reynolds." Before Elijah could protest, Davis was cutting through the rawhide binding Jesse's wrists. "Man's likely to lose his hands if we leave these on," he explained. "Besides, he ain't going nowhere in this storm." Jesse staggered into the cell, huddling instinctively toward the stove's radiant heat. As the circulation returned to his hands, he groaned in pain, cradling them against his chest. Davis locked the cell door with a decisive click. "Coffee's hot," he said, moving to a battered pot on the stove. "Got some stew left from supper, too." Elijah accepted the steaming mug gratefully, though he'd never admit it. The rich black brew burned all the way down, but the warmth spreading through his chest was worth the scalding. A clatter at the door announced the deputy's return, stomping snow from his boots. "Horses are settled," he reported breathlessly. "But Doc Sarah's out at the Miller place, baby coming early. Her neighbor lady said she'd be a while yet." Jessie sagged visibly at the news, slumping onto the narrow cot. Davis carried a mug of coffee to the cell, passing it carefully through the bars. "Drink this," he ordered. "Warm yourself from the inside out." Elijah watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. "You're mighty charitable to a bank robber, Sheriff?" Davis shrugged massive shoulders. "Man's a criminal, not an animal. Besides, Doc Sarah would have my hide if I let her brother freeze to death in my jail." "You know who he is, then?" "Small settlement," Davis replied, spooning stew into 2 battered tin plates. "Everybody knows everybody. Doc Sarah's been here 2 years now, taking care of half the folks in town at one time or another. Talks about her brother sometimes." He slid a pointed glance toward Jessie. "Never mentioned he was on the wrong side of the law, though." Jessie stared into his coffee, shoulders hunched against more than just the cold. Davis handed a plate to Elijah. "Eat. Storm like this, you'll be here at least 3 days, maybe more." 3 days? Elijah's voice hardened. "I can't afford that kind of delay." "Neither can you afford to be buried in 6 feet of snow," Davis countered. "Fire's down. Trail will be impassable by morning, nothing moving in or out of Timber Creek for a spell." He settled his substantial frame behind a scarred desk. "Your bounty ain't going nowhere, Stone. Might as well make yourself comfortable." Elijah moved to the window, pushing aside the burlap curtain. Snow swirled in the yellow lamplight, already drifted halfway up the porch posts. The outline of buildings across the street was barely visible through the white maelstrom. "I'll pay for a room at the hotel," he decided. "No need for both of us to bunk here." Davis shook his head. "Hotel's full up. Drummer's trapped by the storm, same as you. Got a cot in the back room here. It's yours if you want it." Elijah weighed his options, which were admittedly few. "I'll take it," he finally conceded. "But I'll be checking on my prisoner regular." "Suit yourself?" Davis pulled a worn ledger toward him. "Need to make it official for the record." As the sheriff noted the details of the capture and charges, Elijah returned to the window. The storm showed no sign of abating, the wind driving snow against the glass in audible pellets of ice. Beyond the jailhouse, Timber Creek had disappeared entirely, as if swallowed by a world gone white. Behind him, he heard Jessie's voice, quieter now, asking the sheriff about his sister and nephew. Davis's rumbling responses were kind but guarded. The outlaw's evident concern for his family members only deepened Elijah's unease. In his experience, criminals were generally selfish creatures. Reynolds's behavior didn't quite fit the pattern. Elijah pressed his forehead against the cold glass, staring into the blinding whiteness. 3 days' delay meant 3 days' lost wages, time he could have spent tracking his next bounty. Instead, he was trapped in this backwater settlement, waiting out a storm that had thwarted plans he'd considered rock-solid 12 hours earlier. He had no way of knowing that this unexpected detour would alter the carefully ordered path of his life forever, that somewhere in this storm-bound town waited a woman whose very existence would challenge everything he believed about justice, mercy, and the frozen place he called his heart. Chapter 2. The Widow's Burden. "Mama, it hurts." 5-year-old Thomas Reynolds clutched his thin chest, another bout of coughing racking his small frame. His cheeks flushed scarlet against the pallor of his face, a contrast that tightened the knot of fear in Sarah's stomach. "I know, sweetheart." Sarah rested her palm against her son's forehead, feeling the fever that burned there, despite the willow bark tea she'd administered at dawn. "Just a few more minutes and the medicine will help." Outside the frost-rimmed windows of their cabin, the afternoon sky had darkened to an ominous gray. The blizzard that had threatened all morning was closing in on Timber Creek with alarming speed. Sarah tucked the patchwork quilt more securely around Thomas's shoulders, her physician's mind cataloging symptoms even as her mother's heart ached. The wheezing in his lungs had worsened over the past week. The herbal steam treatments provided only temporary relief now, each respite shorter than the last. Sarah had seen too many frontier children succumb to lung ailments to dismiss her growing dread. At the small stove, she stirred the pungent mixture of horehound, wild cherry bark, and honey, mentally inventorying what other remedies remained in her dwindling supplies. 3 years of medical training in Philadelphia, and here she stood, reduced to folk medicine for her own son. "Tell me about the mountain lion again," Thomas pleaded between coughs, his voice wreathed in. Sarah managed a smile as she strained the medicinal tea into a china cup, one of the few fine pieces she'd brought west when she married Aaron. "You've heard that story 20 times at least." "Please, Mama, it's the best one." She carried the steaming cup to his bedside, helping him sit up against the pillows. "Drink this first, then stories." Thomas wrinkled his nose at the bitter smell but obediently sipped the dark liquid. His trust in her remedies remained absolute, though Sarah herself harbored growing doubts. The specialist in Denver that Dr. Wilson had recommended in his last letter might be Thomas's only hope. But the cost, $300 for treatment plus travel expenses, might as well have been $3,000 for all her ability to pay it. "Slow sips," she reminded him, brushing sweat-dampened hair from his forehead. Her son's features were delicate, like her own. But his eyes, those were Aaron's eyes, deep brown and framed with thick lashes. The familiar pang of loss twisted through her. She let her gaze drift to the daguerreotype on the bedside table. Aaron in his mining clothes, smiling with all the confidence of a man who believed the next vein would be the one to make them rich. The accident 2 years ago had crushed more than just her husband's body. It had destroyed their dreams of a comfortable future, leaving her a widow at 28 with a sickly 3-year-old, and nothing but her medical training to sustain them. "The mountain lion, Mama?" Thomas prompted, the medicine already easing his breathing slightly. Sarah settled beside him on the narrow bed. "It was my 3rd month here in Timber Creek, just after we moved from Pennsylvania. Mrs. Gunderson's youngest had the croup, and I was riding back after treating him." "In the dark," Thomas added with relish. "In the pitch dark," Sarah confirmed. "The moon was hidden behind clouds, much like today. My horse knew the way better than I did." She continued the familiar tale, how she'd sensed rather than seen the mountain lion stalking her, how the horse had spooked, throwing her into a snowbank, and how she'd faced down the predator with nothing but a medical bag and her own fierce determination until Sheriff Davis arrived, drawn by her cries. As she spoke, Sarah worked automatically, checking Thomas's pulse, the color of his fingernails, the sound of his lungs as he breathed. The tea had helped, but not enough. Never enough anymore. Thomas's eyelids grew heavy as the story concluded, the combination of fever and medicine drawing him toward sleep. Sarah tucked the quilt more firmly around him. "Rest now. I'll be just in the other room." "You'll wake me if Uncle Jesse comes," Thomas murmured, eyes already closing. Sarah's throat tightened. "Of course I will." Jesse's last letter had promised a visit soon, with no specific date mentioned. He'd been vague about his work for the past 6 months, his usual detailed descriptions of ranch life, giving way to brief notes and increasingly generous money orders. Sarah had tried not to question too deeply where a ranch hand might acquire $50 to send to his sister. She'd needed the money for Thomas's medicines too desperately to refuse it. In the front room of the cabin that served as her medical office, Sarah added wood to the stove, then moved to her work table. The shelves above it held her precious collection of medical texts, jars of herbs, tinctures, and the small supply of pharmaceutical preparations she ordered at great expense from Denver. Beside these sat her microscope, a graduation gift from her medical school mentor, and the tools of her trade: stethoscope, surgical kit, forceps, bone saw. The Timber Creek Town Council had initially balked at hiring a woman physician. It had taken 3 deaths from influenza and her successful treatment of the survivors to convince them that medical training mattered more than gender. Now, 2 years later, she was respected, if not wealthy. The town paid her a small stipend to treat those who couldn't afford her services, supplementing the modest fees she charged those who could. Sarah opened her ledger, forcing herself to confront the stark arithmetic of her situation. Even if she sold her medical equipment, unthinkable as it represented her only means of supporting her son, she'd still fall short of what was needed for the Denver specialist. Jesse's contributions had gone directly to Thomas's medications and the mortgage on the cabin. The first fat snowflakes began striking the window as Sarah closed the lid. A blast of wind rattled the glass panes, heralding the storm's arrival. She stoked the office stove higher, knowing the night would bring bitter cold. The sudden pounding at her door nearly made her drop the poker. Sarah hurried to answer it before the noise could wake Thomas. Sheriff Davis stood on her porch, snow already dusting his broad shoulders. His weathered face, usually creased in a ready smile, was sober. "Sheriff?" She stepped back, allowing him inside. "Is someone hurt? The storm?" "No injuries, Doc." He removed his hat, shaking off the snow. "Least, not the usual kind. I need to speak with you. Private-like." Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind howling outside. "Thomas is sleeping in the back room. We can talk here." She gestured toward the 2 chairs flanking the stove. "What is it?" Davis settled his bulk into one chair, seemingly searching for words. "A bounty hunter arrived in town an hour ago, man named Elijah Stone." Sarah nodded, though the name meant nothing to her. "And? He brought in a prisoner." Davis met her eyes directly. "Your brother Jesse." The room seemed to tilt. Sarah gripped the edge of her desk. "There must be some mistake." "No mistake, Sarah. Jesse's wanted for bank robbery. 3 of them, over in Johnson County. There's $5,000 on his head." "Bank robbery." Sarah shook her head, denial immediate and fierce. "That's impossible. Jesse works on the Diamond K Ranch. He's a horse trainer." "Not for some time now, I reckon." The pieces fell together with sickening clarity. The vague letters, the unexplained money. "What? What will happen to him?" "Stone's taking him to Cheyenne for trial once the storm passes. With 3 robberies and the evidence they've got?" Davis hesitated. "He's looking at 15 years, maybe more." Sarah pressed her hand to her mouth, struggling to contain the sob that threatened to escape. 15 years. Thomas might never know his uncle beyond prison visits. And without Jesse's financial help, however it had been obtained... "Does he know I'm here?" she managed. Davis nodded. "He's been asking for you. The bounty hunter Stone. He didn't want me fetching you, but I figured you had a right to know. Your brother's in rough shape. Got some frostbite on the trail. I have to see him." Sarah moved to the cabinet where she kept her medical supplies, hands shaking as she gathered what she might need to treat frostbite. "Now. Storm's getting worse by the minute," Davis warned. "I don't care." Sarah's voice hardened as she threw on her heavy wool coat and reached for her medical bag. "Where's Thomas's medication? I'll need to bring it if we're gone long." "Doc." Davis's gentle tone stopped her frantic movements. "There's something else you should know about this Stone fellow. He's not just any bounty hunter. They call him the Ghost in some territories. Never fails to bring in his man," and Davis seemed to search for the right word. "He's cold, Sarah. Colder than this blizzard. You need to be prepared." Sarah straightened her shoulders, tucking a vial of tincture into her bag. "My brother needs me, and I need to know why he would do something like this." She moved to the back room, kneeling beside Thomas's bed. The boy slept fitfully, his breathing still labored but steady. She pressed a kiss to his hot forehead, then turned to Mrs. Abernathy, who had appeared silently in the doorway that connected their cabins. "Martha, Thomas is running a fever again. The medicine is on the table, 1 tablespoon every 4 hours. I need to go to the jail." The elderly woman nodded, her rheumy eyes kind but concerned. "The storm's setting in hard, Sarah. Is everything all right?" "No," Sarah answered truthfully. "But Thomas comes first. If he worsens, send for me immediately." Back in the front room, she wrapped a woolen scarf around her neck and pulled on leather gloves. "I'm ready, Sheriff." Davis looked as though he might try to dissuade her again, then thought better of it. He held the door as they stepped out into the gathering storm. The short walk to the jailhouse might as well have been miles. Wind-driven snow stung Sarah's face and found every gap in her clothing, while drifts already reaching her knees made each step a battle. By the time they reached the jailhouse, she was gasping from exertion, her skirts sodden and heavy. Sheriff Davis stomped snow from his boots as they entered the relative warmth of the office. "Brought someone to see the prisoner," he announced. Sarah's eyes took a moment to adjust to the lamplight. When they did, she saw two men, one behind the cell bars and one standing rigid beside the window. "Jesse!" She rushed forward, medical concerns momentarily forgotten at the sight of her brother's pale face. "Sarah." Jesse gripped the bars with bandaged hands, his eyes filled with shame and relief. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "Your hands. Let me see." She reached through the bars, gently taking his wrapped fingers. "Just a touch of frostbite, Doc," Davis said. "I did what I could." Sarah barely heard him. She was already unwrapping the crude bandages, her physician's training taking over as she assessed the damage. The skin was reddened and blistered in places, but the circulation had returned. No black tissue, no permanent damage, at least not physical. "Why, Jesse?" she whispered, rewrapping his hands with more skill, but unable to meet his eyes. "Bank robbery? You could have been killed." "Thomas needs that specialist in Denver," Jesse answered simply. "What was I supposed to do? Watch him get worse while you worked yourself to death for pennies?" Sarah swallowed hard, blinking back tears. "Not this. Anything but this." A coldly precise voice interrupted from across the room. "Family loyalty is admirable, ma'am, but it doesn't change the law." Sarah turned slowly, confronting for the first time the man who had captured her brother. He stood by the window, tall and imposing in his snow-dusted duster. His features were harsh in the lamplight. High cheekbones, a strong jaw shadowed with dark stubble, and eyes the color of winter ice. A scar traced a jagged line along his jawline, disappearing beneath the collar of his shirt. He couldn't have been more than 35, yet something in his gaze suggested he'd lived several lifetimes, none of them gentle. "Mr. Stone," she acknowledged, struggling to keep her voice steady. "I understand you've brought my brother in for a reward?" $5,000. His tone was matter-of-fact, neither boastful nor apologetic. "For 3 counts of bank robbery." Sarah straightened to her full height, though she still had to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. "My brother is not a hardened criminal. He's a good man who made a terrible mistake. That's for a judge to decide, ma'am. Did it for my son, his nephew." Sarah fought to keep the desperation from her voice. "Thomas is gravely ill. The money was for his medical treatment." Something flickered in those cold eyes. So brief, she might have imagined it. "Every man I've brought in has a story, ma'am. A reason. It doesn't change what they did. This isn't a story, Mr. Stone. This is my brother's life, my son's life." Sarah moved closer to him, close enough to see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, to catch the scent of leather and pine and cold air that clung to him. $200. That's all I have in the world. It's yours if you'll let my brother go." Stone's expression didn't change. "I don't take bribes, ma'am. It's not a bribe. It's all I can offer." Sarah held his gaze, refusing to back down. "Please, if there's any humanity in you at all." "Sarah, don't!" Jesse's voice cracked behind her. "He won't change his mind." "Men like him don't bend." Stone's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Justice isn't personal, ma'am. It's just business." The words struck her like a physical blow. Just business. Her brother's freedom, her son's future, reduced to a transaction. "Then you are exactly as heartless as you appear, Mr. Stone." Sarah's voice was barely above a whisper, but in the silent room it carried like a shout. For just an instant, something shifted in the bounty hunter's glacial eyes. A flicker of what might have been regret, quickly extinguished. He turned back to the window without responding, effectively dismissing her. Sheriff Davis cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Doc, the storm's getting worse. You should head back before it's impossible." Sarah nodded numbly, turning back to Jesse. "I'll return tomorrow," she promised, reaching through the bars to touch his cheek. "We'll figure something out." "Thomas?" Jesse asked. "How was he today?" "Fighting." Sarah forced a smile she didn't feel. Like always. As she gathered her medical bag, preparing to face the storm again, Sarah cast one final glance at the bounty hunter's rigid back. In that moment, she made a silent vow. Somehow, she would find a way to reach whatever humanity might still exist in Elijah Stone. Not just for Jesse's sake, but for Thomas's. The alternative was unthinkable. The confrontation. The blizzard had worsened in the short time Sarah had been inside the jailhouse. Wind howled down the street, driving snow sideways with such force that it stung her cheeks like needles of ice. She pulled her woolen scarf higher, leaving only her eyes exposed, and stepped off the jailhouse porch into knee-deep drifts. Sheriff Davis caught her elbow. "Doc, you can't go back out in this. Stay here till it passes." "Thomas needs me," she replied, the words muffled against her scarf. "Mrs. Abernathy will worry." "At least let me walk you." Davis reached for his coat. "No." Sarah's tone brooked no argument. "You're needed here. I know the way." Behind them, Elijah Stone watched the exchange from his position by the window, his expression unreadable in the lamplight. Sarah felt his eyes on her, assessing, calculating, and lifted her chin, refusing to show weakness before this man who held her brother's fate in his hands. "Be careful, Sarah," Jesse called from his cell, hands gripping the bars. "Tell Thomas I'll see him soon." The lie hung between them, painful in its impossibility. Sarah nodded, unable to speak past the knot in her throat, and pushed through the door into the storm. The wind nearly took her breath away. She staggered, momentarily disoriented, as white swirled around her, obliterating any sense of direction. The snow had deepened considerably, each step requiring deliberate effort. Sarah pressed forward, her medical bag clutched against her chest, mentally measuring the distance to her cabin. 200 yards. Normally a 3-minute walk. In these conditions, it might take 20. She had gone perhaps 30 feet when the jailhouse door opened behind her. A tall figure emerged from the swirling whiteness, moving with surprising surety through the drifts. "Ma'am." Elijah Stone's voice carried despite the wind's howl. "You'll get lost in this." Sarah kept walking. "I know my way, Mr. Stone." He caught up to her with long strides, his duster flapping around his legs. "Pride won't keep you from freezing to death. Neither will your concern, I imagine." The cold made her words sharper than intended. Instead of responding, Stone simply took her elbow, his grip firm but not painful through her coat sleeve. "This way." Sarah was too exhausted to argue. The emotional toll of seeing Jesse behind bars, combined with her worry for Thomas and the physical strain of fighting through the storm, had drained her reserves. She allowed Stone to guide her, his tall frame breaking the wind as they trudged through deepening snow. "You have a child," he said after a moment. Not a question, but a statement. "My son Thomas." Sarah kept her eyes on the path ahead, barely visible in the whiteout. "He's 5. "Your brother mentioned him." Sarah glanced sideways, surprised. "Did he?" Something shifted in Stone's expression. A momentary softening quickly masked. "DM seems concerned for the boy's welfare. Thomas has been ill since he was 3. The words emerged despite her determination to remain distant. "A lung ailment that worsens each winter." They walked in silence for several yards, the wind filling the space between them with its mournful keening. "That doesn't justify robbery," Stone finally said, but his tone lacked the cold certainty he'd displayed in the jailhouse. "No," Sarah agreed quietly. "It doesn't, but it explains it." They reached to the fork where the main street branched toward her cabin. In the driving snow, the familiar path seemed alien, threatening. Sarah stumbled as her boot caught on something hidden beneath the white blanket. Stone's hand tightened on her elbow, steadying her. "My offer stands," she said abruptly, turning to face him. Snow gathered on his hat brim and clung to his dark stubble. $200. It's everything I have for a $5,000 bounty. His breath clouded between them. "For my brother's life." Sarah held his gaze. "For my son, who needs his uncle." She swallowed hard. "Please, Mr. Stone, you must have family somewhere who would do the same for you." Something flickered in his eyes. Pain, swift and raw, there and gone like lightning across a summer sky. "My family is dead, ma'am. Killed by outlaws when I was 16. The simple statement, delivered without self-pity, shook Sarah more than any argument could have. Suddenly, the man before her was more than just the cold-eyed bounty hunter who had captured Jesse. He was someone who had suffered, who had carved his rigid code of justice from personal tragedy. "I'm sorry," she said softly, meaning it. Truly. Stone looked away, uncomfortable with her sympathy. "Your brother broke the law. 3 times. He knew the risks." Mr. Janet knew his nephew might die without help. Sarah's voice caught. "The specialist in Denver costs $300. The treatment itself, more? We're not wealthy people, Mr. Stone. Jesse sent what he could from his wages, but it wasn't enough." "So he took what wasn't his?" "Yes." Sarah didn't flinch from the truth. "He did what he thought necessary, right or wrong. Wouldn't you do the same for someone you loved?" The question hung between them unanswered as another violent gust nearly knocked Sarah off her feet. Stone's arm went around her shoulder instinctively, steadying her against the blast. For a moment they stood close, sharing warmth against the biting cold, adversaries united by the simple human need to survive. Sarah was acutely aware of his nearness, the solid strength of him, the scent of leather and pine and something indefinably male. His face was inches from hers, snowflakes caught in his dark lashes, his expression no longer entirely composed. "Mr. Stone," she began. A child's harsh, racking cough cut through the storm's howl. Sarah stiffened, all other concerns forgotten. "Dama!" She broke away from Stone, plunging through the snow toward her cabin, where a small figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. "Mama!" Thomas called, his thin voice nearly lost in the wind. He dissolved into another fit of coughing, doubling over with its force. Mrs. Abernathy appeared behind him, her lined face anxious. "I couldn't keep him abed, Sarah. He heard the jailhouse door and thought it might be Jesse." Sarah rushed to her son, kneeling to gather him into her arms. His small body burned against her, his breathing labored and whistling. "Inside, quickly." She carried him through the door, not looking back to see if Stone had followed. Thomas's health consumed her thoughts entirely. She laid him on the examination table in her office, quickly gathering her stethoscope and medicines. His lungs sounded worse, congested, fluid-filled, and his pulse raced beneath her fingertips. "Breathe deeply for me, sweetheart," she urged, forcing calm into her voice despite the fear clawing at her throat. "That's right." Mrs. Abernathy hovered nearby, wringing her gnarled hands. He was sleeping peaceful, then started that awful coughing. "Fever's up, too." Sarah nodded grimly, measuring laudanum into a spoon. "This will ease the cough, Thomas. Open for me." The boy complied, trusting despite his distress. Sarah smoothed back his sweat-dampened hair, her physician's mind racing through options even as her mother's heart quailed. Only then did she become aware of Elijah Stone standing in the doorway, snow melting from his coat to puddle on her floor. His ice-blue eyes were fixed not on her, but on Thomas, and something in his expression, a haunted recognition, caught her attention despite her focus on her son. "Mr. Stone," she acknowledged, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. "As you can see, I need to tend to my son." Instead of leaving, he stepped further into the room, removing his hat. The boy's condition, it's serious. It wasn't a question. Sarah met his gaze directly, doctor to layman. Yes. Without specialized treatment, he may not survive another winter. Thomas's coughing had subsided somewhat under the laudanum's effect. He looked curiously at the tall stranger in their home. "Are you the man who caught Uncle Jesse?" he asked, his voice raspy. Sarah tensed, but Stone merely nodded. "I am." Thomas studied him with the frank appraisal only children can manage. "You don't look mean." A muscle twitched in Stone's jaw. "I'm just doing my job, son." Uncle Jesse says some jobs aren't worth doing if they hurt people. Thomas's innocent repetition of his uncle's philosophy hung in the air between them. Stone's gaze shifted to Sarah, then back to the boy. For the first time, uncertainty showed in the bounty hunter's face. Not about his duty or his rights, but about their cost. "Your uncle made some poor choices," he said finally, his tone gentler than Sarah had yet heard from him. "To help me get better." Thomas nodded sagely, as if this explained everything. Stone didn't contradict him. merely watched as Sarah prepared a mustard plaster for Thomas's chest. His silence felt different than before, less dismissive, more thoughtful. When he finally spoke, his words surprised her. "I have some knowledge of field medicine from the war, if you need assistance." Sarah's hand stilled briefly over the mixture she was preparing. "Thank you, but Mrs. Abernathy will help me." He nodded once, accepting her refusal without offense. "The storm won't let up before morning. If the boy's condition changes, I'll be at the jailhouse." "Why would you care, Mr. Stone?" Sarah couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. "After all, it's just business." Thomas looked between them, confused by the sudden tension. Stone's expression hardened again, his momentary openness vanishing like a mirage. "Good evening, ma'am." He settled his hat back on his head and turned to leave. "Wait." Thomas's small voice stopped him at the door. "Will you tell Uncle Jesse I'm being brave?" Something indefinable crossed Stone's face. Regret, memory, a shadow of the man he might have been in another life. "I'll tell him." With that, he was gone, the door closing firmly behind him. Sarah watched through the frosted window as his tall figure disappeared into the swirling white chaos of the storm. Thomas's cough drew her attention back to more immediate concerns. As she worked through the familiar motions of treating her son's symptoms, Sarah found her thoughts returning to the brief moment when Elijah Stone's carefully constructed walls had cracked, revealing glimpses of a man capable of compassion. There had been pain in those winter blue eyes, old pain, buried deep but not extinguished. Not just the remembered anguish of a boy who had lost his family, but something more recent, something that still had the power to wound. As Sarah settled Thomas back into his bed, soothing him with promises that soon he would feel better, she found herself wiping away tears that weren't solely for her brother or her son. Somehow, against all reason, she was also weeping for the stone-faced man whose eyes held more pain than he would ever admit. A man who had built his life around justice, but seemed to have forgotten mercy. A man who, despite everything, had steadied her in the storm when she might have fallen. Chapter 3. Walls begin to crumble. Dawn crept reluctantly over Timber Creek, its pale light revealing a world transformed. The blizzard had spent its fury some time before sunrise, leaving behind drifts that reached porch railings and buried hitching posts. The sky stretched clear and pitilessly blue overhead, the morning sun glinting off snow so bright it hurt the eyes. Elijah Stone stood at the jailhouse window, watching as the settlement's inhabitants emerged like cautious animals after hibernation. Men with shovels cleared narrow pathways between buildings. Women hung wash on lines strung inside porches, the night's frozen sheets thawing reluctantly in the thin sunlight. Behind him, Jesse Reynolds slept on his narrow cot, one arm flung over his face. The outlaw had been quiet since Elijah's return from escorting Sarah home the previous evening, asking only once if his sister and nephew were safe. "Coffee's hot," Sheriff Davis announced, entering from the back room where he'd spent the night on a cot identical to the one he'd offered Elijah. The old lawman looked surprisingly spry for a man of his years, especially one who'd slept in his clothes. "Appreciate it." Elijah accepted the tin mug, savoring the bitter warmth that chased away the chill that seemed permanently lodged in his bones. Davis gestured toward the window. "Talon will be digging out for days. No traveling that trail to Cheyenne till at least week's end." Elijah's jaw tightened. A week's delay meant lost income, time he could have spent tracking his next bounty. The amount posted for James Blackwood down in the Arizona Territory would keep him comfortable through spring, provided he caught the man by month's end. "My prisoner goes nowhere," Elijah said, more to himself than Davis. The sheriff settled his considerable bulk behind the scarred desk, studying Elijah over the rim of his own coffee mug. "Met the doc last night, I hear." Elijah gave a non-committal grunt. "Fine woman, Sarah Reynolds. Done a power of good in this town." Davis leaned back in his chair, which protested with a creak. "Saved my life last winter when pneumonia near took me. She mentioned her brother robbed banks to pay for her son's treatment. Elijah kept his tone neutral, though the memory of the thin, fever-flushed boy troubled him more than he cared to admit. Thomas, Davis nodded. Poor Tyke's been fighting for breath since before his daddy died in the mine collapse. Dr. Sarah's tried everything in her power, but he shook his head. Some things need more than frontier medicine can provide. Still doesn't justify robbery. Davis eyed him shrewdly. That what you told yourself when you brought in your first bounty? Elijah's head snapped up. What's that supposed to mean? Just curious, what road brought Elijah Stone to hunting men for money? The old sheriff's tone remained conversational, but his eyes, faded blue but still sharp, missed nothing. Most bounty hunters I've known came to it by way of personal tragedy. Vengeance has a way of becoming profession. You seem to know a lot about it. Davis's weathered face creased in a humorless smile. Rode that trail myself for nigh on 15 years. Between the war and '68, the admission surprised Elijah. This comfortable old lawman with his easy manner seemed the antithesis of the hard men Elijah had encountered in his profession. What happened in '68? He found himself asking. Davis was silent for a long moment, gazing into his coffee as if reading the past in its dark surface. Brought in a man from up Montana way, wife killer, they said. $500 bounty. He fought like hell, broke my leg during the capture. Davis tapped his right thigh, which explained the slight limp Elijah had noticed. By the time I got him to Fort Benton, gangrene had set in. Doctor there had to take the leg below the knee. He rolled up his trouser leg, revealing a wooden prosthesis crafted with surprising artistry. While I was laid up, word came the man was innocent. His brother-in-law was the real killer, framed him neat as you please. Davis looked up, his eyes clouded with old pain. By the time the truth came out, they'd already hanged him. Elijah absorbed this in silence. Such stories weren't uncommon in his line of work, but most men hardened themselves against doubt. Justice was imperfect, but the alternative was chaos. One innocent man against how many guilty ones you brought to justice? He finally said. The math still favors what you did. Davis surprised him by chuckling, though the sound held no mirth. That's exactly what I told myself, son. For years. Cold comfort on winter nights when I'd wake hearing that man calling for his children. He shook his head. There's justice in this world, sure enough. But there's mercy, too. Took me too long to learn they ain't opposing forces. Mercy is for judges and juries, Elijah countered. My job is to bring in the wanted. And you're good at it, that much is clear. Davis studied him with unsettling perception. Question is, what's it costing you? Before Elijah could respond, the jailhouse door burst open, admitting a blast of cold air and a portly man in an expensive wool coat. Snow crusted the newcomer's polished boots, and his face was flushed with either cold or indignation. Sheriff Davis? The man removed a beaver fur hat, revealing thinning blonde hair carefully arranged to conceal his receding hairline. Is it true? Jesse Reynolds in your jail? Davis rose slowly. Morning to you too, Harrison. Yes, Mr. Stone here brought him in last night. Harrison Wells, for Elijah recognized the name as belonging to Timber Creek's banker, turned to assess him with pale, calculating eyes. The bounty hunter, eh? Well, sir, you've done this town a service. That family has been nothing but trouble since they arrived. From his cell, Jesse came fully awake, moving to the bars. You'd best watch your mouth about my sister, Wells. The banker's thin lips curved in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Sarah Reynolds is a respected member of this community. It's a tragedy she's burdened with such a brother. He turned back to Davis. I assume he'll be transported to Cheyenne as soon as the pass is clear? That's the plan. Davis confirmed, his expression carefully neutral. Excellent. The sooner criminal elements are removed from our town, the better. Wells straightened his coat with precise movements. I've already taken the liberty of sending a telegram to Dr. Wilson in Carter's Ridge. With her brother revealed as a bank robber, Sarah will need alternative arrangements for her practice mortgage. Jesse gripped the bars, his knuckles white. You leave her be, Wells. She's got nothing to do with this. On the contrary, Wells's voice dropped to a silky tone that raised Elijah's hackles instinctively. She's been accepting money from you for months. If she knew its source... She didn't, Elijah found himself saying. All eyes turned to him in surprise, not least his own. He hadn't intended to speak, yet found he couldn't stand by while this smug man insinuated Sarah's complicity. She believed her brother was working as a ranch hand. Wells assessed him with cold interest. Indeed? And you know this how? I questioned them both. Separately. Elijah met the banker's gaze unflinchingly. The lady was ignorant of her brother's activities. How convenient. Wells's skepticism was plain. Well, regardless, there's the matter of the mortgage. Without her brother's contributions, I fear she'll fall behind. Banking regulations, you understand. Nothing personal. The gleam in the man's pale eyes suggested otherwise. Elijah had encountered his type before, men who wielded financial power like a weapon, particularly against those in vulnerable positions. Something about the way Wells spoke of Sarah made his hand itch to reach for his Colt. I'm sure the town council will take the doctor's situation into consideration, Davis interjected smoothly, given her service to the community. Wells's smile thinned further. The council, yes. I'll be calling a meeting once the snow clears. He replaced his hat with the same precision that marked all his movements. Good day, gentlemen. Mr. Stone, the town of Timber Creek is in your debt. The door had barely closed behind him when Jesse slammed his fist against the bars. That snake's been trying to get his hands on Sarah's place since she arrived. Prime location at the end of Main Street. He wants to expand the bank. Man does seem to have an unusual interest in your sister's affairs, Davis acknowledged, frowning. It's more than interest. Jesse's face twisted with disgust. He's been sniffing around her since Aaron died, offering to help with her finances, bringing by gifts for Thomas. Sarah won't give him the time of day, but he's persistent. The image of Wells's manicured hands anywhere near Sarah or her son provoked a stab of antipathy that Elijah recognized as entirely unprofessional. He had no stake in these people's lives, beyond delivering Reynolds to justice. What happened after was none of his concern, so why did the prospect of Sarah facing Wells alone disturb him? Your sister seems capable of handling herself, he said, more gruffly than intended. She is. Jesse's voice softened with evident pride. Strongest person I know. But with Thomas so sick and the money running out, he trailed off, the implication clear. Davis cleared his throat. Stone, Annie's Cafe should be open by now. Best breakfast in the territory if you're hungry. Might do you good to get some air. The suggestion was transparently meant to separate him from his prisoner, but Elijah found himself nodding. The jailhouse suddenly felt confining, the weight of its occupants' concerns pressing on him uncomfortably. I'll be back within the hour, he told Davis, reaching for his hat and coat. Take your time, the sheriff replied. We ain't going nowhere. Outside, the cold hit Elijah like a physical blow. He pulled his collar higher, surveying the transformed Main Street. Despite the hardship the storm represented, there was beauty in the pristine expanses of white. The way the morning sun caught crystal edges of icicles hanging from awnings. Annie's Cafe occupied the ground floor of a 2-story building across from the general. Smoke curled invitingly from its chimney, and the windows glowed with welcoming lamplight. As Elijah made his way along the narrow path cleared through the snow, the delectable scent of frying bacon and fresh bread made his stomach growl in anticipation. The cafe was nearly empty. Just a table of men Elijah took for the town council by their earnest discussion of storm damage, and Sheriff Davis's young deputy nursing a coffee in the corner. A plump, rosy-cheeked woman Elijah assumed with Annie herself greeted him with a smile untainted by the wariness he usually encountered. Morning, stranger. Get you some breakfast? Special today is flapjacks with molasses and side meat. That sounds fine, ma'am. Coffee too if you've got it. Got a fresh pot just brewed. She settled him at a table with a clean, if worn, cloth. You'd be the bounty hunter brought in Jesse Reynolds, I reckon. Word travels fast, even in a blizzard. Elijah nodded, unsurprised. Small towns ran on gossip the way cities ran on commerce. Annie clucked her tongue, returning momentarily with a steaming mug. Shame about that boy. Always had a kind word when he'd visit his sister. Doted on that nephew of his something fierce. Kind words don't cancel out bank robbery, ma'am. No, I don't suppose they do. She studied him with frank curiosity. Still, circumstances push a man sometimes. My Hank, God rest him, once stole a loaf of bread during the war when our young'uns were crying with hunger. That make him a thief to be hunted? Without waiting for an answer, she bustled off to the kitchen, leaving Elijah to contemplate how many times in the past 24 hours his black and white view of justice had been challenged. He was halfway through his breakfast, which proved every bit as satisfying as the aroma had promised, when a commotion erupted outside. Raised voices, running footsteps, and then the cafe door burst open to admit Mrs. Abernathy, Sarah's elderly neighbor. Snow clung to her shawl and white hair, her weathered face tight with fear. "Doc Sarah's boy," she gasped, clearly winded from her run through the deep snow. "He's taken bad. Can't hardly breathe." The deputy was on his feet instantly. "I'll fetch the sheriff." "No time," Mrs. Abernathy clutched her side. "Doc's tried everything. Says she needs help carrying the boy to where the air's steamier. The laundry behind the hotel." Without conscious decision, Elijah found himself on his feet, throwing coins on the table. "Hey now, where?" "End of Main Street, white cabin with the sign." Mrs. Abernathy had no chance to finish before Elijah was out the door. The snow impeded his long strides, but urgency lent him speed. Behind him, he was vaguely aware of others following, the deputy, some of the councilmen, Annie herself with a shawl hastily thrown over her shoulders. The crisis had galvanized the small community, personal concerns set aside in the face of a child. Sarah's cabin came into view, smoke billowing from its chimney. The door stood open despite the cold, and from within came the terrible sound of a child fighting for breath. A high, desperate wheezing punctuated by coughs that seemed to tear from the very depths of his small body. Elijah took the 3 port steps in a single bound, ducking through the doorway into the front room that served as Sarah's medical office. The scene before him drove all other thoughts from his mind. Thomas lay on the examination table, his thin chest heaving with each labored breath. His face had taken on a bluish tinge, lips almost purple as he struggled to draw air into lungs that seemed to be failing him. Sarah bent over him, her own face white with fear as she listened to his chest with her stethoscope. She glanced up at Elijah's entrance, her green eyes wide with something beyond fear. The beginning of grief, of loss. "The air's too dry," she said without preamble, her professional demeanor barely masking her panic. "I need to get him somewhere with steam. The hotel laundry. But I can't carry him through this cold and snow alone." "I'll do it." Elijah was already shrugging out of his duster. Without waiting for her response, he draped the heavy coat over Thomas's slight form and gathered the boy into his arms. The child weighed almost nothing, a bundle of fragile bones and laboring lungs wrapped in fever heat. His small hand clutched weakly at Elijah's shirt as another coughing spasm shook him. "Hold on, son," Elijah murmured, cradling him close to share his body's warmth. "Just hold on." Sarah grabbed her medical bag and a blanket, wrapping it around her son as Elijah held him. "The hotel's just past the general store," she instructed, her voice steadier now that action was being taken. "They have a laundry room in back with big steam vats for the linens." The small crowd parted as they emerged onto the porch. Mrs. Abernathy and Annie fell in beside Sarah, offering support and quiet prayers. The deputy had gone ahead to alert the hotel, while the councilmen organized themselves to widen the path through the snow, shoveling with renewed vigor to clear the way for Elijah's urgent passage. The bitter cold stung Elijah's face, but he hunched protectively over Tomas, using his body to shield the boy from the worst of it. Each of the child's strained breaths formed a small cloud that dissipated too quickly, invisible evidence of his struggle for life. "Stay with me, Tomas," Sarah urged, keeping pace at Elijah's side despite the difficulty of moving through snow in skirts. "Just a little farther." The boy's eyes fluttered open, fever-bright and disoriented, Uncle Jesse? He whispered. No, son. He can't be here right now. Elijah found his throat unexpectedly tight. But I'm taking you where you can breathe better. You just keep fighting. Thomas's small fingers tightened on Elijah's shirt, his trust complete and humbling. They reached the hotel in what seemed both an eternity and no time at all. The proprietor ushered them through the kitchen to a back room where enormous copper vats steamed over wood fires, tended by two sturdy women with arms reddened from hot water and lye soap. The air was thick with humid heat and the scent of lavender and lye. Over here, one of the laundresses directed, clearing a space on a bench near the largest vat. We've got it as steamy as we could make it. Elijah gently settled Thomas on the bench, reluctant to relinquish his small burden. Sarah immediately knelt beside her son, adjusting the blankets and pressing a hand to his forehead. Breathe deeply, Thomas, she encouraged. The steam will help your lungs. Indeed, the moisture-laden air already seemed to be easing the boy's desperate gasping. His breathing remained labored but less tortured, the bluish tinge slowly receding from his lips. Sarah glanced up at Elijah, relief and gratitude warring with worry in her eyes. Thank you, she said simply. He nodded, suddenly uncomfortable with her thanks, with the curious gazes of the townspeople who had followed them, with the unfamiliar emotion tightening his chest as he watched the small boy struggle for each breath. This wasn't his concern. These people weren't his responsibility. His duty extended only to delivering Jesse Reynolds to justice, not to involving himself in the aftermath for the man's family. Yet as Thomas looked up at him with complete trust, as Sarah's fingers briefly touched his arm in wordless gratitude, Elijah felt something shift inside him, like ice breaking on a frozen river. The first ominous crack heralding a thaw he was powerless to prevent. Unique skills. The laundry room's steam-tick air had eased Thomas's most desperate gasping, but the boy's breathing remained labored. Each inhalation a battle his small body was clearly losing. Sarah pressed a cold cloth to his forehead, her physician's hands steady despite the fear Elijah could see in her eyes. His lungs are filling with fluid, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. The mustard plaster should have helped, but it's not drawing enough. Around them, the hotel laundresses and townspeople who had followed them hovered anxiously. Mrs. Abernathy twisted her gnarled hands in her apron, muttering prayers under her breath. Annie from the cafe had taken over, stoking the fire beneath the copper vats, ensuring the steam continued to fill the room. Thomas coughed again, the sound wetter and more alarming than before. A thin trickle of pinkish spittle ran from the corner of his mouth, which Sarah quickly wiped away. Elijah saw the flash of terror in her eyes before her professional mask slipped back into place. I need my percussion cups, she said, glancing at Mrs. Abernathy. They're on the second shelf in my medical cabinet. I'll fetch them, the older woman offered, but hesitated, clearly reluctant to venture back into the blizzard. I tried the cups last time, Sarah continued, her voice tight with frustration, and willow bark for the fever, horehound for the cough, mullein for the breathing. I've tried everything I know. Something in her tone, the edge of desperation, of a healer facing the limits of her knowledge, resonated with memories Elijah had buried deep. He'd heard that same desperation in field hospitals during the war, seen that same helpless fury in the eyes of surgeons who'd exhausted their options while young men died under their hands. Before he could reconsider, he stepped forward. I might be able to help. Sarah looked up sharply, as if she'd forgotten his presence. You? I was with the 5th Missouri Infantry. Elijah kept his voice neutral, though the memories were anything but. Served as a stretcher bearer, then a field medic after Shiloh. Saw a lot of camp pneumonia. He hesitated, then added, lost a lot of men to it too, but saved some. A complex mixture of emotions crossed Sarah's face, suspicion, hope, and the reluctant acknowledgement that she'd try anything to save her son. Pride warred visibly with maternal desperation. What would you suggest, she finally asked, professional to professional? Elijah removed his coat, rolling up his shirt sleeves. In the field, we found that drainage worked best, getting the fluid out of the lungs before it drowns them from the inside. Percussion and postural drainage, Sarah nodded. I've tried it, but There's a technique the field surgeons developed. Works better than just clapping on the back. He moved toward Thomas, then stopped, awaiting her permission. After a heartbeat's hesitation, Sarah stepped aside. "Show me." Elijah gently positioned Thomas face down across his lap, the boy's head lower than his chest. "We need to loosen whatever's in there," he explained. "Then help him cough it up." His large hands looked impossibly rough against the child's delicate frame, but his touch was surprisingly gentle as he began a rhythmic percussion on Thomas's back, fingers curved to create the hollow sound needed to vibrate deep into the lungs. "In the camps, we'd alternate this with warmth," he continued, his hands never stopping their careful cadence. "Hot, wet cloths when we had them. The laundry has plenty." One of the women hurried to wring out a steaming flannel. Sarah took it, placing it carefully across Thomas's back between Elijah's percussion sessions. Her fingers brushed against his, warm and competent. For an instant, their eyes met over the sick child. Not as adversaries, but as two people united in a common purpose. "Now, we need to drain each section of the lungs," Elijah explained. "Needs to be tilted differently for each lobe." For the next half hour, they worked in seamless coordination. Elijah positioned Thomas carefully to target different parts of his lungs, while Sarah applied hot compresses and listened with her stethoscope to track their progress. The townspeople kept the steam flowing and fetched supplies as needed, creating a makeshift hospital in the laundry room. Gradually, Thomas began coughing more productively, bringing up the infected phlegm that had been slowly suffocating him. Each successful expectoration was both victory and relief. "That's it, son," Elijah encouraged softly when Thomas whimpered at a particularly harsh coughing spell. "Better out than in." The boy's bleary eyes found his, trusting despite the discomfort. "Hurts," he whispered. "I know." Elijah's voice carried a gentleness that surprised even himself. "But you're doing fine. Brave as any soldier I ever treated." Sarah glanced at him sharply, something unreadable in her expression. Perhaps she was surprised to discover that the hard-eyed bounty hunter who'd captured her brother could speak with such tenderness to a child. As Thomas's breathing gradually eased, Elijah became uncomfortably aware of the intimacy that had developed between himself and Sarah. They moved around each other with the coordination of longtime partners, anticipating needs, exchanging glances laden with unspoken communication. The shared urgency of saving the child had stripped away their antagonism, revealing something far more dangerous: mutual respect. His colors improving, Sarah noted, her fingers light on Thomas's pulse. And his heartbeat stronger. Elijah nodded, relief loosening the knot that had formed in his chest. The fever should break soon, if we're lucky. If we're lucky, she echoed, her eyes meeting his with naked gratitude that made him more uncomfortable than her earlier hostility. Thank you. He looked away, unwilling to accept her thanks when he was still committed to taking her brother to Cheyenne. He's not out of danger. He'll need watching tonight. I'll stay with him here where the air's better, Sarah decided. Mrs. Abernathy, could you fetch my medical bag and some blankets from the cabin? I'll do it, Elijah offered, already rising. The woman was too old to be trekking through snowdrifts. Just tell me what else you need. As Sarah listed the necessary items, Elijah found himself memorizing not just her words, but the cadence of her voice, the way fatigue and relief had softened its edges, the elegant sweep of her neck as she bent over Thomas, the tendril of auburn hair that had escaped her severe bun to curl against her cheek. He turned away abruptly. This wasn't part of his job. These people weren't his concern beyond delivering Reynolds to justice. Yet, as he stepped back into the bitter cold, Elijah knew something fundamental had changed. He had revealed a part of himself he typically kept hidden. Not just his medical knowledge, but the capacity for gentleness he'd thought long dead. And in doing so, he'd created a connection he was not at all certain he could sever. By evening, Thomas's condition had stabilized enough that he could be moved to one of the hotel's rooms. The proprietor had offered it without charge, unwilling to send the sick child back into the cold. Sarah had finally allowed herself to doze in a chair beside the bed, her hand resting protectively on her son's chest, as if to reassure herself that it still rose and fell. Elijah stood in the doorway, reluctant to disturb them, yet unable to leave. He'd returned to the jailhouse briefly to check on his prisoner, only to find Jesse nearly frantic with worry over his nephew's condition. "Is Thomas alive?" Jesse had demanded, gripping the bars. "Tell me true, Stone." "He's alive," Elijah had confirmed. "Your sister got him to the hotel laundry. The steam helped. Thank God." Jesse's relief had been palpable, his shoulders sagging. "And Sarah? How is she holding up?" The concern in the outlaw's voice had been genuine, making it harder for Elijah to maintain his professional distance. "She's exhausted but managing." "Let me see him," Jesse had pleaded. "Please, just for a few minutes. I need to know he's really all right." Elijah's instinct had been an immediate refusal. Transporting a prisoner through town, even with a blizzard making escape nearly impossible, violated every protocol he'd established over his years as a bounty hunter. Yet the image of Thomas's small hand clutching his shirt, those fever-bright eyes looking to him for help, had stayed with him, and beneath that, a growing certainty that there was more to Jesse Reynolds than just another outlaw. "I'll consider it," he'd finally said, earning a grateful nod from Sheriff Davis. Now, watching Sarah's exhausted slumber, Elijah made his decision. He moved quietly into the room, touching her shoulder gently. "Dr. Reynolds?" He woke instantly, maternal vigilance overriding fatigue. "Thomas?" "He's sleeping peacefully," Elijah assured her. "I came to tell you I'm bringing your brother to see him." Sarah stared at him, disbelief warring with hope. "You're allowing Jesse to visit?" "Under guard," Elijah clarified. "For 10 minutes only, and he stays in restraints. These are the conditions." "Yes, of course." She rose, smoothing her rumpled skirts. "Thank you. This will mean everything to Thomas." "I'm not doing it for Thomas," Elijah said more gruffly than intended. "Sheriff Davis thinks it might encourage your brother to cooperate on the journey to Cheyenne." It was a lie, and from Sarah's expression, she knew it, but she merely nodded, accepting the fiction that allowed him to maintain his professional facade. "I'll freshen up before they arrive," she said, moving to the washstand. Elijah returned to the jailhouse, where Sheriff Davis had already prepared Jesse for transport, securing his wrists with iron manacles rather than rawhide. "Weather's clearing," Davis observed as they stepped outside. "Trail should be passable in another day or two." Elijah nodded, his thoughts elsewhere as they escorted Jesse through the deepening twilight. Stars pricked the clearing sky, and the temperature was dropping rapidly, turning the day's wet snow into treacherous ice. Jesse walked between them, his breath clouding in the frigid air. "Thank you for this," the outlaw said quietly. "I know it goes against your rules." Elijah grunted noncommittally, keeping a firm hand on Jesse's arm. They reached the hotel without incident, climbing the narrow staircase to the second floor. Outside Thomas's room, Elijah paused, fixing Jesse with a hard stare. 10 minutes. No sudden moves. "Your sister and nephew don't need any more distress." Jesse met his gaze steadily. "I give you my word." Inside, Thomas was awake, propped against pillows with a quilt tucked around him. Despite the lingering pallor of illness, his face lit up at the sight of his uncle. "Uncle Jesse!" "Hey, little man." Jesse moved awkwardly to the bedside, his shackled hands limiting his movement. "Heard you been giving your ma a scare." "I got real sick," Thomas confirmed with the curious pride children take in their ailments. "But Mr. Stone knew how to fix me. He was a doctor in the war." "Not a doctor," Elijah corrected from his position by the door. "Just a field medic." "You saved my nephew's life," Sarah said softly. "That makes you a healer in my book, whatever title you claim." Something warm and unfamiliar expanded in Elijah's chest at her words. He looked away, uncomfortable with her gratitude, with the easy way Tomas had accepted his help, with the growing certainty that delivering Jesse Reynolds to justice would devastate this family in ways he hadn't allowed himself to consider. Jesse sat carefully on the edge of the bed, his manacled hands resting on the quilt. "You look better than I expected, Thomas. Bet you'll be up and running circles around your ma in no time." The boy's smile faltered. "Mr. Stone says you have to go away. To Cheyenne." An awkward silence fell. Jesse glanced at his sister, clearly at a loss for how to explain his situation to a 5-year-old. "Your uncle has some business with the territorial court," Sarah said finally. "He'll be gone for a while." "Because he took money that wasn't his?" Thomas asked, with a child's devastating directness. "Mrs. Abernathy told Mrs. Peterson you did a bad thing to help me get better." Jesse flinched, as if struck. "Thomas, did you, Uncle Jesse, did you steal money for me?" The raw honesty of the question hung in the air. Elijah found himself holding his breath, as invested in Jesse's answer as the child who'd asked it. Jesse's shoulders slumped. "I did, Thomas. I thought I was doing right by you and your ma, but I was wrong. Taking what isn't yours is never right, even for good reasons." He looked up, meeting Elijah's gaze across the room. "I'm paying for that mistake now." The simple admission, devoid of excuses or self-pity, struck Elijah more profoundly than he'd expected. In 15 years of bounty hunting, he'd heard every justification imaginable from men he'd captured. Few had the courage to acknowledge their wrongdoing so plainly. Sheriff Davis shifted uncomfortably by the door. "Think I'll step out for a smoke, Stone? You need anything?" Elijah shook his head, maintaining his vigilance as Davis slipped into the hallway. He was acutely aware that he was the only barrier between Jesse and freedom, yet for the first time in his career, he found himself questioning whether that barrier was necessary. Tomas's small hand reached for his uncle's shackled ones. "Does it hurt?" "No, little man, but it makes it hard to give you a proper hug." Jesse glanced at Elijah. "Don't suppose—" "No." The response was automatic, though something in Elijah wavered at the disappointment in Thomas's eyes. Zara moved to the washstand, wringing out a cloth. "Thomas, let me cool your forehead a bit. You're still running a fever." As she tended to her son, Jesse leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Mr. Stone, I know you've got no reason to trust me, but I swear on my sister's life, if you unlock these cuffs just long enough for me to hold my nephew proper, I wouldn't try anything." Elijah hesitated, years of professional caution warring with the undeniable bond he'd witnessed between uncle and nephew. Against his better judgment, he found himself moving to Jesse's side, key in hand. "One wrong move," he warned quietly, "and you'll be back in that cell so fast your head will spin." Jesse nodded solemnly. Elijah unlocked one cuff, then the other, pocketing them as Jesse rubbed his wrists. "Thank you," the outlaw murmured, turning immediately to gather Thomas into a gentle embrace. The boy nestled against his uncle's chest, small fingers clutching Jesse's shirt. "I don't want you to go away." "I know, buddy." Jesse's voice was thick with emotion. "But sometimes men have to face the consequences of their choices. That's part of being a man." Sarah watched them, unshed tears brightening her eyes. When she glanced at Elijah, her expression held a mixture of gratitude and something deeper, a recognition of the risk he'd taken in allowing this moment, an acknowledgement of the humanity he'd revealed despite himself. Elijah looked away, uncomfortable with her scrutiny. His gaze fell on the window, where the storm had finally broken, stars visible in the clearing sky. The sudden sound of boots on the stairs caught his attention, not the measured tread of Sheriff Davis returning, but multiple footsteps, urgent and heavy. He turned toward the door just as it burst open. Harrison Wells stood on the threshold, flanked by 2 men Elijah recognized from the town council meeting at the cafe that morning. "Sheriff Davis has been called to an accident at the livery," Wells announced, his pale eyes taking in the scene with evident satisfaction. "And here we find the prisoner unshackled. How very interesting." Elijah moved instinctively for his weapon, but Jesse was faster. In one fluid motion, the outlaw lunged across the room, catching Elijah in a chokehold before he could draw his pistol. "I'm sorry," Jesse whispered, his mouth close to Elijah's ear, "but I can't leave them at Wells's mercy." Sarah gasped, half rising from Thomas's bedside. "Jesse, no!" But her brother had already twisted Elijah's arm behind his back, using the larger man's body as a shield, as he backed toward the window. "Stay back, Wells," Jesse warned. "I've got no quarrel with you if you leave my sister be." Wells's thin lips curved in a smile utterly devoid of warmth. "Your sister will need a protector with you gone, Reynolds. I'm simply offering my services." "She'd rather have a rattlesnake for company," Jesse spat. With a sudden, violent movement, he shoved Elijah forward into Wells and the councilman, buying precious seconds as they collided. In the confusion, Jesse wrenched open the window and swung out onto the sloped roof of the hotel's porch below. By the time Elijah untangled himself from Wells and reached the window, Jesse had already dropped from the porch roof into a snowdrift and was running for the cover of darkness, a shadow swiftly disappearing among the buildings of Timber Creek. Elijah yanked his pistol from its holster, instinct and training taking over as he prepared to pursue. $5,000 was disappearing into the night. 15 years of never losing a bounty was on the line. He was halfway out the window when a small hand clutched his arm. "Don't leave," Thomas pleaded, his fevered eyes wide with fear. "Please, Mr. Stone, don't go." Elijah froze, caught between duty and the child's desperate plea. Behind him, Sarah stood perfectly still, her face a study in conflicting loyalties. Relief for her brother's escape warring with concern for what it might mean for Elijah, for Thomas, for all of them. In that suspended moment, with the cold night air on his face and Thomas's burning hand on his arm, Elijah Stone faced a choice that would irrevocably change the course of his carefully ordered life. Chapter 4: Crossroads of Duty. For 15 years, Elijah Stone had lived by a simple creed. The law was the law, and his duty was to uphold it without question or compromise. That certainty had carried him through 1,000 lonely nights, justified countless arrests, and kept his conscience silent when the men he delivered to justice pleaded their cases. Now his creed crashed against the desperate grip of a child's hand on his arm. Thomas's fever-bright eyes held Elijah motionless, half-crouched in the open window. The icy night air cut through his shirt, but the chill penetrating his bones had nothing to do with weather. Behind him, he heard Wells's indignant sputtering, the councilman's calls for immediate pursuit, and beneath it all, Sarah's measured breathing. Carefully controlled, betraying nothing of her thoughts. "Please," Thomas whispered again, his small fingers trembling against Elijah's sleeve. "If you go with her. Don't go." Time seemed suspended in that moment of choice, stretching taut as a hangman's rope. Elijah could almost feel his future branching like a river around a boulder, one path following the current he'd traveled for half his life, the other veering into territory unmapped and dangerous. "The prisoner's escaping." Wells's voice was shrill with outrage. "What are you waiting for, Stone? Do your job." The banker's words snapped the moment's tension. Elijah straightened slowly, gently disengaging Thomas's grip and closing the window. When he turned to face the room, his expression gave away nothing of the turmoil beneath. "The prisoner won't get far," he said evenly. "Not in this cold, not without supplies." Wells's pale eyes narrowed. "You're letting him go? A known criminal?" "I'm prioritizing the safety of a sick child and his mother." Elijah met the banker's gaze unflinchingly. "Reynolds will keep until morning." Sarah moved to Thomas's bedside, her face a careful mask that hid whatever relief or gratitude she might feel. Only her eyes, when they briefly met Elijah's, betrayed her understanding of what his decision had cost him. "Thomas needs rest," she said firmly. "Gentlemen, I must ask you to leave." The councilman shifted uncomfortably, clearly torn between their respect for the town's doctor and their sense that justice was being impeded. Wells, however, stood his ground. "This is outrageous," he sputtered. "A known bank robber escapes, and the celebrated Elijah Stone, the man who supposedly never loses his bounty, simply allows it?" Elijah's expression hardened. "You're upsetting the boy, Wells. Take it outside. I plan to take it straight to Sheriff Davis." Wells's voice dripped with insinuation. Strange how he was conveniently called away just before Reynolds escaped. One might almost think it was planned. The accusation hung in the air, poisonous and deliberate. Elijah took a menacing step forward, but Sarah's voice cut between them, sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. "Mr. Wells, my son's condition is critical. If you cannot respect that, I'll be forced to note your interference with his medical care, a serious matter the town council might find interesting." The veiled threat hit its mark. Wells's face mottled with suppressed anger, but he retreated to the doorway. "This isn't over, Stone. The territory pays for results, not excuses." When the door finally closed behind the unwelcome visitors, the silence in the small room felt like the aftermath of a thunderstorm, charged but cleansing. Thomas's breathing had grown more labored during the confrontation, his small chest rising and falling with worrying rapidity. Sarah's professional composure cracked as she bent over her son. "He's burning up again," she murmured, her voice tight with fear. The excitement was too much. Elijah moved to her side without conscious thought, his hand reaching for Tomas's wrist to check his pulse. The boy's heartbeat fluttered against his fingers like a trapped bird. "I'll get cold compresses," he said, already moving to the wash basin, "and more willow bark tea if you have it." Sarah glanced up, surprise momentarily eclipsing her worry. "You're staying?" The question stopped him short. Was he staying? $5,000 was disappearing into the Wyoming night. His perfect record. The reputation that kept him employed, that defined him, was irreparably damaged. The logical choice, the professional choice, would be to gather his gear and pursue Jesse Reynolds immediately. Yet the alternative? Leaving this child, this woman, seemed suddenly unthinkable. "The boy needs help," he said simply. "No one else in town knows the drainage technique." It wasn't the whole truth, but it was truth enough for now, a reason he could acknowledge without examining the deeper currents shifting beneath his certainty. Relief softened Sarah's face before she turned back to her son. "Thank you." Together they worked through the night, battling Thomas's fever with cold compresses and herbal remedies, performing the drainage procedures when his congestion worsened, taking turns sitting vigil by his bedside. They spoke little, but their movements developed a synchronicity that required no words. Passing cloths, medicines, adjusting pillows, supporting the boy during coughing spells. By dawn, Tomas's fever had broken. He slept peacefully, his breathing easier than it had been in days. Sarah slumped in exhaustion beside the bed, her auburn hair escaping its pins to frame a face pale with fatigue, but relaxed in newfound hope. "He's past the crisis," she whispered, as much to herself as to Elijah. "For now, at least." Elijah nodded, his own wariness settling into his bones like an old friend. He'd known many such nights during the war. The strange intimacy of fighting death alongside a near stranger. The curious bond formed in those quiet hours when the rest of the world slept. "You should rest," he told her. "I'll keep watch." She looked as if she might argue, but fatigue won out. "Wake me if there's any change." Sarah settled into the room's single armchair, tucking her feet beneath her skirts for warmth. Within minutes, her breathing deepened into sleep. Elijah watched her, struck by how young she appeared in repose. The worry lines eased from her forehead. Asleep, she was not the formidable Dr. Reynolds, but simply Sarah, a young widow fighting impossible odds to save her son, to keep her place in a world that offered little mercy to women alone. A tenderness he'd thought long dead unfurled in his chest, catching him off guard with its intensity. He turned away abruptly, disturbed by feelings he had no business harboring. Outside, the first pale light of dawn illuminated a world transformed by snow and ice. Timber Creek lay peaceful beneath its white blanket, smoke beginning to rise from chimneys as the town stirred to life. Somewhere out there, Jesse Reynolds was either dead from exposure or making good his escape. Elijah found, to his surprise, that he hoped for the latter. 2 days passed, with Tomas showing steady improvement. The hotel proprietor insisted they remain in the room, waving away Sarah's concerns about payment. "Town takes care of its own," he'd said gruffly. though his eyes had slid curiously to Elijah when he said it. Word of Jesse's escape, and Elijah's decision to prioritize Tomas's care over pursuit, spread through Timber Creek with the swiftness unique to small settlements. Each time Elijah ventured to the hotel dining room for meals or stepped out for supplies, he felt the weight of curious glances, heard the abrupt silences when he entered rooms. On the third morning, he entered the hotel dining room to find a cluster of men gathered around Harrison Wells, their conversation dropping to whispers at his approach. The banker's satisfied smile raised immediate suspicion in Elijah's mind. Annie from the cafe bustled over with coffee, her normally cheerful face tight with concern. "Pay them no mind," she murmured, nodding toward Wells's table. "Some folks just like stirring trouble." "What kind of trouble?" Elijah asked quietly. Annie hesitated, glancing over her shoulder. "Mr. Wells has been telling stories. About you. About why you might let a bounty slip through your fingers." Before Elijah could press for details, Sheriff Davis entered, stomping snow from his boots. The old lawman surveyed the room with narrowed eyes, clearly sensing the undercurrent of tension. He nodded briefly to Elijah, then approached Wells's table. "Morning, gentlemen." Davis's voice carried easily in the suddenly quiet room. "Discussing the weather, are we?" Wells straightened in his chair. "Actually, Sheriff, we were just wondering when the territorial authorities might be notified about Reynolds's escape, and the curious circumstances surrounding it." "Already taken care of," Davis replied evenly. "Sent a telegram yesterday, and did you mention how our bounty hunter here chose to play nursemaid instead of doing his job?" Wells's voice dripped with innuendo. "Or how convenient it was that you were called away just before the escape." A murmur ran through the onlookers. Davis's weathered face remained impassive, but Elijah noted the tightening around his eyes. "I mentioned that Mr. Stone prioritized saving a child's life," the sheriff said quietly. "As any decent man would." "Decent?" Wells gave a theatrical laugh. "Do you gentlemen know who you're breaking bread with?" He turned to the room at large. Elijah Stone earned his reputation in blood. They call him the Ghost because he haunts men until they're in the ground. Ask him how many of his bounties arrived at their destinations alive. The accusation hung in the air, ugly and distorted, but with enough truth to sting. Elijah had indeed developed a reputation for bringing in his quarry pacified, as the wanted posters delicately phrased it. He'd never killed without cause, but neither had he hesitated when violence was the expedient choice. "I always give men the chance to come quietly," Elijah said, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "Some make poor decisions, and some make unexpected ones," Wells countered, "like a killer developing a convenient conscience when a pretty widow is involved." Elijah's hands clenched involuntarily. "Choose your next words with extreme care, Wells." Sheriff Davis stepped between them, his authority palpable despite his age. "That's enough. Mr. Stone is a guest in our town, and Dr. Reynolds is a respected member of this community. I won't have either of them slandered." "It's not slander if it's true," Wells persisted. "Reynolds is a wanted man, and Stone let him escape. Meanwhile, we have banks being robbed, and no justice for the hardworking citizens who— Oh, stow it, Harrison." The unexpected interruption came from one of the councilmen at Wells's own table. "Everyone knows you're just sore because Sarah Reynolds won't give you the time of day, escaped brother or no." A ripple of laughter spread through the room, breaking the tension. Wells's face flushed crimson as he pushed back from the table, nearly upsetting his coffee. "We'll see who's laughing when I call in the mortgage on her precious clinic," he snapped. "A woman doctor. It's unnatural." "And now harboring a criminal sympathizer? The town council will have something to say about that." "The town council," Davis said mildly, "might be more interested in discussing the discrepancies I found in the bank's ledgers last audit. Curious errors, all favoring the bank rather than its depositors." The color drained from Wells's face as quickly as it had appeared. Without another word, he stormed from the dining room, his allies melting away in the wake of Davis's veiled accusation. Elijah raised an eyebrow at the sheriff. "Discrepancies?" Davis's mouth twitched beneath his mustache. Let's just say Wells's righteous concern for bank robbery victims might be somewhat self-serving. He gestured toward an empty table. "Join me for breakfast? We have matters to discuss." They settled in a quiet corner out of earshot from the remaining diners, who had returned to their meals with the renewed energy of people with fresh gossip to digest. "Wells has been spreading rumors since Reynolds escaped," Davis informed him. "Butter liberally on a biscuit. Says you and I plotted together to free him, that we're in league with bank robbers." "That's absurd," Elijah frowned. "But it explains the looks I've been getting. Some believe it, some don't." Davis shrugged. "Small towns run on talk, but there's a more immediate problem. Tucker, Simmons, and a few others are talking about forming a posse to track down Reynolds themselves." Elijah set down his coffee mug with a sharp click. "In this weather, they'll get themselves killed." "That's what I told them," Davis sighed heavily. "But Simmons lost his savings in one of the banks Reynolds robbed. He's taking it personal. I've forbidden any official posse, but I can't stop men from riding out on their own." "When?" "They're planning to leave at noon." Davis fixed him with a shrewd gaze. "Question is, what are you planning to do about it?" The quiet inquiry laid bare the crossroads Elijah had been avoiding since the night of Jesse's escape. His professional duty was clear: join the posse, bring in his bounty, salvage what remained of his reputation. But the thought of leaving Thomas, of seeing the disappointment in Sarah's eyes when she learned he'd chosen the hunt over her son's care— "The boy still needs medical attention," he said finally. "His lungs aren't clear yet." Davis nodded slowly, understanding more than Elijah had said. "And the $5,000? Your perfect record? Money can be earned elsewhere?" The words surprised Elijah even as he spoke them. "As for my record, perhaps it's time I reconsidered what success truly means." A smile creased the old sheriff's weathered face. "Took me losing a leg and an innocent man's life to learn that lesson. You're quicker than I was." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "For what it's worth, I received word this morning. Reynolds was spotted crossing into Colorado territory. He's long gone." Relief washed through Elijah, though he was careful not to show it. "You're not obligated to share that information with me." "No," Davis agreed. "But I figure a man making the kind of choice you're making deserves to know the stakes are lower than he thinks." He pushed back from the table. "I'll handle Simmons and his would-be posse. You keep doing what you're doing." As the sheriff departed, Elijah remained at the table, turning his coffee mug between his palms. The warmth seeped into his hands, but couldn't reach the chill of uncertainty that had taken root in his soul. For the first time in 15 years, he had failed in his sworn duty, had consciously chosen compassion over justice, mercy over the law. He should feel guilt, or at least professional regret. Instead, he felt something dangerously close to peace. He was still sitting there, wrestling with this unfamiliar sensation, when Mrs. Abernathy burst into the dining room. Her aged face creased with worry. "Mr. Stone," she called, heedless of the stares her entrance provoked. "Come quick. It's Thomas. He's taken another turn." Elijah was on his feet instantly, all philosophical considerations forgotten in the face of immediate crisis. As he rushed from the hotel, following Mrs. Abernathy's hurried steps, he realized with stark clarity that his choice had been made long before this moment. In fact, perhaps it had been made the instant he first saw Sarah Reynolds standing defiant in the jailhouse, her green eyes flashing with a courage that had awakened something long dormant within him. Something he'd thought as dead as the boy he'd once been, watching his parents' killers ride away. And for the first time in more years than he could count, Elijah Stone was running toward life rather than death, toward healing rather than harm. The revelation was as terrifying as it was exhilarating, growing closer. The lamp burned low, casting long shadows across the small hotel room where Thomas slept. Outside, the wind moaned softly around the eaves, carrying the promise of another cold night. Sarah tucked the blanket more securely around her son's shoulders, her practiced fingers lingering to brush a strand of hair from his forehead. "No fever," she murmured, relief evident in her voice. For the first time in 3 days, Elijah stood by the window, watching as moonlight silvered the snow-covered rooftops of Timber Creek. After Thomas's latest health crisis, they had established an unspoken routine. Sarah attending to her son's immediate needs, while Elijah kept vigil, ready to perform the drainage technique should the boy's breathing worsen again. "He's stronger than he looks," Elijah observed quietly. Sarah straightened, stretching muscles stiff from too many hours bent over her patient as to be. The simple words carried years of struggle, of fighting a battle that could only be delayed, never truly won. Sometimes I think his will is all that's kept him with us this long. Elijah turned from the window, studying her in the lamp's soft glow. Exhaustion had etched fine lines around her eyes, and her practical bun had loosened, allowing tendrils of auburn hair to frame her face. Yet there remained a core of strength about her that commanded respect, a resilience earned through trials he could only begin to imagine. "You should rest," he said, nodding toward the small cot that had been brought in for her. "I'll wake you if he needs anything." To his surprise, she didn't argue. "Just for an hour," she agreed, settling onto the cot without removing her dress or shoes, ready to rise at a moment's notice. The laudanum should keep him comfortable until then. Within minutes, her breathing deepened into the rhythms of exhausted slumber. Elijah moved to the chair beside Thomas's bed, his large frame making the delicate hotel furniture seem toy-like in comparison. The boy slept peacefully, his chest rising and falling in a steady cadence that bore no resemblance to the desperate gasping of hours earlier. Elijah found himself studying the child's face, the delicate features that mirrored his mother's, the stubborn chin that hinted at an inner determination belying his fragile health. In sleep, Thomas looked impossibly vulnerable, yet Elijah had witnessed firsthand the courage with which he faced his illness. "You're a fighter," he whispered. "Like your mother." The words hung in the quiet room, an admission he wouldn't have allowed himself in daylight. Since agreeing to stay and help care for Thomas, Elijah had maintained a careful professional distance in his dealings with Sarah. Civil but reserved, helpful but detached. It was safer that way, for all of them. Yet in these night watches, with Timber Creek silent beneath its blanket of snow, and Sarah's soft breathing the only sound besides the occasional crackle of the fire, the barriers he'd constructed began to feel less like protection and more like prison walls. He was still lost in thought when Thomas stirred, his eyes fluttering open. The boy regarded Elijah solemnly for a moment before whispering, "Is Mama sleeping?" Elijah nodded. "She needed rest. How do you feel?" "Better." Thomas's voice was still raspy, but stronger than it had been. "My chest doesn't hurt so much." "That's good. The treatments are working." Thomas studied him with the direct curiosity only children possess. "Are you still going to catch Uncle Jesse?" The question caught Elijah off guard. "I'm a bounty hunter," he said carefully. "That's my job." "But you're helping me instead." Such simple words, yet they laid bare the contradiction Elijah had been avoiding since Jesse's escape. He glanced at Sarah, making sure their conversation hadn't disturbed her slumber. "Your uncle broke the law," Elijah explained softly. "There are consequences for that. Even if he did it to help me?" Tomas's eyes were wide and questioning, not accusing. Elijah hesitated, searching for an answer that balanced truth with what a 5-year-old could understand. "The law doesn't always look at why something was done, just that it was done." "That doesn't seem fair." "No," Elijah admitted. "Sometimes it isn't." Thomas appeared to consider this, his small brow furrowing. Then, with the abrupt change of subject characteristic of children, he asked, "Have you been to California? Uncle Jesse says there are trees taller than church steeples." The unexpected query startled a soft chuckle from Elijah. "I have. The redwoods. Your uncle's right. They're so tall you get a crick in your neck trying to see the top." "Really?" Thomas's interest was piqued, his eyes brightening despite his illness. "What else have you seen?" Elijah found himself sharing stories of his travels, sanitized versions that omitted the darker aspects of his profession. He told of the desert landscapes of Arizona Territory, where cacti stood like sentinels against skies so blue they hurt the eyes. Of the Mississippi River, wide as an ocean to a boy raised in the mountains. Of New Orleans, with its vibrant markets and music that spilled from doorways into lamplit streets. Thomas listened with rapt attention, occasionally asking questions that revealed a quick intelligence and curiosity about the world beyond Timber Creek. Elijah was in the middle of describing a Pawnee horse ceremony he'd witnessed in Nebraska when he realized Sarah was awake, watching them from her cot with an unreadable expression. "I didn't mean to wake you," he said, suddenly self-conscious. "You didn't." She sat up, smoothing her rumpled skirts. "It seems I've missed some fascinating travelogues." There was no censure in her tone, only a gentle amusement that softened her features. She crossed to Thomas's bed, automatically checking his pulse and breathing. "You're feeling better?" she observed, relief evident in her voice. "Mr. Stone must be an excellent storyteller." "He's seen everything, Mama," Thomas informed her with childish exaggeration. "Even giant trees and real Indians." Sarah's eyes met Elijah's over her son's head. Has he indeed? There was something in her gaze, curiosity, perhaps, about the man behind the stories. "I'd like to hear more, if you're willing." The invitation seemed to extend beyond mere tales of travel. Elijah found himself nodding, though caution whispered that this path led to dangerous territory. "I've been fortunate to see much of the country," he said, though not always under the best circumstances. "Because you chase bad men?" Thomas asked innocently. A flicker of discomfort crossed Sarah's face, but she didn't contradict her son. Instead, she settled on the edge of the bed, arranging Thomas's blankets. "I imagine Mr. Stone's work has taken him to many places." "It has." Elijah's voice roughened with memories. "Though I didn't start out intending to be a bounty hunter." "What did you want to be?" Sarah asked, the simple question cutting to the heart of matters he rarely discussed. Elijah was silent for a long moment, wondering how much to reveal. The professional distance he'd maintained was crumbling in the quiet intimacy of the lamplight, the shared purpose of caring for Thomas creating a bond he hadn't anticipated. "A rancher," he finally said, "like my father. We had a small spread in Missouri, nothing fancy, but it was ours. Good water, decent grazing. Pa had plans to build it into something we could be proud of." "What happened?" The gentle prompting came from Sarah, though Thomas was listening just as intently. Elijah's gaze fixed on some middle distance, seeing not the hotel room, but a burning cabin beneath a blood-red sunset. "Raiders came during the war. Not regular soldiers from either side, just men using the conflict as an excuse to rob and kill." He paused, editing the stark horror of that day into something that wouldn't give Thomas nightmares. "My parents died defending our home. I was 16, away hunting when it happened. Found them when I returned." Sarah's sharp intake of breath brought him back to the present. Her eyes held not pity, which he would have resented, but understanding, the recognition of one who had also known devastating loss. "I'm sorry," she said simply. Elijah nodded acknowledgement. "I tracked the men responsible. Took almost 2 years, but I found them. When it was done, I discovered I had a talent for tracking, for bringing men to justice. The territorial marshals started hiring me, then posting bounties. It became a life. But not the one you would have chosen," Sarah observed quietly. The insight struck uncomfortably close to truths Elijah rarely examined. "We play the hands we're dealt," he said, more gruffly than intended. Thomas, who had been following the adult conversation with solemn attention, asked, "Do you still want to be a rancher?" The innocent question landed like a physical blow. Elijah had buried those boyhood dreams so deeply that he rarely allowed himself to remember them, let alone consider whether they still lived. "It's been a long time since I thought about it," he admitted. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the soft popping of the fire. Thomas yawned, his eyelids drooping as the laudanum reasserted its hold. Sarah stroked his hair until his breathing deepened into sleep, her touch conveying a tenderness that made Elijah's chest ache with unfamiliar longing. When she spoke again, her voice was soft but clear in the quiet room. I understand something of dreams deferred. When I decided to become a doctor, my family was horrified. Women simply didn't pursue such professions. My father refused to speak to me for 2 years. Elijah found himself genuinely curious. What changed his mind? Influenza, Sarah replied, a sad smile touching her lips. My mother fell ill during an outbreak, and the local doctor was overwhelmed with cases. I'd just completed my 2nd year of training. I treated her myself, staying awake for 3 days straight to monitor her fever. She shook her head at the memory. Father watched me save her life. He never apologized for his opposition, but he paid the remainder of my tuition without complaint. That took courage, Elijah observed, challenging expectations that way. It took stubbornness, Sarah corrected with a self-deprecating smile. A quality Thomas has unfortunately inherited in full measure. Along with your compassion, Elijah added, and intelligence. Their eyes met across the sleeping child, the compliment hanging in the air between them, sincere and unguarded. Something shifted in Sarah's expression, a softening that made her look younger, less careworn. I never properly thanked you, she said quietly, for staying, for helping Thomas when you could have pursued Jessie. Elijah shook his head. No thanks necessary. I couldn't have done otherwise. Couldn't you? Her gaze was steady, searching. The Elijah Stone I first met in that jailhouse would have... The observation struck with the precision of a well-placed bullet. She was right, of course. The man who had captured Jessie Reynolds, cold, calculating, concerned only with justice and the next bounty, would have pursued his quarry without hesitation, regardless of who needed him elsewhere. Perhaps he would have, Elijah acknowledged. But I'm finding that man increasingly difficult to recognize. The admission cost him something, though he couldn't have said exactly what. Sarah seemed to understand the concession he'd made. She reached across the bed, her fingers briefly touching his hand where it rested on the coverlet. I'm glad, she said simply. The touch, fleeting as it was, sent warmth cascading through him, a sensation so long absent he barely recognized it. Her hand returned to Thomas's blanket, but the impression of her fingers against his skin lingered like a brand. The following days brought steady improvement in Thomas's condition. Each morning, the congestion in his lungs seemed less pronounced, his cough more productive, his appetite stronger. By the 4th day, he was sitting up in bed, color returning to his pale cheeks as he eagerly consumed the broth and soft bread Sarah allowed him. As Thomas's health improved, so too did the easy companionship that had developed between his mother and the bounty hunter who had unexpectedly become part of their daily routine. The formal Mr. Stone gave way to Elijah on Sarah's lips, the name spoken with a warmth that stirred emotions long dormant in his chest. For his part, Elijah found himself looking forward to their conversations during the quiet afternoons when Thomas napped, or the evenings spent playing checkers on a battered board the hotel proprietor had provided. Sarah proved a formidable opponent, her strategic mind belying her gentle demeanor. You're letting me win, she accused, after her 3rd consecutive victory. Elijah raised an eyebrow, genuinely offended. I never let anyone win. No, I suppose you wouldn't, she agreed, laughing as she reset the pieces. The sound transformed her face, years of worry momentarily banished. It's not in your nature to concede without a fight. Says the woman who defied convention to become a doctor, he countered, enjoying the sparkle in her green eyes as she accepted the gentle teasing. Their verbal sparring attracted Thomas's attention from where he sat propped against pillows, drawing on a slate with colored chalks Mrs. Abernathy had brought. Mama never gives up, he informed Elijah solemnly, even when Mrs. Peterson said ladies shouldn't doctor men because it wasn't proper. Thomas, Sarah's cheeks flushed, that's enough. What did your mama say to Mrs. Peterson? Elijah asked, curiosity piqued by Sarah's evident embarrassment. Thomas grinned impishly. She said Mrs. Peterson was welcome to bleed to death from her own foolishness next time she cut herself canning, but not to expect help from the only doctor in 50 miles. Elijah burst out laughing, the sound startling in its unfamiliarity. How long had it been since he'd laughed with genuine amusement? Sarah's mortification only increased his mirth. That was a private conversation she obviously overheard, she protested, though her lips twitched suspiciously. Sounds like a fair assessment to me, Elijah managed when his laughter subsided. Some folks need reminding that principles make poor bandages. Sarah's answering smile held a touch of mischief that transformed her from the serious physician to a young woman with spark and spirit. Mrs. Peterson now consults me for everything from bunions to female complaints. Sometimes the direct approach works best. I'll remember that, Elijah said, his voice dropping to a lower register without conscious intent. Something flickered in Sarah's eyes, awareness perhaps of the change in atmosphere between them. The playful banter had shifted into territory both more intimate and more dangerous. She looked away first, busying herself with straightening the checkers pieces that needed no straightening. Tomas is much improved, she said, deliberately returning to safer ground. Another few days and he should be strong enough to return home. That's good news. Elijah meant it, though the prospect of Thomas leaving the hotel and the end of these quiet evenings with Sarah left an unexpected hollow feeling in his chest. Yes, Sarah hesitated, then met his gaze directly. Once he's fully recovered, I plan to sell the practice. The statement caught Elijah off guard. Sell, but your work here is not enough to save my son. There was no self-pity in her tone, only pragmatic determination. This latest attack was the worst yet. Without specialized treatment in Denver, the next one might... She didn't finish the thought, her glance toward Thomas speaking volumes. I understand, Elijah said quietly. When would you leave? As soon as arrangements can be made. Dr. Wilson in Carter's Ridge has expressed interest in taking over my patients. The cabin and equipment should fetch enough for train tickets and initial treatment costs. The practical recitation couldn't disguise the pain beneath. Sarah was preparing to sacrifice the independence she'd fought for, the practice she'd built through years of determined effort. And after the treatment, Elijah asked, would you return to Timber Creek? Sarah shook her head, eyes downcast. I'm not sure we'd be welcome with Jesse's crimes known. Besides, the mountain air isn't good for Thomas's lungs. We'll likely stay in Denver where I can find work as a nurse, if nothing else. The thought of Sarah reduced to nursing, when she was clearly a skilled physician in her own right, stirred an unexpected anger in Elijah's chest. That's a waste of your training. Perhaps. She lifted her chin with the quiet dignity that had first caught his attention. But Thomas comes first, always. Before Elijah could respond, the door opened to admit Mrs. Abernathy bearing a steaming tureen. Brought some chicken soup, the elderly woman announced. Made it myself. Growing boys need meat on their bones. She bustled into the room, setting the tray on the small table where the checkerboard lay. Her sharp eyes didn't miss the charged atmosphere, darting between Sarah and Elijah with undisguised curiosity. Don't let me interrupt, she said, though her lingering presence suggested interruption was precisely her intent. Just thought you both could use a hot meal. Been spending so much time caring for the boy, I wondered if you were remembering to eat yourselves. Thank you, Martha. Sarah rose, smoothing her skirts with hands that weren't quite steady. It smells wonderful. Mrs. Abernathy beamed, clearly pleased with the reception of her offering. There's fresh bread, too, and apple preserves. Sheriff Davis sent them over, said to tell Mr. Stone he'd like a word when convenient. Elijah nodded acknowledgement, though he made no move to leave. The mention of official business reminded him uncomfortably of duties he'd been neglecting. By rights, he should have been halfway to Cheyenne by now, reporting Jesse's escape and securing his next assignment. Instead, he found himself ladling soup into bowls as Sarah helped Tomas sit up straighter, tucking a napkin under his chin with the automatic gestures of a mother accustomed to caring for a sick child. The domesticity of the scene struck Elijah with its alien familiarity, as if he'd stumbled into a life that might have been his under different circumstances. Mrs. Abernathy hovered, straightening items that needed no straightening, her presence an effective chaperone that prevented any continuation of the conversation that had been interrupted. When she finally took her leave, the intimate atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by the practical concerns of the meal. They ate mostly in silence, Tomas occasionally chattering about the pictures he'd drawn or asking Elijah questions about animals he'd encountered in his travels. The easy camaraderie of earlier had withdrawn behind the barriers of their separate concerns. Sarah's plans for Denver, Elijah's neglected professional obligations. Yet as he watched Sarah gently wiped soup from Tomas's chin, Elijah was struck by a realization both profound and unsettling. Somewhere in these quiet days of shared purpose, these people had ceased to be merely an outlaw's family and had become individuals whose welfare mattered to him personally. More than mattered, their happiness, their future, had somehow become entangled with his own in ways he was only beginning to understand. That night, after Thomas and Sarah had fallen asleep, Elijah sat at the small desk in his own rented room down the hall. Before him lay his maps, spread open to show the routes leading south toward Colorado, the likely paths Jesse might have taken in his escape. His Colt revolver lay disassembled on an oilcloth, each piece meticulously cleaned by hands that knew the ritual so well they required no conscious direction. This was familiar ground, planning pursuit, maintaining weapons, preparing for the hunt. He'd done it 1,000 times, the routine as much a part of him as breathing. $5,000 was still $5,000. Jesse Reynolds was still a wanted man. Nothing had changed. Except everything had. Elijah's fingers traced the route that would take him away from Timber Creek, away from the green-eyed doctor and her brave son. Logic dictated that he should leave at first light before ties grew any stronger, before whatever was developing between himself and Sarah Reynolds could deepen into something he wasn't prepared to name. Yet as he methodically reassembled his revolver, checking the action with practiced precision, Elijah realized with startling clarity that for the first time in 15 years, the thought of catching his bounty brought him no satisfaction. The prospect of returning to his solitary existence, riding from town to town, living by his wits and his gun, accountable to no one and connected to nothing, suddenly seemed not like freedom, but like exile. The realization shook him more profoundly than any bullet ever had. Chapter 5. Hearts Entangled. The first week of February brought a welcome thaw to Timber Creek. Icicles that had hung like crystal daggers from eaves began to drip steadily in the strengthening sun, and packed snow on the main street turned to rutted slush beneath wagon wheels and boot heels. The false spring wouldn't last. Wyoming winters always reclaim their territory, but the brief respite lifted the town's spirits after weeks of bitter cold. For Thomas Reynolds, the improved weather coincided with his own recovery. Dr. Wilson from Carter's Ridge, visiting to discuss the purchase of Sarah's practice, pronounced the boy's lungs remarkably clear, considering the severity of his recent attack. "Whatever you did, Sarah, it worked better than any treatment I've seen for childhood pneumonia," the elderly physician remarked, replacing his stethoscope in his battered medical bag. "You should write a paper for the medical journal." Sarah's glance flickered to Elijah, who stood by the window of her cabin's front room. "The treatment wasn't mine," she said quietly. "Mr. Stone developed the technique during the war." Dr. Wilson's bushy eyebrows rose as he assessed Elijah with new interest. "Is that so? Military experience, was it?" "Field medicine," Elijah replied, uncomfortable with the attention. "Nothing formal." "Formal or not, you saved this boy's life." Wilson turned back to Thomas, who sat bundled in blankets in a rocking chair near the stove. "And how are you feeling today, young man?" "Hungry," Thomas declared with the first real enthusiasm he'd shown in weeks. "Mama says I can have stew for supper if I rest all afternoon." The adults exchanged smiles, relief evident in Sarah's eyes as she smoothed her son's hair. After 10 days in the hotel, they had finally returned to their own cabin 3 days prior, Thomas's recovery steady enough to risk the short journey through town. The familiar surroundings seemed to accelerate his improvement, his appetite returning with encouraging vigor. As Dr. Wilson prepared to leave, he drew Sarah aside for a final discussion of the practice's sale. Elijah took the opportunity to engage Thomas in a game of checkers, setting up the board on a small table within the boy's reach. The child's color had improved dramatically, and though still thin, he no longer bore the alarming pallor of serious illness. Red or black? Elijah asked, arranging the pieces. Red, Thomas decided. Uncle Jesse says red is luckier. The casual mention of his escaped quarry no longer provoked the professional dismay it might have weeks earlier. Elijah merely nodded, setting up the board accordingly. Your move first, then. They were deep into their second game when Sarah and Dr. Wilson concluded their business, the older physician taking his leave with promises to return the following week with the necessary papers. And when the door closed behind him, Sarah leaned against it for a moment, her expression a complex mixture of relief and apprehension. Well, Elijah prompted. It's done, she said simply. Or it will be, once the papers are signed. Dr. Wilson agrees to my asking price, and he'll take over my patients at the month's end. That's good news, Elijah offered, though the shadows in her eyes suggested she viewed it with more ambivalence than triumph. Yes. She straightened, practical as always. It gives us time to pack what we'll need for Denver and sell what we won't. Throughout their conversation, Elijah had been acutely aware of the strange domesticity of the scene. Sarah discussing future plans that would take her far from Timber Creek, while he sat playing checkers with her son as if he had any rightful place in their lives. It was a temporary arrangement at best, one that logic dictated must end soon. Yet the thought of Sarah and Thomas departing, or himself returning to the solitary existence he'd known before, created an ache in his chest he found increasingly difficult to ignore. I jumped 2 pieces, Mr. Stone, Thomas interrupted his thoughts. That means I get to take them both. So you do. Elijah refocused on the game, impressed by the strategy from one so young. You're getting better at this. Uncle Jesse taught me, Thomas said, then hesitated, glancing toward his mother, as if uncertain whether mentioning his absent uncle remained acceptable. Sarah merely smiled, though Elijah noted the tightness around her eyes. Your uncle always did have a good head for strategy, she said, moving to the stove where a pot of stew simmered. Unlike your father, who lost at checkers to a 7-year-old. That was me, Thomas informed Elijah proudly. Pa said I cheated, but Mama said I was just smarter than him. Your mother was right, Elijah agreed, earning a genuine laugh from Sarah as she stirred the stew. The sound warmed him more thoroughly than the crackling fire in the hearth. Darkness fell early, as it still did in February, and with it came a damp chill that seeped through the cabin's walls, despite the well-banked fire. After a supper that Tomas attacked with encouraging enthusiasm, Sarah declared it time for her son's medicine and bed. But I'm not tired, Tomas protested, the claim immediately undermined by a jaw-cracking yawn. Humor your mother, Elijah advised, rising from the table. I should be getting back to the hotel anyway. Sarah glanced out the window, where freezing rain had begun to fall, coating the earlier slush with a treacherous glaze. It's turning nasty out there. I've weathered worse. Elijah reached for his coat, hung neatly on a peg by the door. You could stay, she suggested, the offer made casually, though her cheeks colored slightly. The barn has a decent sleeping loft. It would save you the hotel cost, at least until your business takes you elsewhere. The invitation hung between them, ostensibly practical yet charged with unspoken implications. Elijah's immediate instinct was to refuse. Staying at the hotel maintained the proper distance, the fiction that his presence in their lives was temporary and professional. Moving to Sarah's property, even just to the barn, would cross a line he'd been careful not to approach. I wouldn't want to impose, he said carefully. It's not an imposition, Sarah countered, her tone deliberately light. The barn needs attention before I can sell the property, and I can't afford to hire help. You'd be doing me a favor. The excuse was flimsy at best, but it offered them both the protection of plausible deniability. Nothing improper about a woman employing a man for repairs, especially when he slept in the barn rather than the house. Please stay, Mr. Stone, Thomas added, his expression hopeful. You can tell me more stories about California. Faced with the combined appeal of mother and son, Elijah found his resistance crumbling. "All right," he conceded, "but I'll pay fair rent for the loft, and you'll accept it." Sarah looked as if she might argue, then nodded. "Very well, though I expect repairs in addition to rent." The bargain struck, Elijah retrieved his few possessions from the hotel that evening, ignoring the knowing looks from the proprietor as he settled his bill. Word had spread through Timber Creek about his continued presence in the doctor's household, and speculation ran rampant. That Sarah Reynolds was a respectable widow and he slept in the barn did little to quell the gossip. Elijah found he minded less than he might have expected. Let them talk. He'd never concerned himself with others' opinions before, and he wouldn't start now. The barn proved more comfortable than he'd anticipated. Though small, it was solidly built, with a sturdy loft accessible by a sturdy ladder. Sarah had furnished it with a straw tick mattress, clean blankets, and even a small table with a coal oil lamp. The smell of hay and horses was familiar, almost comforting, and the structure kept out the worst of the wind. That first night, lying on the narrow mattress and listening to the freezing rain patter against the roof, Elijah reflected on the strange turn his life had taken. A month ago, he had been tracking Jesse Reynolds through the mountains, focused solely on claiming the bounty that would see him through the winter. His world had been clear-cut, defined by the sharp lines of duty and justice. Now, those lines had blurred beyond recognition. He found himself playing checkers with an outlaw's nephew, taking meals with the sister he'd once threatened to arrest as an accomplice, and making repairs to the property of a woman who had every reason to despise him. Most unsettling of all, he found himself looking for reasons to extend his stay in Timber Creek, constructing elaborate justifications for his continued presence in the Reynolds' lives. The following days settled into an unexpectedly pleasant routine. Elijah rose early, tending the barn and splitting wood for the day before Sarah and Thomas were even awake. He took breakfast with them in the cabin's warm kitchen, then set about whatever repairs Sarah deemed most pressing. Years of neglect had left plenty to occupy him. The barn door hung crookedly on broken hinges, the cabin's back steps sagged dangerously, and several shingles had worked loose during the recent storms. Elijah attacked each task methodically, finding satisfaction in work that produced tangible results, a sharp contrast to the often ambiguous outcomes of bounty hunting. In the afternoons, when Thomas rested, he often found himself in conversation with Sarah as she organized her medical supplies for the upcoming sale. Their discussions ranged widely, from politics to literature to the merits of various medical treatment. He discovered in her not just a skilled physician, but a keen intellect, well-read despite her isolation and capable of defending her views with passion and precision. "You disagree with bleeding as treatment?" she asked one afternoon, carefully wrapping her collection of surgical instruments in oiled cloth. "Most doctors consider it essential. Most doctors haven't seen what I have." Elijah countered, pausing in his repair of a cabinet hinge. Men already weak from wounds, made weaker still by bleeding. It never made sense to me to drain away what the body needs to heal. Sarah nodded thoughtfully. "My professors would be horrified, but I've had similar doubts. Clean wounds, ample water, and good nutrition seem to do more good than all the bleeding and blistering combined." Such moments of accord created a growing sense of partnership that extended beyond their care for Thomas. Without quite acknowledging it, they had become a team of sorts, each contributing their particular strengths to the smooth running of the household. On the fifth day, as Elijah reinforced the corral fence, Sheriff Davis paid an unexpected visit. The old lawman dismounted stiffly, leading his horse to the water trough before approaching the fence line. "Afternoon, Stone," he greeted, his weathered face grave beneath his hat brim. "Heard you'd taken up carpentry." Elijah set down his hammer. "Just helping out until Dr. Reynolds sells the place." Davis nodded, glancing toward the cabin where Sarah could be seen through the window, inventorying her medical books. "She's still planning on Denver, then?" "As soon as the sale is finalized." Elijah studied the older man's expression. "You didn't ride out here to discuss her travel plans." "No," Davis agreed. Came to warn you about Harrison Wells. He's been sending telegrams to the territorial marshal's office, making accusations. Elijah had expected as much. What kind of accusations? The usual. Corruption, dereliction of duty, possible collaboration with bank robbers. Davis shrugged. Nothing that'll stick without evidence, but enough to cause you trouble if you ever want another bounty in this territory. I appreciate the warning. Elijah turned back to the fence post he'd been reinforcing, unwilling to examine too closely why the prospect of professional difficulty troubled him less than it should have. Davis wasn't finished. There's more. Wells has been pressing his claim on Sarah's mortgage. Seems she's fallen behind on payments. That got Elijah's full attention. She never mentioned financial troubles. Would you in her position? Davis raised a knowing eyebrow. Proud woman, our doctor. But Wells holds the paper on this property, and he's making noise about foreclosure unless she accepts his protection. Protection, Elijah repeated, the word bitter on his tongue. You mean marriage. That's Wells's plan, near as I can tell. He's had his eye on Sarah since her husband died. Figures if he can't charm her, he'll force her hand through financial pressure. Davis spat disgustedly into the dirt. Man's been trying to expand his bank onto this parcel for years. Marrying the widow and foreclosing on her property would solve both his problems neatly. Anger coiled in Elijah's gut, cold and deadly as a rattlesnake. Has he threatened her directly? Not in so many words. Wells is too clever for that. Davis studied him with shrewd eyes. You seem to be taking a personal interest in the situation, Stone. Elijah didn't deny it. Dr. Reynolds has had enough challenges without adding Wells's schemes to the list. Indeed, she has. Davis remounted with the careful movements of a man whose joints no longer welcomed such exertions. Just thought you should know what you're up against should you decide to involve yourself further. As the sheriff rode away, Elijah returned to his work with renewed determination. The fence post received the brunt of his suppressed anger, the hammer driving nails with unnecessary force. The idea of Wells pressuring Sarah, attempting to trap her through financial manipulation, awakened protective instincts Elijah had thought long dead. That evening, as they sat at the kitchen table after Thomas had gone to bed, Elijah broached the subject carefully. Sheriff Davis mentioned you might be having trouble with the mortgage. Sarah's head snapped up from the ledger she'd been reviewing, her expression shifting from surprise to resignation. Davis talks too much. He's concerned, Elijah corrected. As am I. It's nothing I can't handle. She closed the ledger with finality. Once the practice sells, all debts will be settled. And if Wells refuses to wait that long, Sarah's shoulders stiffened. Has he said something to you? Not directly. Elijah chose his words with care. But his interest in your property seems to extend beyond normal banking concerns. A flush of anger colored her cheeks. Harrison Wells has been trying to acquire this land since before Aaron died. The cabin sits at the junction of Main Street and the Denver Road, prime location for bank expansion. Her voice hardened. He's made his intentions quite clear on multiple occasions. His intentions toward the property or toward you? Elijah pressed, though he already knew the answer. Sarah met his gaze directly. Both. He seems to think that a widow with a sick child should be grateful for his attention, regardless of her own feelings in the matter. The thought of Wells pressuring Sarah, perhaps using Thomas's illness as leverage, stirred a protective rage in Elijah that surprised him with its intensity. Has he threatened foreclosure? Not in so many words. Sarah's fingers traced the edge of her ledger. But his friendly reminders about the mortgage have increased since Jesse's arrest became common knowledge. Elijah nodded, pieces falling into place. Wells was using Sarah's brother's criminal status and her financial vulnerability to force her into a corner. It was a despicable strategy, but an effective one against a woman with limited options. The Denver specialist, he said after a moment. How much will the treatment cost? Sarah named a figure that explained her determination to sell the practice, even at a loss. Dr. Wilson's offer will cover it. Barely. But with the mortgage payments in arrears, she trailed off, the admission clearly painful to her pride. I have money, Elijah said simply. Her head came up sharply. I'm not accepting charity, Mr. Stone. Not charity, he corrected. An investment. When Thomas recovers, you'll repay me. With interest, if your pride demands it. Sarah studied him, wariness battling with hope in her expression. Why would you do this? It was a fair question, one Elijah had been asking himself with increasing frequency. Why was he still in Timber Creek? Why had the capture of Jesse Reynolds, once his sole focus, become secondary to the welfare of the outlaw's sister and nephew? Because Thomas deserves his chance, he said finally. And because you've worked too hard to have your future dictated by a man like Wells. It wasn't the whole truth, not nearly, but it was as much as he dared acknowledge, even to himself. Sarah was silent for a long moment, her green eyes searching his face as if trying to read intentions he kept carefully guarded. I can't accept your money, she said at last, but I do have a proposition. I'm listening. The journey to Denver will be difficult, with Tomas still recovering. We'll need protection on the road. She straightened, professional pride evident in her bearing. I'd like to hire you as our escort. The fee would be substantial, enough to compensate for the opportunity cost of not pursuing your usual work. Elijah understood what she was offering, a way for him to help that preserved her independence and his professional identity. It was a neat solution, logical and mutually beneficial. It was also, he realized with sudden clarity, the perfect justification for what he'd been wanting to suggest himself. I accept, he said, perhaps too quickly. When would you plan to leave? As soon as the sale is finalized. 2 weeks, perhaps less. Sarah's relief was palpable, though she maintained her composure. We'll take the stage to Cheyenne, then the train to Denver. Elijah nodded, already calculating the route in his mind. The same route he knew that Jesse Reynolds had likely taken in his escape south. The realization brought a stab of conscience. Was he using Sarah and Thomas as cover for hunting Jesse after all? No, he decided firmly. If he encountered Jesse during their journey, he would cross that bridge then. His primary concern was ensuring Sarah and Thomas reached Denver safely, regardless of what other opportunities might arise. It's settled, then, Sarah said, rising from the table. I'll draw up a formal agreement tomorrow. That won't be necessary, Elijah began, but she shook her head. I insist. Everything proper and businesslike. Her tone brooked no argument, though something in her eyes, a softness, quickly concealed, suggested the formality was as much for her protection as for propriety's sake. As she turned to bank the fire for the night, Elijah found himself studying the graceful line of her neck, the way the lamplight caught auburn highlights in her dark hair. Over the past weeks, he had come to admire her strength, her intelligence, her unwavering devotion to her son. But this awareness of her as a woman, not just a doctor or a mother, was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Sarah? He said, the use of her given name still new enough to catch her attention immediately. There's something else you should know. She turned, her expression guarded. Yes? The route to Denver. He hesitated, then committed to honesty. It's the same direction Jesse would have taken. Understanding dawned in her eyes. You think we might encounter him? It's possible. Elijah held her gaze steadily. I wanted you to know. And if we do? What then? The question was direct, challenging him to voice intentions he himself was uncertain of. I don't know, he admitted. Once, the answer would have been simple. Now, he shook his head. Now, I find very little is simple anymore. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. Welcome to life among the living, Mr. Stone. It's rarely simple, but it has its compensations. A quiet understanding in her voice, free of judgment or expectation, loosened something that had been tightly coiled in his chest since Jesse's escape. She wasn't asking him to choose, wasn't demanding promises he might not be able to keep. She was simply acknowledging the complexity of the situation they found themselves in. As he made his way back to the barn that night, Elijah found himself contemplating those compensations Sarah had mentioned. The warmth of shared meals, the satisfaction of honest work, the sound of Tomas's laughter, the quiet conversation by lamplight when the boy was asleep. Small moments that had begun to weave themselves into a tapestry of belonging he'd thought forever beyond his reach. And beneath it all, the growing awareness of Sarah herself, her courage, her intelligence, her rare smiles that transformed her serious face into something that caught his breath in his chest. The forbidden territory of attraction he'd been carefully avoiding had become increasingly difficult to circumnavigate. In the privacy of the barn loft, Elijah forced himself to confront the truth he'd been evading for weeks. He was falling in love with Sarah Reynolds, the sister of a man he'd hunted, the mother of a boy who looked at him with undeserved trust, a woman whose path should never have crossed his own. The realization should have sent him running for the nearest town line. Instead, he found himself planning their journey to Denver with meticulous care, determined that nothing, not weather, not road agents, not his own conflicted heart, would prevent Sarah and Thomas from reaching the help they needed. And if that journey happened to lead him further away from the life he'd known and deeper into uncharted territory, well, that was a risk Elijah Stone found himself increasingly willing to take. The dance. February gave way to March with the capricious weather typical of Wyoming territory, one day offering a tantalizing hint of spring, the next plunging the residents of Timber Creek back into winter's grasp. By the second week of the month, the snow had retreated enough to make travel possible, if not entirely comfortable, and preparations for the town's annual Founders' Day celebration began in earnest. "It's the most wonderful day of the year," Thomas informed Elijah as they mucked out the small stable behind Sarah's cabin. The boy, though still thin, had regained enough strength to insist on helping with chores. "Even better than Christmas. There's dancing and pie-eating contests, and Mr. Sims brings his hurdy-gurdy all the way from Carter's Ridge." Elijah forked fresh straw into the stall, amused by the child's enthusiasm. "Sounds like quite an event." "It is." Thomas's eyes shone with excitement. "Last year I won a prize for running the sack race, but I was littler then. This year I'm going to try the three-legged race with Jimmy Perkins." Sarah, entering the stable with a pail of fresh water, overheard her son's declaration. "You'll do no such thing, Thomas Reynolds. You're barely recovered, and I won't have you running yourself into exhaustion." Thomas's face fell, but before he could protest, Elijah intervened. "Maybe you could be my partner in horseshoe pitching instead. Less running, but still a chance for a prize." "Really?" The boy's disappointment vanished instantly. "You'll come to Founders' Day?" Elijah hadn't intended to make such an offer. Public gatherings had never held much appeal for him, and the prospect of an entire day surrounded by the same townspeople who still regarded him with suspicion was far from enticing. But the hope in Thomas's eyes made refusal impossible. "If your mother has no objection," he hedged, glancing at Sarah. She studied him for a moment, her expression unreadable. "It would mean a great deal to Thomas," she said finally, "and the celebration might be a good opportunity to introduce you as our escort to Denver, make it seem less sudden when we depart." Her pragmatic approach provided Elijah with the justification he needed. Then it settled. Horseshoe pitching it is. Thomas whooped with delight, his excitement bringing a flush to his pale cheeks that reminded Elijah how recently the boy had hovered near death. Sarah noticed it too, her physician's eyes assessing her son with habitual vigilance. "That's enough chores for today," she declared. "Inside now for your tonic and some rest before supper." As Thomas reluctantly obeyed, Sarah lingered in the stable doorway, watching Elijah continue with the chores. The lengthening days had brought additional light to their interactions, both literally and figuratively. What had begun as a reluctant tolerance had evolved into something neither seemed willing to name, yet both increasingly relied upon. "You don't have to attend just for Thomas's sake," she said after a moment. "Founders' Day can be overwhelming, even for those accustomed to it." Elijah set down the pitchfork, wiping his hands on a rag. "I've faced worse challenges than a town social." "Have you?" Sarah's question carried genuine curiosity. You've mentioned your travels, but rarely what you did in those places beyond your professional duties." The delicate avoidance of his bounty hunting struck Elijah as both considerate and telling. Despite weeks in each other's company, certain topics remained carefully circumscribed in their conversations. "I've attended my share of gatherings," he conceded, though usually as an observer rather than a participant. "The horseshoe pitching might change that," Sarah noted with a hint of amusement. "Thomas is quite determined when he sets his mind to something." "Like his mother." The observation slipped out before Elijah could consider its implications. Sarah's eyes widened slightly, but she didn't shy away from the comparison. "Yes, I suppose so. It's served us both well under the circumstances." The quiet acknowledgement of their shared trait. Determination bordering on stubbornness hung between them, neither quite willing to pursue its significance. After a moment, Sarah turned toward the cabin, then paused. "Founders' Day is this Saturday," she said without looking back. "Most folks dress in their Sunday best. I thought you should know." With that, she was gone, leaving Elijah to contemplate the unexpected complexities of preparing for a town celebration, and what it might mean that Sarah cared about his appearance at such an event. Saturday dawned clear and unseasonably mild, as if the weather itself was honoring Timber Creek's founding. By mid-morning, the town square had been transformed. Brightly colored bunting adorned the storefronts, tables laden with food lined one side of the square, and a wooden platform had been erected for dancing. Children darted between the gathering adults, their excitement palpable in the spring-like air. Elijah, true to Sarah's advice, had donned his best shirt and the one suit coat he owned, kept carefully wrapped in oilcloth at the bottom of his saddlebags for those rare occasions when appearance mattered. He'd even visited the barber for a proper shave, a luxury he typically dispensed with during his months on the trail. Thomas, resplendent in his Sunday suit despite his protests about its stiff collar, practically dragged Elijah toward the fairgrounds. "We have to get good spots for the horseshoe pitching," he insisted. "The prizes are best if you sign up early." Sarah followed at a more sedate pace, and it was only when they reached the edge of the square that Elijah truly saw her. She had exchanged her practical day dresses for a gown of deep green that emphasized her eyes and the auburn highlights in her dark hair. The bodice, while modest, revealed the graceful curve of her neck and shoulders in a way her usual high-collared attire did not. She'd arranged her hair more elaborately as well, with soft curls framing her face instead of the severe bun she favored for work. Elijah found himself momentarily speechless, struck by the transformation. He had always recognized Sarah's quiet beauty, but today she glowed with a vitality that caught him off guard. "You look," he began, then faltered, unused to offering compliments. "Presentable, I hope," she finished for him, a faint blush coloring her cheek. "This dress is from before Thomas was born. I wasn't certain it would still fit." "It fits perfectly," Elijah assured her, finding his voice at last. "The color suits you." Her smile, warm and genuine, struck him with unexpected force. "Thank you. You clean up rather well yourself, Mr. Stone." The return to formality might have been for the benefit of the townspeople who watched their arrival with undisguised curiosity, but it reinforced the careful boundaries they maintained in public. Elijah nodded acknowledgement, then allowed Thomas to pull him toward the horseshoe pitch, where several men were already warming up. The day unfolded with the organized chaos typical of small-town celebrations. There were contests for every age and skill, three-legged races for the children, pie-eating for the young men, quilting displays for the women. Thomas, though disappointed not to participate in the more vigorous activities, threw himself enthusiastically into the horseshoe competition. To Elijah's surprise, they made a formidable team. The boy had a good eye for distance, and Elijah's steady arm compensated for Thomas's occasional weakness. By mid-afternoon, they had advanced to the final round against Sheriff Davis and his deputy. "Not bad for a city doctor's son," Davis remarked to Thomas as they squared off. "Your partner there might have been practicing when he should have been chasing outlaws." The good-natured jibe carried no real malice, but Elijah noted how Thomas's shoulders stiffened at the reference to his uncle. The boy had developed a protective instinct toward both Jesse and Elijah, uncomfortable with reminders of their adversarial relationship. "Mr. Stone's been teaching me," Thomas replied with dignity beyond his years. "He says it's all in the wrist." "Is that so?" Davis's eyes twinkled beneath bushy brows. "Well, let's see if those lessons pay off." In the end, Davis and his deputy prevailed by a single point, but Thomas accepted the second-place ribbon with such grace that Elijah felt an unexpected surge of pride. The boy was learning that life didn't always deliver victories, but dignity in defeat was its own reward. As the day progressed toward evening, lanterns were lit around the square, casting a golden glow over the festivities. Tables were cleared to make room for dancing, and the small band, consisting of a fiddle, guitar, banjo, and Mr. Sims's famed hurdy-gurdy, struck up a lively tune. Elijah found himself on the sidelines, content to observe as couples formed sets for the opening Virginia reel. Sarah, to his surprise, was immediately claimed by Dr. Wilson, her medical colleague proving superior on his feet than his age might suggest. She moved through the patterns with practiced ease, her green skirt swirling as she turned. "Fine-looking woman, our doctor." Elijah turned to find Sheriff Davis at his elbow, the older man's gaze following Sarah's progress through the dance. "Indeed," he agreed neutrally. "Shame she's leaving," Davis continued. "Town won't be the same without her. Or without young Thomas." He glanced sideways at Elijah. "Or without you, for that matter. You've made quite an impression these past weeks." "I haven't done anything noteworthy," Davis chuckled. "Notorious bounty hunter turns carpenter and nursemaid? Gives up a $5,000 reward to help a sick child? I'd call that noteworthy." His tone grew more serious. "Changed some minds about you, Stone, mine included." Before Elijah could respond, the dance ended and the couple separated, the women curtsying to their partners before moving to the sidelines. Sarah's cheeks were flushed from exertion, her eyes bright as she made her way toward them. "Sheriff," she greeted Davis, "I hope you're planning to dance tonight. Mrs. Foster was just saying how she admires a man who can move well despite a wooden leg." Davis tugged at his mustache, a gleam of interest belying his gruff demeanor. "Is that a fact? Well, I might just have to demonstrate for the lady." With a knowing wink, he moved away, leaving Sarah and Elijah alone at the edge of the dance floor. "That was neighborly of you," Elijah observed. "Playing matchmaker." Sarah's smile held a touch of mischief. "Agnes Foster has been sweet on Jacob Davis for years. Sometimes people need a gentle push toward happiness." "Is that what you're doing for me now?" The words escaped before Elijah could censor them, dangerously close to flirtation. Instead of withdrawing, Sarah met his gaze directly. "Perhaps I'm doing it for myself as well." The admission, simple yet profound, shifted something fundamental between them. Before Elijah could respond, the band struck up a waltz, slower and more intimate than the previous reel. "Would you dance with me, Elijah?" Sarah asked, his given name a deliberate choice that wasn't lost on either of them. He hesitated, acutely aware of the eyes upon them. "I'm not much of a dancer." "Neither am I by any reasonable standard." Her smile softened the self-deprecation. "But tonight seems an occasion for attempting things outside our usual habits." He couldn't have refused her if he'd tried. Taking her gloved hand, Elijah led Sarah onto the dance floor, hyper-conscious of the surprise their pairing generated among the watching townspeople. Gossip would fly by morning, but in that moment, he found he didn't care. The waltz was simple enough, the 1-2-3 rhythm guiding their movements as Elijah placed his hand at the small of Sarah's back. Despite his protestations, he remembered the steps his mother had taught him long ago, before raiders and revenge had consumed his life. Sarah followed his lead with natural grace, the space between them charged with unspoken awareness. "Thomas seems to be enjoying himself," she said, nodding toward where her son sat with several other children, watching the dancing with wide eyes while sharing a plate of gingerbread. "He's a remarkable boy," Elijah replied, meaning it. "Stronger than most men I've known in the ways that matter." Sarah's eyes softened. "Thank you for seeing that in him. So many only notice his physical frailty. They're not looking properly. The simple observation brought a luminous smile to Sarah's face, transforming it from merely pretty to breathtaking. Elijah found himself tightening his hold fractionally, drawing her a whisper closer as they turned about the floor. "Timber Creek will miss you," he said, echoing Davis's earlier sentiment. "Have you told Thomas yet? About leaving?" "Not the specifics," Sarah admitted. "He knows we're traveling to see a special doctor, but not that we won't be returning." Her expression clouded. "He loves it here. It's the only home he remembers." "Children are adaptable," Elijah assured her, "and Denver has much to offer a curious mind like his." "Yes," Sarah agreed, though something in her tone suggested reservation. "It's the right decision, the only decision, given his health." They danced in silence for several measures, each lost in private thoughts. As the waltz drew to a close, Sarah looked up at Elijah, a question in her eyes that he couldn't quite decipher. "Would you walk with me?" she asked. "Just for a moment. The air in here is growing close." Elijah nodded, offering his arm as they left the dance floor. They slipped outside into the cool evening air, the music and laughter from the celebration muted as they moved away from the town hall. The moon had risen, nearly full, casting silver light across the deserted main street. "I wanted to thank you," Sarah said as they paused in the shadow of the livery stable. "For everything you've done for Thomas. For us." "There's no need," Elijah began, but she shook her head. "There is. You had no obligation to help, especially given the circumstances of our meeting." Her voice softened. Most men would have pursued Jessie without a backward glance. The mention of her brother's name hung between them, a reminder of the circumstances that had brought them together, and of the duty Elijah had set aside. For weeks they had carefully avoided this topic, as if by mutual consent. "I'm not most men," he said finally. "No," Sarah agreed, her eyes searching his face in the moonlight. "You're not—" Time seemed to suspend itself as they stood there, close enough that Elijah could detect the faint scent of lavender that clung to her hair. The carefully maintained distance between them had narrowed to inches, then nothing at all, as Sarah swayed slightly toward him. Later, Elijah wouldn't be able to say with certainty who moved first. One moment they stood apart, the next his hand had cupped her cheek, and her lips met his in a kiss as gentle as it was unexpected. The contact was brief, the merest whisper of connection, yet it sent a current through Elijah's body more powerful than any he'd experienced. Sarah drew back first, her eyes wide with something between wonder and apprehension. "I shouldn't have—" she began, but Elijah shook his head. "Don't apologize," he said softly. "Not for that." She studied him in the silver moonlight, her expression a mixture of emotions too complex to name. "What are we doing, Elijah?" It was a fair question, one he'd been asking himself with increasing frequency. What indeed were they doing? The bounty hunter and the doctor, the pursuer and the sister of the pursued? Where could this possibly lead, given the circumstances that had brought them together? "I don't know," he admitted. "I only know that leaving Timber Creek, leaving you and Thomas, feels increasingly impossible to contemplate." The confession cost him something in professional pride, but the answering hope that dawned in Sarah's eyes made it worthwhile. "I've been thinking," she said carefully. "After Denver, after Thomas receives his treatment, perhaps we needn't settle there permanently." Elijah's heart quickened at the implication. "What are you suggesting?" "Only that futures can be rewritten," Sarah replied, her voice gaining confidence. "That Thomas and I might find our place wherever we choose to make it." The unspoken invitation hung between them, fragile as frost on a spring morning. Elijah recognized the courage it took for Sarah to extend such a possibility, especially given the uncertainties that still surrounded them. "Sarah, Whatever he might have said was interrupted by the town hall doors swinging open, spilling light and laughter into the street as several couples emerged for air. Sarah stepped back, composing herself with the practiced ease of a woman accustomed to maintaining appearances. "We should return," she said, though reluctance colored her tone. "People will talk." "Let them," Elijah replied, surprising himself with the sentiment. "We've given them plenty to discuss already." Her smile returned, small but genuine. "Indeed we have, though perhaps adding a midnight rendezvous to the list might be excessive, even for us." The light-hearted response eased the intensity of the moment, allowing them to return to the celebration with outward composure. But something fundamental had shifted between them, a line crossed that could not be uncrossed. For the remainder of the evening, Elijah found his attention continually drawn to Sarah, even when they were separated by the width of the dance floor. Each time their eyes met across the crowded room, the memory of that brief kiss seemed to pass between them like a secret handshake, an acknowledgement of possibilities neither had dared voice before tonight. As the celebration wound down near midnight, Thomas finally succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep on a bench despite his best efforts to remain awake. Elijah lifted the boy effortlessly, cradling him against his shoulder for the walk home while Sarah gathered their things. The night was peaceful, the only sounds their footsteps on the packed earth and Thomas's soft breathing. Stars scattered across the velvet sky with the extravagant abundance of the high country, and the air carried the first tentative scent of thawing earth, a promise of spring not yet fulfilled but drawing nearer. "Hill didn't even stir," Sarah marveled as Elijah carried Thomas into the cabin and laid him gently on his bed. "A month ago, I would have thought such a day beyond his strength." "He's resilient," Elijah replied, stepping back to allow Sarah room to remove her son's shoes and jacket, like his mother. She glanced up, a smile touching her lips at the now familiar comparison. "A family trait, it seems. Stubbornness served my brother well enough in his escape." The casual reference to Jesse, the first she'd initiated since their earliest confrontations, suggested a new level of trust between them. Elijah accepted it as such, helping her tuck a quilt around Thomas's sleeping form. "I should let you rest," he said as they moved back to the cabin's main room. "It's been a long day. A good one, though." Sarah's eyes held his, the memory of their kiss evident in her gaze. "Thank you for making it so for Thomas, for both of us." "The pleasure was mine." The conventional response carried unconventional weight, laden with meaning beyond mere politeness. Their parting at the cabin door held the tentative sweetness of new possibilities. Not another kiss, but the gentle pressure of Sarah's hand on his arm, the lingering warmth of her smile as she bid him good night. As Elijah made his way to the barn, his mind and heart were fuller than they had been in years. The future that had always seemed a barren expanse of solitary travels and nameless quarries had suddenly expanded to include possibilities he'd long since abandoned. Companionship, purpose beyond justice, perhaps even love. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, it filled him with an unfamiliar lightness, as if a burden he'd carried so long he'd forgotten its weight had finally been set down. Morning arrived with the dissonant clamor of an iron triangle being struck repeatedly outside the barn door. Elijah jerked awake, hand automatically reaching for the pistol he kept beside his bedroll, before recognizing Harrison Wells's voice calling his name with imperative impatience. "Stone? I know you're in there. We need to talk." Pulling on his shirt, Elijah descended the ladder from the loft, irritation mounting with each step. He'd had minimal direct interaction with the banker since arriving in Timber Creek, a situation that had suited him perfectly. He swung open the barn door to find Wells immaculately dressed, despite the early hour, his pale eyes cold beneath the brim of an expensive hat. "This is private property," Elijah informed him flatly. "Stay your business or leave." Wells's thin lips curved in a smile devoid of warmth. "My business concerns the owner of this property, Dr. Reynolds. And you, of course." "Sarah is likely still asleep after yesterday's celebration," Elijah said, deliberately using her given name to emphasize a familiarity he knew would nettle the banker. "Whatever you have to say can wait for a decent hour." "Oh, I think not." Les produced a folded paper from his coat pocket. This arrived by special messenger late last night from the territorial marshal's office. He extended the document, which Elijah took with growing apprehension. The official letterhead confirmed Wells's statement, as did the formal language of the message itself. By order of the territorial court, Elijah Stone is hereby directed to report to Cheyenne within 7 days to provide testimony regarding the escape of prisoner Jesse Reynolds, and to answer questions concerning his own conduct in said matter. Failure to comply will result in the revocation of all bounty hunting privileges within Wyoming Territory, and possible prosecution for obstruction of justice. Elijah refolded the paper, his expression revealing nothing of the concern it provoked. "Thank you for delivering this," he said evenly, "though I question why it came to you rather than directly to me." Wells's smile widened. "As a respected banker and member of the town council, I serve as liaison to territorial authorities." The smug satisfaction in his tone suggested he had played a more active role in prompting the summons. "Curious timing, isn't it? Just as you and the good doctor were planning your departure." The insinuation was clear. Wells knew of their plans to leave for Denver, and he intended to disrupt them. Elijah maintained his composure with effort, unwilling to give the man the satisfaction of seeing his concern. "Sarah and Thomas will still be traveling to Denver for medical treatment," he stated firmly, "with or without me." "Will they indeed?" Wells raised an eyebrow. "Without funds?" The bank has regrettably been forced to call in Dr. Reynolds' mortgage immediately due to irregularities in the paperwork. "What irregularities?" Elijah demanded, anger beginning to override caution. "Technical matters. Nothing for you to concern yourself with." Wells adjusted his gloves with deliberate precision, "unless, of course, you were planning to assist financially. But given your imminent summons to Cheyenne, that seems unlikely." The calculated cruelty of the man's timing, the day after Founder's Day, when Sarah had allowed herself to hope for a future beyond mere survival, awakened a cold fury in Elijah's chest. Wells was systematically cutting off every avenue of escape for Sarah, forcing her into a corner where she would have no choice but to accept his protection. "You won't succeed," Elijah said quietly, the softness of his tone belying the threat beneath. "Sarah Reynolds is not some helpless female to be manipulated into marriage." Wells's expression hardened. "No, she's a stubborn woman who would rather see her son suffer than accept the inevitable. And you, Mr. Stone, are a failed bounty hunter whose career is hanging by a thread." He stepped back, adjusting his hat. "I suggest you concern yourself with your eminent legal troubles and leave Dr. Reynolds' financial matters to those qualified to address them." With that parting shot, he turned and walked away, satisfaction evident in every line of his posture. Elijah watched him go, the summons crumpled in his fist, an unwelcome realization taking shape in his mind. Wells knew too much about their plans, details that had been discussed privately between himself and Sarah. Someone had been watching them, reporting back to the banker. The violation of their privacy added another layer to his anger, but it also presented a practical problem. If Wells knew of their plans to leave, what else might he know? Returning to the loft, Elijah retrieved his saddlebags from beneath the straw tick mattress. Inside the leather pouch was a folded map of the route south, the paths Jesse Reynolds might have taken in his escape, marked with notations based on the scattered reports Elijah had gathered during his time in Timber Creek. Basil had not abandoned his duty entirely, despite his growing feelings for Sarah and Thomas. Part of him, the professional bounty hunter who had built his reputation on never losing his quarry, had continued to track Jesse's movements, to plan for the eventuality of completing his assigned task. The map confirmed what he had suspected. The route to Denver would indeed take them through areas where Jesse had likely sought refuge. If they encountered him during their journey, an unlikely but possible scenario, Elijah had intended to make a decision then, based on circumstances he couldn't predict. Now, with the territorial summons in hand and Wells's threats hanging over them, that tentative plan seemed increasingly untenable. Whatever action he took, or failed to take, would have consequences for Sarah and Thomas. Lost in these troubling thoughts, Elijah didn't hear the barn door open. It was only when a sharp intake of breath broke the silence that he looked up to find Sarah standing in the doorway. Her eyes fixed on the map spread across his lap. "What is that?" she asked, though her expression suggested she already knew the answer. Elijah considered lying, then rejected the impulse. They had come too far for anything less than honesty, however painful. "It's a map of the route south," he admitted. "The paths Jesse might have taken." Sarah stepped closer, her eyes taking in the detailed notations, the marked locations, the carefully plotted trajectory that coincided with their planned journey to Denver. Understanding dawned in her face, followed swiftly by hurt and anger. "You've been tracking him all along," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "While helping Thomas, while repairing our home, while—" She broke off, unable to complete the thought. "Sarah, let me explain." "Explain what?" The quiet control she'd maintained shattered. "That you've been using us as cover to hunt my brother? That last night was what? A convenient distraction while you plotted his capture? It wasn't like that." Elijah rose, reaching for her, but she backed away as if his touch might burn. "Yes, I kept track of Jesse's possible movements. It's my job, what I've done for 15 years. But that's not why I stayed." "Then why did you?" Sarah's green eyes blazed with the intensity of her pain. "Tell me the truth, Elijah. Just once, tell me the complete truth." The demand stripped away all pretense, all the careful justifications he'd constructed to explain his continued presence in her life. Elijah found himself facing the raw truth he'd been avoiding for weeks. "I stayed because I couldn't leave," he said simply. "Because Thomas needed help only I could provide. Because you." He hesitated, then committed to the full truth she deserved. "Because you made me remember what it was to be more than just a hunter of men. To be human again." The naked honesty of the admission hung between them, too profound to be either accepted or rejected in the heat of the moment. Sarah's expression was a battleground of emotions. Betrayal warring with understanding, anger with the connection that had grown between them. "And now?" she asked finally. "Were you planning to tell me about this?" She gestured toward the map. "Or were you simply going to wait until we encountered Jesse on the road and then, arrest him while Thomas watched?" The accusation stung all the more for containing a grain of truth. Elijah had never fully resolved his conflicting obligations, hoping instead that circumstances would somehow align to spare him an impossible choice. "I don't know," he admitted. "I hoped we wouldn't encounter him at all." "But if we did?" Sarah pressed, unyielding in her demand for clarity. Elijah hesitated, caught between the professional code that had defined his life and the feelings for this woman that had rewritten his understanding of himself. Before he could answer, Sarah nodded as if his silence was confirmation enough. "I see." Her voice was steady now, the physician's composure reasserting itself. "Wells visited you this morning. What did he want?" Momentarily caught off guard by the change of subject, Elijah handed her the crumpled summons. This arrived from Cheyenne. Wells took great pleasure in delivering it personally. Sarah scanned the document, her expression darkening. 7 days to report, she noted. Convenient timing. Wells also mentioned something about calling in your mortgage immediately, Elijah added, and claimed there were irregularities in the paperwork. Of course he did. Sarah's laugh held no humor. He's cutting off every avenue of escape for both of us. She looked up, her gaze direct despite the pain evident in her eyes. You need to go to Cheyenne. Sarah! No, listen to me. If you ignore this summons, your career is over. Everything you've worked for, gone. She handed the paper back to him. I won't be responsible for that. And what about you and Thomas? Elijah demanded, frustration rising. Without funds, how will you reach Denver? We'll manage, Sarah replied with the quiet dignity that had first drawn him to her. We always have. The unspoken dismissal was clear. She was releasing him from any obligation to her or Thomas, freeing him to address his professional duties without the complication of divided loyalties. I'm not abandoning you to Wells, Elijah said firmly. And after everything we've what? Sarah interrupted, her composed facade cracking to reveal the hurt beneath. Shared? Built? Dreamed? She shook her head. Those were just that, Elijah. Dreams. Pleasant ones, but ultimately incompatible with who we are. That's not true, he protested. Last night, I allowed myself to believe in possibilities that don't exist. Sarah's voice softened with regret. You're a bounty hunter. My brother is your quarry. Those facts haven't changed, however much we might wish otherwise. The simplicity of her assessment cut through Elijah's objections like a blade. She was right, of course. The fundamental conflict that had brought them together remained unresolved. A chasm too wide to be bridged by mere feeling. What would you have me do? He asked quietly. Sarah straightened, gathering her dignity around her like armor. I would have you leave, Mr. Stone. Today. Return to Cheyenne, answer the summons, salvage what you can of your career. Her voice caught, betraying the emotion beneath her controlled exterior. And I would thank you for everything you've done for Thomas, for both of us. The formal dismissal and the return to his surname struck Elijah like a physical blow. He wanted to argue, to make her understand that his feelings were genuine despite the complications of their situation. But the hurt in her eyes silenced him. If that's what you want, he said finally. It's what needs to happen. Sarah turned to leave, then paused at the barn door. I'll explain to Thomas that you were called away on business. He's grown quite attached to you. The unspoken admission that she, too, had grown attached hung in the air between them, but Elijah knew better than to acknowledge it. Some wounds were better left untouched. Tell him I'll miss our checkers games, he said instead, offering what small comfort he could. Sarah nodded once, then left, closing the barn door quietly behind her. The soft click of the latch felt more final than any shouted farewell could have. Elijah stood motionless in the sudden solitude. The map still spread before him. The territorial summons crumpled in his fist. The dream of a different life, one with Sarah and Thomas at its center, lay in ruins around him, shattered by the very duty he had once thought sacrosanct. With mechanical precision, he began packing his few possessions, preparing for a departure he had hoped would never come. Each item placed in his saddlebags felt like another tie severed, another possibility surrendered to the inexorable pull of the life he had chosen years ago. By mid-morning, everything was packed and his horse saddled. Elijah lingered in the barn, irrationally hoping Sarah might return, might offer some word of reconciliation, but the cabin door remained closed, the windows shuttered against the bright spring sunshine. It was time to go. To return to Cheyenne, to face the inquiries about Jesse's escape, to rebuild the professional reputation that had once been his only concern, to become again the man he had been before Timber Creek, before Sarah Reynolds and her son had awakened feelings he'd thought long dead. The prospect brought no satisfaction, only a hollowness that seemed to expand with each breath. Elijah secured the last of his belongings to the saddle, checking the cinch with habitual thoroughness. He would leave payment for his lodging with Sheriff Davis, along with instructions to help Sarah however possible. It was little enough, but the only assistance she seemed willing to accept. As he prepared to mount, the sudden thunder of hoofs and shouting erupted from the direction of the town center. Elijah tensed, years of experience recognizing the sounds of trouble brewing. Before he could investigate, a single gunshot echoed across the quiet morning, followed by a woman's scream that froze his blood in his veins. Sarah's scream. Without conscious thought, Elijah abandoned his packed horse and ran toward the cabin, drawing his pistol as he moved. Whatever lay between them, whatever conflicts remained unresolved, Sarah's safety came first. Everything else could wait. The cabin door stood open, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. Inside, Elijah found Sarah pressed against the kitchen wall, her face white with shock, Thomas cowering behind her skirts. Two men he didn't recognize flanked Harrison Wells, who stood in the center of the room, a small derringer in his manicured hand. "Mr. Stone," Wells drawled, though his eyes flickered nervously to the Colt in Elijah's steady grip. "How fortunate. I was just attempting to explain to Dr. Reynolds the urgency of her situation. Perhaps you could assist in making her see reason." "Sarah," Elijah said, without taking his eyes off Wells, "are you and Thomas all right?" "Yes," she answered, her voice steady despite her pallor. "They burst in just after I returned from the barn. Mr. Wells has been explaining his terms." "Terms?" Elijah's thumb moved to the hammer of his pistol. "Marriage," Wells stated bluntly. "Today. Immediate marriage will consolidate her debts with mine, making the foreclosure unnecessary. It's the only way she can remain in Timber Creek with her practice intact. You have no right to force—" Sarah began, but Wells cut her off. "Force? I'm offering salvation." His pale eyes glittered with something akin to madness. "Your bounty hunter is leaving for Cheyenne. Who else will protect you and your son? Who else will provide for Thomas's medical needs?" Elijah registered the information with cold calculation. Wells had been watching closely enough to know both about his summons and their argument, which meant he also knew the vulnerability of Sarah's position with Elijah gone. "Lower your weapon, Wells," Elijah commanded, his voice carrying the authority of a man accustomed to being obeyed. "Your associates as well. We can discuss this like civilized men." Wells hesitated, clearly weighing his options. His hired men shifted nervously, recognizing Elijah as the deadlier threat, despite being outnumbered. "There's nothing to discuss," Wells insisted, though he lowered the derringer slightly. "I hold all the cards. The mortgage, the influence with territorial authorities, even knowledge of certain irregularities in the bank's ledgers." The last admission made Elijah's eyes narrow. "Are you confessing to embezzlement, Wells?" "I'm confessing to nothing," the banker spat. "Merely explaining realities. Sarah will marry me today, or I'll see that she loses everything. Her practice, her home, perhaps even her freedom to travel with her son." "Mama?" Tomas's small voice wavered with fear he rarely showed. "You're not marrying Mr. Wells, are you?" Before Sarah could respond, the cabin door burst open again. Sheriff Davis stood in the entrance, drawn by the gunfire, his own weapon trained on Wells's men. "Well now," the old lawman said conversationally, "seems like quite a social gathering in here. Assuming that wasn't a gunshot I heard celebrating a marriage proposal." Wells's face reddened. "Your jurisdiction doesn't extend to private matters between a banker and his client, Sheriff. Doesn't it?" Davis's eyes surveyed the scene. The weapons, the terrified child, Sarah's obvious distress. "Looks like a matter of public safety to me. Boys, you might want to set those guns down before this gets unpleasant." Outnumbered now and facing two practiced gunmen, Wells's hired men lowered their weapons. Wells himself reluctantly pocketed his derringer, though his expression remained defiant. "This isn't over," he warned Sarah. "The foreclosure notice has already been filed. Your grace period ends today." "Then we'll leave today," Sarah replied, her voice stronger despite the tremor in her hands as she gathered Thomas protectively. "We have family in Denver. Thomas's health requires us to go anyway." Wells's triumphant smile suggested she had played into his game exactly as planned. "Do you have the funds for such a journey, or were you counting on your bounty hunter's assistance? Assistance he can no longer provide thanks to his summons to Cheyenne." "She has family," Elijah cut in, the lie forming even as he spoke it. "Family with resources." "Really?" Wells raised a skeptical eyebrow. "I've made inquiries. The only family she has is her outlaw brother, and he's hardly in a position to help." His words had the intended effect on Sarah, who momentarily closed her eyes in despair. Wells had indeed done his research thoroughly, anticipating and blocking every potential avenue of escape. "What do you want, Wells?" Elijah demanded, cutting through the banker's gloating. "I've stated my terms. Marriage to Sarah, today. I'll forgive all debts, provide protection, fund Thomas's medical treatment in Denver." Wells's voice turned reasonable, almost kind. "It's the perfect solution for everyone." "And if I refuse?" Sarah asked, though they all knew the answer. "Foreclosure, charges of fraud for accepting stolen money from your brother, Perhaps even an investigation into proper medical certification for female practitioner. Wells ticked off the threats with relish. You'll be destitute and potentially arrested. Thomas's care will be in the hands of the territorial poorhouse. Is that what you prefer? Through the litany of horrors, Elijah watched Sarah's face. He saw the calculation behind her eyes, the physician's mind weighing impossible options. He knew with sinking certainty what she would decide. "Mama, no," Thomas whispered, somehow sensing the capitulation before it came. "I need time to think," Sarah said finally, "to arrange my affairs." Wells checked his pocket watch with affected casualness. "You have until 3 o'clock. I'll return with the minister. After all, we wouldn't want our celebration to delay your escort's journey to Cheyenne, would we?" The cruel reminder of Elijah's summons was Wells's parting shot as he swept from the cabin, his men trailing behind. Sheriff Davis holstered his weapon with obvious reluctance. "Sarah, you can't seriously consider this," he protested. "Wells is trying to force your hand." "He's succeeding," she replied wearily. "Without funds, without options, what choice do I have?" Elijah stepped forward, his mind working furiously. There might be another way. Both Sarah and Davis turned to him, hope warring with skepticism in their expressions. "I can carry you to Denver," Elijah offered. "On horseback. It's faster than the stage, and we can avoid Cheyenne entirely." "You have a summons," Sarah reminded him. "Ignoring it will ruin your career." Some things matter more than careers. The admission cost him, but felt strangely liberating. "Elijah, you can't—" "Listen to me," he interrupted urgently. "Wells is desperate. He's afraid his financial crimes will come to light, and he needs the respectability of marriage to you to cover them. That's why he's pushing so hard, so fast." "Even if that's true," Sarah argued, "he still holds the mortgage. He can still foreclose." "Not if he's arrested first," Davis interjected slowly. "I've been suspicious of those ledger discrepancies for months. With proper motivation, I might investigate more thoroughly." Elijah nodded. "And the territorial marshal will be more interested in a banker's embezzlement than in a bounty hunter's delayed report, especially when that delay was caused by protecting citizens." Hope flickered in Sarah's eyes for the first time that morning. "But the risk? If you're wrong about Wells, if the authorities side with him—" "I'll take that risk," Elijah said simply. "For Thomas. For you." The declaration hung between them, weighted with everything they had avoided saying during their argument. Sarah's eyes searched his face, looking for reassurance, for certainty in a decision that could destroy them all. Before she could respond, Thomas tugged on her skirt. "I don't want to stay here without you," he said, "and I don't want Mr. Stone to go to jail for helping us." The child's simple wisdom cut through their adult complexities. Elijah crouched to Thomas's eye level, making a promise he prayed he could keep. "I won't go to jail, son. And you and your mother will get to that doctor in Denver. I give you my word." Thomas nodded solemnly, his trust absolute and humbling. When Elijah stood, he found Sarah's gaze on him again, but the anger and hurt of their morning confrontation had transformed into something else entirely. "You would risk everything," she said softly. "For us." "I already have," he replied, the truth of it settling into his bones with quiet certainty. The moment stretched between them, charged with the acknowledgement of changed priorities and deeper feelings. Davis cleared his throat awkwardly. "If you're leaving today, you'd better prepare quickly. Wells won't delay once he realizes his game has failed." He moved toward the door. "I'll go convince a few trusted citizens that our banker needs immediate investigation. That should keep him busy while you make your escape." As the sheriff departed, Elijah turned back to Sarah. "We'll need to pack light. Only essentials for Thomas. Medical supplies, what money you have." "I have wedding silver," Sarah said, surprising him. "It could be sold in Denver." "Good. And I have enough saved for the journey." He hesitated, then asked the question that had haunted him since finding the map. "Can you trust me, Sarah? After this morning?" She studied him for a long moment. You could have lied to me. About tracking Jesse? About your intentions? You didn't. I should have been honest from the beginning. Perhaps. Sarah's smile held a trace of her earlier hurt, but also understanding. But I understand better now. The conflict you face. The duty that's defined you for so long. I don't ask you to abandon it completely. I only ask that you trust us as we're learning to trust you. The offer of mutual faith, of partnership despite their differences, struck Elijah as the most precious gift he'd received in years. He nodded his acceptance, not trusting his voice to convey the depth of his gratitude. They moved quickly after that, years of frontier necessity enabling them to pack efficiently despite the emotional turmoil. Sarah gathered medical supplies and Thomas's medicines, while Elijah readied the horses and constructed a makeshift sling for the boy to ride comfortably. Thomas, sensing the adventure despite the danger, asked eager questions about their journey. By 2 o'clock, they were ready. Sarah took a last look at the cabin that had been her home for 2 years, the medical practice she had fought to establish, the life she was abandoning. Elijah saw the regret in her eyes, but also the determination. Thomas comes first, she said, echoing the mantra that had guided her since his birth. Everything else can be rebuilt. Or built differently, Elijah suggested. Sometimes a fresh start offers possibilities we never considered. Their eyes met over Thomas's head, sharing a moment of understanding about futures reimagined and paths diverging from expected routes. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. As they rode from Timber Creek, staying to back trails to avoid attention, Elijah felt the weight of his former life lifting. He was riding away from duty and reputation, toward uncertainty and potential ruin. Yet, for the first time in 15 years, his heart felt light rather than heavy. Behind them, the town bells began to ring. 3 o'clock. The hour of Wells's ultimatum. But the only witnesses to their departure were the wind-bent pines and the vast Wyoming sky, keeper of secrets and guardian of new beginnings. The journey to Denver would be long and potentially perilous. Wells would surely send pursuit once he discovered their escape. The territorial authorities would not look kindly on his defiance of their summons. And somewhere on the trail ahead lay the possibility of encountering Jesse Reynolds, precipitating the very confrontation Elijah had hoped to avoid. Yet as he glanced at Sarah riding beside him, determined and beautiful despite her worry, and saw Thomas nestled safely against her, waving excitedly at each new sight, Elijah knew he had made the only choice possible. Some battles were worth fighting, regardless of the cost. Some people were worth every risk, and some hearts, once thought frozen beyond redemption, could thaw and beat again with purpose more vital than mere survival. The trail ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in 15 years, Elijah Stone rode toward the future with hope rather than resignation, his compass set not by duty alone, but by something far more powerful, the pull of 2 hearts that had somehow found their way into his carefully guarded soul. Chapter 6. The Ordeal. The thundering hoofs belonged to 5 riders, their horses lathered with sweat despite the cool morning air. They burst onto Main Street like a storm released from the mountains, revolvers drawn and faces masked with bandanas. The leader, a man with hard eyes visible above his covering, raised his pistol to fire a warning shot into the air. Elijah recognized the style of the attack immediately. Coordinated, calculated, designed to spread terror before anyone could mount an organized defense. Bank robbers using the element of surprise while most of the town still celebrated yesterday's festivities with sleep-dulled senses. "Sarah," he pounded on the cabin door, then pushed it open without waiting for a response. "Sarah, get Thomas to the root cellar, now." She appeared from the kitchen, still in her nightdress with a wrapper hastily thrown over, alarm evident in her face. "What's happening?" "Bank robbers," Elijah said curtly, already moving to the window. "Where's Thomas?" "Still sleeping." Sarah hurried toward her son's room. "Who?" Her question was cut off by a series of gunshots from the direction of town. followed by screams and shouts. Elijah watched through the window as more riders appeared, driving terrified citizens indoors with shots fired over their heads. Something about their coordination, their purposeful movement toward the bank, set off warning bells in his mind. This was no random robbery. This was planned, timed, orchestrated. Sarah, wait. Elijah caught her arm as she started for Thomas's room. Look at their formation, their approach. They knew about Founders Day, knew the bank would have extra cash. Her eyes met his, understanding dawning. Jesse, maybe. He'd been dreading this possibility since Wells's visit yesterday. Stay here. Lock the doors. I need to... Sarah's grip on his arm tightened. Get yourself killed? Playing hero? You're not even wearing your gun belt. Cursing his oversight, Elijah moved to retrieve his weapons from the barn. I can't let them rob the bank unopposed. People could be killed. People are already being killed, Sarah argued, moving to peer out the window. Look at the smoke. Someone's fired something. And those screams. More gunfire erupted closer now, and through the window they could see flames beginning to lick at the dry wooden storefront across the street. The attack was escalating into chaos. Mama? Mr. Stone? Thomas's sleepy voice called from his room. What's all that noise? Sarah's face contorted with maternal terror. Get Thomas to the cellar, Elijah commanded, already buckling on his gun belt. Board the doors. Don't come out until what? Until they've finished robbing the bank. Until they've burned down the town. Her eyes blazed. This is my home, Elijah. These are my patients, my neighbors. I won't cower in a cellar while people need help. Sarah, this isn't time for your stubborn pride. And it's not time for yours either, she countered. You said yourself you recognize their tactics. You can help more by thinking than by charging into gunfire. The distant crack of splintering wood, likely the bank door being forced, made the decision for them. Through the window they watched as Thomas emerged from his bedroom, rubbing his eyes. Where are people shooting? Is it the 4th of July? Before either adult could answer, the cabin door burst open. Jesse Reynolds stood in the entrance, his face a mask of anguish above his bandana, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead where someone had pistol-whipped him. Jesse! Sarah stepped forward, then froze as another man pushed past her brother, a massive pistol trained on Thomas. Well, well, the stranger drawled, his dark eyes glittering above his mask. Jesse's little sister and nephew? Perfect insurance. Frank, no! Jesse lunged forward, but the man, Frank Stillwell, Elijah surmised, backhanded him viciously, sending Jesse crashing into the doorway. Don't you know me, boy? Stillwell snarled. You brought us here. You told us about the bank, about the timing. I told you because you threatened to kill them if I didn't. Jesse spat blood, glaring at the outlaw leader. I never agreed to this, to taking the town itself. Stillwell's laugh was harsh as winter wind. Too late for regrets. Now move, all of you, to the bank. Elijah's mind raced, calculating odds and angles. 3 armed men outside, plus Stillwell made 4. His Colt held 6 rounds. Sarah, Thomas, and Jesse were all in the line of fire. No room for heroics, not with lives at stake. Don't hurt them, Elijah said carefully, raising his hands away from his weapons. The bank's what you want. They're just civilians. Smart thinking, bounty man. Stillwell's eyes crinkled above his mask. Yeah, Jesse told us all about you, too. The ghost who never misses. Except you missed him, didn't you? Frank. Jesse's voice held quiet desperation. Take me to the bank. Get your money. Leave my family alone. Your family? Stillwell grabbed Sarah's arm, yanking her against him. Your sister who doctors so many townsfolk? Who knows all their secrets? She's coming with us. Insurance to keep you in line, and to patch up my boys if things get messy. Sarah's eyes met Elijah's over Stillwell's shoulder, terror battling with determination. I'll come, but Thomas stays here, please. Stillwell considered this, then shook his head. All or nothing, lady. Your boy's the best insurance we got. No! The cry tore from Sarah's throat as Stillwell hauled her toward the door. Thomas whimpered, pressing against Elijah's legs. It's going to be all right. Elijah told the boy with more confidence than he felt. To Stillwell, "I'll come too. One more hostage won't hurt your odds." "Already planning to be a hero?" Stillwell's smile held genuine amusement. "Fine, move, all of you." As they were herded into the street, Elijah took in the devastation with professional detachment. 2 buildings burned, unchecked. Bodies lay motionless in the dirt. Whether dead or wounded, he couldn't tell. Terrified faces peered from windows, then ducked back when the outlaws swung their pistols toward them. Sheriff Davis emerged from behind an overturned wagon, his left arm hanging useless where blood soaked through his shirt. "Stillwell, release the civilians!" "Davis?" Stillwell called back. "How's that gun arm? Feeling the years, old man?" The sheriff's deputy appeared beside him, rifle ready. "We've got you surrounded, Frank. Give up peaceful—" "Surrounded?" Stillwell laughed. "By who? Your one-armed sheriff and you? Maybe the bounty hunter here." He tightened his grip on Sarah. "I've got the doctor and her family. You want their blood on your hands?" Elijah caught Davis's eye, shaking his head slightly. The sheriff understood. No heroics, not with hostages at stake. Davis lowered his weapon fractionally. "What do you want, Stillwell?" "Safe passage to the bank, your cooperation while we conduct business, and a fast horse for me and my boys when we're done." They reached the bank without further incident, though Elijah noted how the town had already divided its response. Some businesses had barricaded their doors. Others, like Johnson's General Store, had armed men stationed at windows, ready to help but waiting for leadership. The responsibility settled on Elijah's shoulders like his dust-caked duster. Inside the bank, chaos reigned. The cast-iron stove had been overturned, scattering hot coals across the wooden floor. Papers fluttered in the draft from broken windows. The massive vault door stood open, revealing neat stacks of currency and gold coin. "Get to work, boys," Stillwell commanded his men. To Jesse, "You too, Reynolds. Fill those saddlebags you told us to bring." Jesse hesitated, his eyes finding Sarah's. The anguish in his gaze was palpable. Brother forced to betray sister, choices made under duress now yielding their bitter fruit. "Do it, Jesse," Sarah said softly. "Get them what they want so they'll leave." As the outlaws looted the vault, Stillwell positioned his hostages strategically. Sarah and Thomas were kept near the main entrance, where any rescue attempt would put them in immediate danger. Jesse was forced to work under the watchful eye of the largest gang member. Elijah was allowed to move, Stillwell confident that the bounty hunter wouldn't risk the lives of innocents. "Strange, isn't it?" Stillwell mused as his men stuffed bills into saddlebags. "How circumstances change the story. Yesterday you were hunting Jesse. Today you're protecting his family." "Today I'm protecting innocent people," Elijah corrected, the same as any lawman would. "Is that what you are? A lawman?" Stillwell's amusement deepened. "Jesse told us about the summons, about the pressure our friend Wells has been applying. Seems the lines aren't as clear as you thought, bounty man." The reference to Wells sent a chill down Elijah's spine. The outlaws knew too much about internal business, but before he could pursue the thought, a commotion at the vault drew attention. "Boss," one of the outlaws called, "there's a second vault, behind this one. Private vault Wells told us about." Stillwell's eyes lit with greed. "Open it." "Can't," the man replied. "Combination lock. 3 numbers. Wells was supposed to be here to open it." "Where is Wells?" Stillwell demanded of Sarah. "Your banker friend. Where's he hiding?" "I don't know," Sarah replied truthfully. "He's usually here early, but—" The bank's back door burst open. Harrison Wells stumbled inside, his usually immaculate clothing disheveled, his face bearing the sheen of guilt and fear. "What are you doing here?" he demanded of Stillwell, then caught sight of Elijah. "You're supposed to be gone. On your way to Cheyenne. Change of plans," Elijah said quietly, pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. "You set this up. The robbery, the timing. You've been planning this with Stillwell." Wells's pallor confirmed the accusation. "You don't understand. The bank, the ledgers. I needed the private vault," Elijah finished. "You embezzled funds, needed to cover your tracks, make it look like a robbery rather than theft." "The combination, Wells?" Stillwell demanded. "Patience gone. Now." "But the hostages—" "This isn't what we agreed." Stillwell's pistol swung toward Sarah. "The combination. Now." Wells's eyes darted between Stillwell's gun and Sarah's terrified face. I can't. Not like this. I never meant—" "Then die," Stillwell said simply, pulling the trigger. The shot seemed impossibly loud in the confined space. Wells crumpled, clutching his shoulder, blood flowering on his white shirt. Sarah instinctively moved toward him, the physician in her responding to injury. But Stillwell grabbed her arm. "Stay put, lady, unless you want worse for your boy." Thomas had begun to cry, the violence too much for his young mind. Jesse, released momentarily as the outlaws focused on Wells, moved carefully toward his sister and nephew. "Frank," he said, his voice carrying the authority of old partnership, "you've got the money from the main vault. Enough for all of us. Let's go." "The private vault," Stillwell insisted. "Wells was supposed to open it." "Wells can't help now," Elijah interjected, watching the wounded banker's increasingly labored breathing. "And his injury will bring more lawmen. You've got minutes, not hours." As if to emphasize his point, shouts from outside indicated the town was organizing. The initial shock was wearing off, replaced by frontier determination to defend what was theirs. Stillwell's frustration was palpable. His planned robbery was unraveling, hostages complicating what should have been a clean job. His men looked to him expectantly, bags heavy with stolen cash, but greed unsatisfied. "Frank," Jesse spoke again, this time with quiet intensity. "Think. You have enough. Any more killing just brings posses and federal marshals. We had a deal. Quick job, divide the take, scatter." "We had a deal about that vault too," Stillwell snapped, "but your banker friend just modified it." The standoff crystallized into a single moment of decision. Elijah could sense Stillwell calculating odds, weighing gain against risk. The outlaws had what they came for, but greed warred with wisdom. One wrong choice could turn profitable robbery into murderous siege. "Let the civilians go," Elijah offered. "Keep me as hostage. I'm worth more to you than a doctor and child." Sarah's eyes blazed protest, but Elijah silenced her with a warning glance. If he could get her and Thomas clear of immediate danger, he could maneuver more freely. Well considered, his gun steady despite his deliberation. Tempting, the great Elijah Stone as insurance. But a rifle shot from outside shattered the already cracked window, spanging off metal fixtures. The sharpshooter's message was clear. The town wouldn't wait indefinitely for violence to escalate. "Time's up, Frank," Jesse observed. "Decision time." In that suspended moment, Elijah caught Jesse's eye. Something passed between them. Not friendship, not forgiveness, but understanding. Recognition that sometimes circumstances forced allies from enemies, heroes from the hunted. Jesse gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the bank's side door. Then he did something Elijah would spend years trying to forget, or forgive. Jesse drew his own weapon. "I'm sorry, Sarah," he said, and shot Frank Stillwell. The single bullet caught the gang leader in the chest, spinning him away from Sarah and Thomas. Chaos exploded as Stillwell's men turned their weapons on Jesse, instinct overriding rational thought. Elijah used the confusion to draw his Colt, placing himself between Sarah and the outlaws. The gunfight was brief but brutal. Elijah's aim was true. 2 men fell before they could comprehend Jesse's betrayal. Jesse himself took down a third, though not before taking a bullet to his shoulder. The 4th outlaw fled through the back door rather than face combined fire. Silence fell like a shroud, broken only by moans from the wounded. Gunsmoke hung thick in the air, acrid and choking. Sarah had thrown herself over Thomas, shielding him with her body. Jesse slumped against the counter, blood seeping between his fingers as he pressed them to his shoulder. "Is it over?" Thomas's muffled voice came from beneath his mother's skirts. "It's over, baby," Sarah whispered, though her eyes remained wide with shock. Elijah holstered his weapon and moved to check the fallen outlaws. Stillwell lay motionless, eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. The 2 Elijah had shot were dead. The 3rd man Jesse had hit was mortally wounded, his breath coming in wet gasps that wouldn't last long. "Jesse," Sarah rose slowly, medical training overtaking shock. "Let me see your shoulder." Brother and sister stared at each other across the destroyed bank, a conversation of years compressed into a single glance. Jesse had saved them all, but at what cost to his own soul? "I'm sorry," he repeated, "for all of it, for bringing them here, for—" "Later," Sarah interrupted, already assessing his wound with professional detachment. "We'll talk later. For now, let me help." The bank doors burst open. Sheriff Davis entered first, his good arm still holding his pistol, followed by his deputy and several armed townsmen. They took in the scene, the dead outlaws, the wounded banker, the Reynolds family intact, but shaken. "Everyone accounted for?" Davis asked Elijah. "One got away, through the back." "Heading south, I'd guess." Elijah moved to check on Wells, who had fallen unconscious from pain and blood loss. "This one needs the doctor's attention, too." "Sarah," Davis began. "I'll help him," she agreed, already tearing strips from her petticoat for bandages. "But he'll stand trial, for everything. The embezzlement, the conspiracy with outlaws, I'll testify." Davis nodded. "Fair enough. Jesse, I'll cooperate," Jesse said painfully. "Full confession. Names, dates. I was forced, but I realized that doesn't absolve me. We'll sort it all out later," Davis decided. "For now, let's get the wounded some help and the dead some dignity." As the town began the process of recovery, Elijah found himself standing apart, once again caught between roles. Not quite lawman, not quite protector, not quite whatever Sarah's eyes suggested when she looked at him across the blood-stained floor. "You saved them," Davis said quietly, joining him near the shattered window. "All of them. Even Wells, in a way." "We all did our part." Elijah watched as Sarah worked on Jesse's wound, while Thomas clung to his uncle's good side. Family reunited, relationships transformed by violence and choice. "The territorial marshal will want your statement," Davis continued. "About the robbery, about Jesse's role." "And mine?" Elijah asked. "I defied the summons. You prevented a massacre." Davis smiled slightly. "I think they'll forgive the paperwork." Outside, the town was already mobilizing. Buckets of water doused the burning buildings. Citizens helped carry the wounded to Sarah's cabin, life reasserting itself after chaos, as it always did. "What happens now?" Elijah asked, more to himself than to the sheriff. "Now," Davis adjusted his bandaged arm. "Now you decide what kind of man you want to be. The territory will still want bounty hunters, but maybe 1 or 2 might choose a different path." His words hung in the air as Sarah approached, Thomas in her arms, both looking to Elijah with a mixture of gratitude and something deeper, something that spoke of possible futures reimagined. The bank had been saved, the town secured, but the real theft that morning had been of certainties, of lives planned and roles defined. In their place lay possibilities as wide as the Wyoming sky and as uncertain as tomorrow's weather. And for the first time in 15 years, Elijah Stone faced the future without knowing exactly who he would be when he met it. The sacrifice. The hours following the initial standoff stretched into an uneasy stalemate. Stillwell's remaining men had barricaded the bank doors with heavy furniture, positioning themselves strategically at windows, with guns trained on the gathering townsfolk outside. The morning sun climbed higher, beating down on Timber Creek's main street with unseasonable intensity for early March, turning the recent mud to inside the bank. The air grew increasingly stifling. The smell of gunpowder mingled with the copper tang of blood and the acrid odor of fear-soaked clothing. Tomas had finally fallen into an exhausted doze, curled against his mother's side on the hard wooden bench where Stillwell had commanded them to sit. Sarah's face was pale but composed, her physician's training evident in how she'd fashioned a tourniquet for Wells from her torn petticoat despite her contempt for the man who'd betrayed them all. Elijah moved carefully near the teller's cage, keeping his hands visible as he assessed their situation. 2 of Stillwell's men remained alert, rifles ready. A third nursed a whiskey bottle in the corner, his nerves clearly fraying. Stillwell himself paced between the hostages and the vault, frustration mounting as he realized his carefully planned heist was falling apart. "They're organizing out there," Stillwell muttered, peering through a gap in the window boards. "Wagons moved into positions, sharpshooters on the roofs. Sheriff Davis knows his business," Elijah replied evenly. "He won't rush and risk the hostages, but he won't let you walk away either." Stillwell spat on the polished floor. "Situation like this, no one walks away clean." Jesse, seated near his sister with his wounded shoulder crudely bandaged, caught Elijah's eye. A silent understanding passed between them. Time was running out. Stillwell's increasingly erratic behavior suggested the outlaw leader was considering desperate measures. "Sarah," Elijah said casually, as if making conversation, "remember that story you told about the mountain lion, how you distracted it while the sheriff circled around?" Her green eyes sharpened, recognizing his intent. "Yes, sometimes the obvious threat isn't the real danger." Jesse shifted slightly, wincing as the movement pulled at his wound. "Frank, be reasonable. Let the woman and boy go. Keep Stone and me as hostages. Better odds with fewer variables." "Shut up, Reynolds," Stillwell snapped. "Your advice lost its value when you shot me." "I grazed your arm," Jesse corrected mildly. "If I'd meant to kill you, you'd be dead." The calm assertion carried weight coming from a man Stillwell had once trusted. The outlaw leader unconsciously touched the bandage on his upper arm, uncertainty flickering across his face. Elijah used the moment to establish eye contact with Sheriff Davis through a broken window pane. A slight nod conveyed his readiness. Davis's answering gesture confirmed the lawman had men in position. "What's your plan, Frank?" Jesse continued, drawing Stillwell's attention. "Those saddlebags are full. You've got the bank money. Wells's private stash is lost to you. It's time to negotiate an exit." "There's no exit," Stillwell replied, but doubt had crept into his voice. "Not with your bounty hunter friend here ready to collect on all our heads." "Not all," Elijah said quietly. "Right now, my only concern is the safety of the hostages." It wasn't entirely true, but it wasn't entirely false either. 24 hours ago, Elijah would have put his duty to the law above all else. Now, watching Sarah's protective arm around her sleeping son, witnessing Jesse's obvious concern for his family, despite his own peril, priorities had shifted in ways he was still reconciling. Stillwell studied him with narrowed eyes. "You expect me to believe the famous Elijah Stone is letting feelings cloud his judgment?" "Believe what you want," Elijah replied evenly. "But consider this. Davis has sharpshooters positioned. Your men are tired, some wounded. The townspeople are angry enough to storm this bank regardless of personal risk. Your only chance is negotiation." A tense silence followed as Stillwell weighed his options. The outlaw by the window fidgeted nervously, glancing between his leader and the gathering forces outside. "Boss," he said finally, "maybe Reynolds is right. We take what we got and negotiate safe passage." Stillwell's expression darkened. "You ready to surrender too, Pike? Ready to hang for a bank job gone wrong?" "I don't want to die in this bank," Pike muttered. "Not for Wells's money." The mention of Wells drew all eyes to the banker, who had remained semi-conscious, moaning occasionally as blood seeped through his makeshift bandages. His betrayal had shocked the town, but it was the revelation of his embezzlement that had truly staggered Elijah. A respected businessman risking everything, not just money and reputation, but the lives of an entire town? "How much did he take?" Elijah asked. Stillwell hesitated, then shrugged. 15,000 from the bank accounts. Gradual like, over 2 years. Smart enough not to get greedy all at once. Sarah gasped softly. The missing funds from the town improvement account. The school roof that was never repaired. The bridge washout that went unfixed. All financing Wells's fine lifestyle, Jesse confirmed. He approached me in prison, made the offer. Helped plan the robbery to cover his embezzlement, earn my freedom and a share. "And when you refused?" Sarah asked. Jesse's eyes darkened. "Visited you and Thomas, took photographs to prove he could reach you anytime, threatened to foreclose immediately, ensure Thomas never got treatment." The depths of Wells's betrayal struck them all anew. Not just theft, Not just conspiracy with outlaws, but the calculated use of a sick child as leverage. Sarah's face hardened as she looked at the wounded banker, years of medical training battling with the raw fury of a mother whose child had been threatened. "Frank," Jesse said suddenly, his voice pitched to Carrie, "you need a distraction. Something to occupy the sheriff while you slip away." Stillwell's interest was immediately piqued. "What kind of distraction?" "Fire," Jesse suggested. "Stone here has matches in his pocket. Start a blaze in the storeroom. Smoke will cover your retreat through the back while everyone rushes to contain the flames." Elijah tensed, uncertain of Jesse's strategy, but recognizing it as the opening move in some plan. Sarah, too, sensed her brother's intent. Her hand tightened on Thomas's shoulder, preparing for whatever came next. "Check 'em for matches," Stillwell ordered Pike, who moved cautiously toward Elijah. It was the opening they needed. Jesse launched himself from the bench with explosive force, driving his good shoulder into Stillwell's midsection. The outlaw leader went down hard, his pistol discharging harmlessly into the ceiling. At the same moment, Elijah ducked Pike's reaching hands and drove a fist into the man's stomach, following with an uppercut that sent him sprawling. "Now, Davis!" Elijah shouted. Gunfire erupted as the sheriff's men opened fire through windows and doors, carefully placed shots designed to pin down rather than kill. Sarah grabbed Thomas and rolled with him beneath the heavy oak table, shielding him with her body as glass and splinters showered around them. The third outlaw, bleary with whiskey, barely managed to raise his weapon before Jesse knocked it aside. Despite his wounded shoulder, Jesse fought with the desperation of a man who knew the stakes extended beyond his own life. His sister and nephew's safety hung in the balance, and he moved with according ferocity. Elijah dealt with Pike efficiently, a precise blow rendering the man unconscious. He turned to find Stillwell recovering, rage contorting his features as he raised his pistol toward Jesse's back. "Jesse, down!" Elijah shouted, drawing his Colt in one fluid motion. Jesse dropped as Stillwell fired, the bullet whistling harmlessly overhead. Before the outlaw leader could adjust his aim, Elijah's shot caught him high in the chest. Stillwell staggered, disbelief crossing his face as he looked down at the spreading crimson stain. "You chose wrong, Stone," he gasped, then collapsed. For a moment, the only sounds were ragged breathing and the distant shouts of the townspeople. Then Thomas's frightened whimper broke the spell, spurring everyone into action. "Sheriff, we're clear!" Elijah called, moving to check Stillwell's pulse. The outlaw leader was dead, his eyes already glazing with the peculiar flatness that came with final exhalation. Davis burst through the door, his deputy and several armed townsmen following close behind. They quickly secured the remaining outlaws while Elijah turned his attention to Jesse, who had slumped against the teller's cage, fresh blood seeping through his bandaged shoulder. "Sarah," Elijah called, but she was already there, physician's instincts overriding fear as she examined her brother's wound. "The bullet tore through muscle," she reported, fingers probing gently. "No major vessels hit, but he's lost blood. I need my supplies." "They're coming," Davis assured her, dispatching a man to fetch her medical bag. "Wells?" Elijah crossed to check the banker, who had regained consciousness during the commotion. Wells's eyes were glassy with pain and fever, but his pulse remained steady. "He'll live," Elijah confirmed, "to stand trial." Thomas, shaken but unhurt, clung to his mother as she worked to stabilize Jesse's wound. The boy's gaze never left his uncle's face, as if afraid Jesse might disappear again. "You came back," Thomas said softly, "even though it was dangerous." Jesse's pain-lined face softened. "Had to make sure you and your ma were all right, but the bad men hurt you." "Worth it," Jesse replied simply. "Family's always worth it, Thomas." The raw sincerity in the outlaw's voice struck Elijah powerfully. Here was a man who had committed crimes, yes, but who had also risked his life repeatedly for his sister and nephew. The black and white justice Elijah had always pursued suddenly seemed inadequate to capture the complex reality before him. As the immediate crisis subsided, the bank became a flurry of activity. The wounded were tended to, the dead respectfully covered, the captured outlaws secured. Sarah continued working on Jesse's shoulder, her movements sure despite the stress of the past hours. Thomas remained by her side, passing bandages and water with solemn concentration. "What happens now?" Jesse asked quietly when Elijah approached. The question carried weight beyond the immediate aftermath. Both men knew that once Jesse's wounds were stabilized, the next logical step would be restraints and transport to Cheyenne for trial. The $5,000 bounty still stood, regardless of Jesse's heroism during the standoff. Elijah felt the weight of expectation from all sides. The sheriff watching carefully, the townspeople who had witnessed Jesse's sacrifice, Sarah's eyes lifting briefly from her brother's wound. The professional response was clear. Duty demanded he secure his prisoner. Instead, he crouched beside Jesse, examining the injured shoulder with unexpected gentleness. "First, we get this shoulder properly treated," he said. "Everything else can wait." Surprise crossed Jesse's face. "That's not how bounty hunters usually operate." "I'm reconsidering my methods," Elijah replied, the simple statement containing multitudes. When Sarah's medical bag arrived, Elijah worked alongside her, cleaning Jesse's wound while she prepared to extract the bullet fragments still embedded in muscle. His field medicine skills complemented her more formal training, and they moved together with the synchronicity they'd developed during Thomas's illness. "This will hurt," Sarah warned her brother as she sterilized her forceps with grain alcohol. Jesse gripped Elijah's offered hand, jaw clenched as Sarah worked to retrieve the bullet fragments. Thomas turned away, unable to watch his uncle's pain, but refused to leave the room. "Almost got it," Sarah murmured, concentration furrowing her brow. The bullet fragment came free with a sickening sound, dropping into the basin Elijah held. Jesse exhaled sharply, his grip momentarily crushing before relaxing. "Good man," Elijah said quietly, genuine respect in his tone. "A lesser one would have passed out." "Still might," Jesse admitted, his face ashen beneath its tan. Sarah cleaned and dressed the wound with the efficiency of long practice, but her hands trembled slightly as she finished. The professional distance she maintained as physician cracked as she looked at her brother's pale face. "You risked everything," she whispered. "Again." "Had to," Jesse replied simply. Wells threatened Thomas, used him as leverage. Couldn't let that stand. Sarah's composure finally broke. She folded forward, her forehead resting briefly against her brother's good shoulder as silent tears tracked down her cheeks. Jesse's uninjured arm came around her, the siblings united in an embrace that spoke volumes about shared hardship and enduring bonds. Thomas wiggled into the small space between them, completing the family circle. "Don't cry, Mama," he said with childish concern. "Uncle Jesse saved us." "Yes, he did," Sarah agreed, straightening and wiping her eyes. "He was very brave." The tender moment highlighted the impossible position Elijah found himself in. His duty, the code he'd lived by for 15 years, demanded he separate this family once more. The bounty on Jesse Reynolds remained active. The charges against him were serious. Yet watching them together, seeing the love that had driven a man to crime and then to redemption, Elijah found his professional certainty unraveling. Sheriff Davis approached, reading the conflict on Elijah's face with the perception of age and experience. "Territorial law allows discretion in cases involving cooperation and self-defense," he said quietly. "Reynolds saved lives today, stopped a robbery he was forced to help plan. Jury might look kindly on that." "If he lives to face a jury," Elijah replied, "that shoulder needs proper care, not a jail cell." Davis studied him thoughtfully. "Doctor's cabin has a secure room. Reynolds isn't going anywhere in his condition. Might be reasonable to keep him under house arrest during recovery." The suggestion offered a compromise, neither immediate arrest nor complete liberation. Elijah recognized it as Davis's attempt to provide space for the decisions that needed to be made. "I'll take responsibility for the prisoner," Elijah said formally. "Figured you might," Davis replied with the ghost of a smile. "I'll inform the territorial authorities of the situation, emphasize Reynolds' cooperation, his instrumental role in stopping Wells's scheme." As the bank was cleared and the town began the process of recovery, Elijah oversaw Jesse's transfer to Sarah's cabin. The journey, though short, taxed the wounded man's strength. By the time they settled him in the spare room, fever had begun to rise, his skin hot and dry to the touch. "Infection setting in," Sarah murmured, pressing a cool cloth to her brother's forehead. "It's to be expected with a wound like this." "Will he recover?" Elijah asked, genuine concern replacing professional detachment. "With proper care, yes." Sarah's eyes met his, a question in their depths. "Will you allow me to provide that care? Or will you insist on taking him to Cheyenne immediately?" The question cut to the heart of his dilemma. Duty or compassion? Professional obligation or human understanding? "He's in your care," Elijah decided. "Until he's well enough to travel safely." Relief softened Sarah's features. "Thank you." Thomas had fallen asleep in a chair beside his uncle's bed, emotional exhaustion finally claiming him. Sarah gently lifted her son, carrying him to his own room, before returning to tend to Jesse. The domestic scene, a family reunited despite the circumstances, struck Elijah with unexpected force. "You should rest too," he told Sarah as the afternoon waned. "I'll keep watch." She hesitated, maternal and sisterly concern warring with physical exhaustion. "Wake me if his fever rises." "I will," Elijah promised. Left alone with the wounded outlaw, Elijah settled into the chair Thomas had vacated. Jesse drifted in and out of consciousness, occasionally murmuring in his fevered state. Sometimes he spoke to Sarah or Thomas, other times he seemed to be arguing with Stillwell or pleading with Wells. "Protect them," he mumbled once, his good hand clutching at Elijah's sleeve. I promise," Elijah replied, though he wasn't certain Jesse heard or understood. As night fell over Timber Creek, the reality of his situation settled heavily on Elijah's shoulders. The decisions he'd made, postponing Jesse's arrest, prioritizing medical care over justice, placing Sarah and Thomas's welfare above professional duty, represented a fundamental shift in the principles that had guided him for 15 years. Was this weakness? A softening of resolve that would eventually erode his effectiveness as a bounty hunter? Or was it something else? A recalibration of values? A recognition that justice sometimes required compassion as well as consequence? Elijah had no answer, only questions that circled his mind as he maintained his vigil. Outside, the sounds of Timber Creek settling for the night filtered through the cabin walls. Dogs barking, distant piano music from the saloon, the town marshal calling the all clear. Life continuing despite the day's violence, as it always did on the frontier. Dawn came with pale fingers of light stretching through the cabin windows. Jesse's fever had finally broken around midnight, his breathing easier as healing sleep replaced fevered restlessness. Sarah, who had relieved Elijah for several hours, had finally succumbed to exhaustion herself, dozing in the chair with her head resting on the edge of her brother's bed. Elijah stood in the doorway, watching them in the gentle light of early morning. Brother and sister, so alike in their stubborn determination, their fierce loyalty, their willingness to sacrifice for those they loved. And Thomas, sleeping peacefully in the next room, the innocent center around which their world revolved. For the first time in his life, the bounty hunter wondered if there might be a justice higher than the law, a balance of consequence and mercy that accounted for the full measure of a man's actions rather than just his crimes. Jesse Reynolds had robbed banks, yes, but he had also risked everything to save his family, to right the wrongs his desperation had set in motion. Did 15 years of hunting men, of bringing them to the rigid justice of frontier courts, outweigh this moment of clarity? Did duty to an imperfect system override the evidence before his eyes? That some men, even those who broke the law, were capable of redemption? As dawn brightened into morning over the shattered windows of Timber Creek's bank, Elijah didn't have answers. But for the first time since that blood-soaked day when he'd found his parents murdered, he was willing to ask the questions. And in that willingness, perhaps, lay the beginnings of his own redemption. Chapter 7. The Road to Redemption. 3 days after the bank robbery, Jesse Reynolds sat propped against pillows in Sarah's spare room, his wounded shoulder healing, but his future as uncertain as Wyoming weather in March. The fever had broken, leaving him weak but clear-headed, able to comprehend the full measure of his situation. Elijah entered the room carrying a fresh pot of coffee, the rich aroma briefly masking the medicinal scents that pervaded the cabin. He poured 2 cups, handing one to Jesse before settling into the wooden chair that had become his customary post. "Sheriff Davis sent word," Elijah said without preamble. "The territorial marshal arrives tomorrow. Decisions need to be made." Jesse nodded, unsurprised. "About time. Figured they wouldn't let a $5,000 bounty sit unattended for long." "The situation has complications." Elijah studied the steam rising from his cup. "Wells is being transported to Cheyenne today. The evidence of embezzlement is substantial. Bank records show systematic theft over 2 years. And my part in it?" Jesse asked, though he already knew the answer. 3 bank robberies, conspiracy with Stillwell's gang. Elijah met his gaze squarely. 20 years, maybe more, even with mitigating circumstances. The stark assessment hung between them. Outside the partially open door, they could hear Sarah moving about the kitchen, preparing dinner while Thomas set the table, the domestic sounds a stark contrast to the gravity of their conversation. "Thomas asked me this morning if you were leaving with me," Jesse said quietly. "Is not a fool, Stone. He knows what's coming." Elijah's jaw tightened. The child's attachment to both men had complicated an already impossible situation. "What did you tell him?" "The truth. That I broke laws and have to face consequences." Jesse shifted, wincing as the movement pulled at his healing wound. "But I'd like to make it easier on him. On Sarah. They've suffered enough for my mistakes." The candid acknowledgement of guilt surprised Elijah, though perhaps it shouldn't have. Jesse had demonstrated more honor in the past week than many lawful men Elijah had encountered. "I've been thinking about that," Elijah said carefully. "There might be a way." Jesse raised an eyebrow, waiting. "Testify against Wells," Elijah proposed. "Tell the territorial court everything. How he approached you, how he threatened Sarah and Thomas, how he orchestrated the robbery to cover his embezzlement. In exchange, I'll speak on your behalf. Recommend leniency based on your cooperation and actions during the bank siege." Hope flickered briefly in Jesse's eyes before caution tamped it down. "You'd do that? Risk your professional reputation?" "My professional reputation is already compromised," Elijah replied dryly. "Might as well make it count for something." Jesse considered the offer, absently rubbing his bandaged shoulder. "What kind of leniency are we talking about?" 5 years instead of 20. Possibility of parole with good behavior." Elijah kept his tone neutral, but the proposal represented hours of negotiation with Sheriff Davis, who had been 5 years, Jesse repeated. "Thomas would be 10 when I got out. Old enough to remember his uncle, young enough to still need me." The calculation revealed the man's priorities more clearly than any declaration could have. Jesse's first thought was not for himself, but for his role in his nephew's life, the relationship he might preserve despite separation. "It's the best I can offer," Elijah said. Jesse nodded slowly. "Wells won't go quietly. He'll claim I'm lying to save myself." "Let him. The bank records speak for themselves. And Davis has statements from townspeople about Wells's threats against Sarah's property, his attempts to force marriage." Before Jesse could respond, Sarah appeared in the doorway, her face tight with controlled emotion. From her expression, it was clear she'd overheard at least part of their conversation. "You're taking him to Cheyenne," she said. Not a question, but a statement. Elijah rose, respecting her enough not to soften the truth. "Yes. Tomorrow, if he's well enough to travel." Sarah's gaze shifted to her brother, conflicting emotions warring in her green eyes. Gratitude for his protection warring with anguish at his impending loss. "Jesse?" "It's for the best, Sarah," he said gently. "Stone's offering a fair deal. Better than I deserve." "Better than..." She broke off, composure momentarily fracturing before physician's discipline reasserted itself. Your shoulder isn't fully healed. The journey could cause setbacks. I'll manage, Jesse assured her, then added with a ghost of his old humor. Besides, I hear the territorial prison has adequate medical facilities. The weak joke failed to lighten Sarah's mood. She turned back to Elijah, her expression hardening. You promised time for recovery. The marshal won't wait, Elijah replied, meeting her accusation with quiet certainty. Better Jesse arrives in Cheyenne as a cooperating witness under my protection than as a fugitive hunted by others who won't care about his wounds or his recent heroism. The logic was irrefutable, but logic offered cold comfort against the prospect of losing her brother again. Sarah's shoulders straightened, the movement achingly familiar to Elijah now, her instinctive response to adversity. Then I'm coming too, she declared. Thomas and I. Jesse will need medical attention during the journey, and I won't trust his care to strangers. Elijah had anticipated this response, had prepared arguments against it. The dangers of the trail, the inappropriateness of a woman and child witnessing court proceedings, the practical difficulties of travel with a convalescent boy. But looking at her determined face, he recognized the futility of opposition. The journey won't be comfortable, he warned instead. 4 days to Cheyenne if the weather holds, sleeping rough at least 2 nights. We've endured worse. Sarah's chin lifted slightly. Besides, we were planning to travel anyway, for Thomas's treatment in Denver. Cheyenne is on the route. It was settled with that simple statement, further discussion unnecessary. Sarah had made her decision with the same quiet determination that had first drawn Elijah's admiration, and he found himself strangely relieved. The thought of leaving her and Thomas behind had gnawed at him more than he cared to admit. I'll make the arrangements, he said. Sheriff Davis has agreed to accompany us. Additional protection for the journey. Jesse watched this exchange with thoughtful eyes, noting the unspoken currents between his sister and the bounty hunter. When Sarah left to continue dinner preparations, he gave Elijah a considering look. You care for her, he observed. For both of them. Elijah didn't bother denying it. Does that concern you? Depends, Jesse replied candidly, on whether you're planning to stay in their lives after you deliver me to Cheyenne. Sarah's had enough people leave her. Thomas, too? The question caught Elijah off guard, not because he hadn't considered it, but because he deliberately avoided defining his intentions. Duty had been his compass for so long that navigating by other stars, attachment, affection, perhaps even love, left him unmoored. I don't make promises I'm not certain I can keep, he said finally. Jesse nodded, accepting the honest, if unsatisfying answer. Fair enough. Just remember, they've already lost a husband and father. Don't make them lose whatever you've become to them unless you're damn sure it's necessary. The warning, delivered without rancor but with brotherly concern, added another layer to Elijah's already complicated emotions. Before he could respond, Thomas bounded into the room, his energy a testament to his improving health. Uncle Jesse, Mama says you're coming with us to Denver. The boy climbed carefully onto the bed, mindful of his uncle's injured shoulder. We're going on an adventure, Jesse ruffled Thomas's hair with his good hand. Something like that. Half pint. Though I might not see the Denver part. Thomas's brow furrowed. Because of the bad things? The banks? Yes, Jesse admitted, never sugarcoating truth for the child. I have to talk to some important people in Cheyenne first. Might have to stay there a while. The boy processed this with solemn consideration. But Mr. Stone will help you, right? He always fixes things. The simple faith in Elijah's ability to fix things landed like a physical weight on his chest. He caught Jesse's knowing glance over Thomas's head, a shared understanding of the responsibility of being believed in by a child. I'll do my best, Thomas, Elijah promised, the only honest response he could offer. They departed at dawn 2 days later, a small caravan consisting of 2 wagons and 3 riders. Jesse, still weak from his wound, rode in the first wagon with Sarah and Thomas, while Sheriff Davis drove the second, loaded with supply. Elijah and 2 deputies provided mounted escort, watchful for any threat as they left Timber Creek behind. News of Wells's embezzlement and conspiracy had spread throughout the territory, transforming Jesse from notorious outlaw to more complex figure in the public imagination. Still, they avoided towns where possible, making camp in sheltered locations away from main trails. The terrain grew rougher as they traveled east toward Cheyenne, the early spring landscape alternating between patches of lingering snow and expanses of mud created by daytime thaws. Travelers had begun to appear in protected valleys, splashing color across the dun palette of winter's end. On the second evening, they made camp near a small stream, the wagons arranged in protective formation. Thomas had spent the day spotting wildlife from the wagon seat: deer, jackrabbits, even a distant coyote that had paralleled their path for several miles. The outdoor air had brought color to his cheeks, and his breathing remained clear despite the rigors of travel. And is thriving, Elijah observed as he helped Sarah prepare dinner over the campfire. Stronger than when we left. Sarah glanced toward where Thomas sat with Jesse, listening wide-eyed to one of his uncle's carefully edited tales of ranch life. The mountain air agrees with him. Dr. Wilson thought it might, once his lungs had properly healed. Perhaps Denver isn't the only option then, Elijah suggested carefully after the specialist, if Thomas continues to improve. You think we might return to Wyoming? Sarah's hands stilled over the stew pot, the question carrying implications beyond mere geography. Perhaps, when things settle. Elijah's deliberate vagueness covered the uncertainty of what things might include. Jesse's legal situation, his own professional future, the undefined relationship developing between them. Sarah added salt to the stew, her movements precise. That would depend on many factors, including what you plan to do after Cheyenne. It was the closest she'd come to asking directly about his intentions, about whether the connection that had grown between them might survive beyond his duty to deliver Jesse to justice. Elijah recognized the courage it took for her to broach the subject to risk rejection when she'd already endured so much loss. I've been considering alternatives, he said carefully, to bounty hunting. Hope flickered in her eyes, quickly masked by practical consideration. What alternatives? Sheriff Davis mentioned the Territorial Marshal's Office needs experienced men, more settled work, based in one location. Cheyenne, Sarah noted, testing the word as if for flavor. It's a growing city, good medical facilities, not far from Denver. The practical assessment disguised deeper questions. Could she rebuild a life there? Could Thomas thrive? Could whatever existed between her and Elijah survive the transition from crisis-forged bond to something more lasting? Just a thought, Elijah said, unwilling to press further when so much remained uncertain. One possibility among many. Sheriff Davis joined them, ending the delicate conversation. Wells arrived in Cheyenne yesterday, he reported, accepting the coffee Sarah offered. Under heavy guard. His wounds are healing, but his temper isn't improving. Been making threats against all of you, according to the Telegraph. Empty threats, Elijah assessed. He's in custody, facing serious charges. Maybe, Davis allowed. But money buys influence, even in jail. Might be wise to remain vigilant. The warning cast a shadow over their evening meal, though they kept conversation light for Thomas's benefit. After dinner, Jesse examined the maps with Elijah, plotting their route for the following day while Sarah prepared Thomas for bed in the wagon. Another day to the junction, Jesse noted, tracing the trail with his finger. The main road to Cheyenne. More travelers, less chance of trouble. We'll maintain the same formation, Elijah decided. Davis and his men rotating watch through the night. Jesse studied him across the map, lamplight casting shadows that emphasized the weariness in his face. You know, for a man delivering me to prison, you're taking extraordinary care with our safety. I'm delivering you to justice, Elijah corrected. Not the same thing, is it? Jesse's smile held no bitterness, only rueful acceptance. From where I'm sitting, the distinction seems academic. Elijah considered his response carefully. Justice should account for all a man's actions, not just his worst moments. You robbed banks, yes? You also saved your sister and nephew at great personal risk. Both facts matter. Philosophical bounty hunter, Jesse mused. That's a new one. Recent development, Elijah admitted, still working through the implications. Their conversation, bridging the gap between captor and captive with unexpected understanding, was interrupted by Thomas's excited call from the wagon. The boy had spotted the first star of evening, a tradition that apparently required immediate attention from all adults. "Make a wish, Uncle Jesse," Thomas insisted when his uncle approached. "It's the wishing star." Jesse glanced at Elijah with a hint of embarrassment at the childish ritual, but dutifully closed his eyes. "Done," he announced after a moment. "Mr. Stone's turn," Thomas declared. Feeling slightly foolish but unwilling to disappoint the boy, Elijah closed his eyes briefly. No specific wish formed in his mind, only a general aspiration toward something yet unnamed, a future different from his past, a life beyond duty and retribution. "Did you wish for something good?" Thomas asked earnestly. "I believe I did," Elijah replied, surprised to find he meant it. Later, with Thomas asleep and Jesse dozing in the wagon, Elijah found Sarah sitting alone by the dying campfire. She had loosened her hair from its practical braid, the dark waves catching copper highlights from the embers. The sight struck him with unexpected force. This private moment of relaxation revealing a side of her usually hidden behind professional composure. "You should rest," he said, settling beside her on the fallen log. "Long day tomorrow." "I will. Soon." She poked at the coals with a stick, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. "I've been thinking about what happens after Cheyenne, after Jesse's trial." "One day at a time," Elijah advised. "The territorial court can be unpredictable. I need to plan further than that." Her voice took on the practical edge he'd come to recognize. The physician mapping out treatment, the mother securing her child's future. Tomas's appointment with the Denver specialist, funds for our stay, whether to seek practice there or elsewhere. The business-like recitation masked deeper concerns. Uncertainty about her brother's fate, about her own future, about whatever fragile connection had grown between her and Elijah. He heard the questions she wasn't asking directly. Would he still be part of that future once his duty was discharged? Was what had developed between them strong enough to survive beyond the circumstances that had created it? "Sarah," he began, then stopped, uncharacteristically uncertain. How could he offer reassurance when his own path remained unclear? She saved him from his awkwardness with a gentle smile. "It's all right, Elijah. I'm not asking for promises, just thinking aloud." "I'm not good at this," he admitted. "At personal matters." "I've noticed," she replied, amusement warming her voice. "Fortunately, I'm accustomed to patient work. Healing takes time." The simple statement contained multitudes. Acknowledgement of his emotional reticence, acceptance of its causes, patience with his halting progress toward something more whole. It offered grace he wasn't certain he deserved but desperately needed. "Thank you," he said simply. She nodded, understanding all he couldn't articulate. They sat in companionable silence as the fire died to embers and the vast Wyoming sky unfolded its tapestry of stars above them. No further words seemed necessary, the quiet itself a form of communion after so much upheaval. The third day of travel brought them to the junction where their trail met the main road to Cheyenne. Traffic increased. Freight wagons hauling supplies to outlying settlements, cattle drovers moving herds to spring pastures, the occasional stagecoach raising dust on the horizon. They made camp earlier than usual, selecting a defendable position near a stand of cottonwoods with the junction road visible in the distance. Davis's deputies rotated watch while Jesse helped Thomas construct an elaborate fort from twigs and stones, his injured shoulder limiting his contributions but not his enthusiasm. Watching them together, Elijah was struck again by the resilience of family bonds. How Jesse, facing imprisonment within days, still invested in his nephew's happiness, creating memories the boy would carry through their separation. It challenged every assumption Elijah had developed about criminals during his years as a bounty hunter. "He's a good man who made bad choices," Sarah said quietly, joining him by the wagon. "That's always been Jesse's story." "I'm beginning to understand that," Elijah acknowledged. Sarah studied him with thoughtful eyes. "And that understanding, does it change how you see your work? The men you've hunted?" The question cut close to doubts Elijah had been examining since Timber Creek. How many others had he pursued with single-minded focus on their crimes rather than their circumstances? How many had families who loved them, complexities he'd never bothered to consider? "It complicates things," he admitted. "Justice seemed simpler before." "Most important things are complicated," Sarah observed. "Medicine, family, love." The last word hung between them, neither quite ready to claim it directly, yet unable to deny its growing presence in their interactions. Elijah found himself wanting to reach for her hand, to bridge the physical distance that mirrored their emotional uncertainty. Before he could act on the impulse, Sheriff Davis approached, his weathered face grave. "Riders coming from the east," he reported. "Moving fast, keeping to cover. Don't like the look of it." Elijah's instincts sharpened immediately. "How many?" "4, maybe 5. Could be nothing, but..." Davis let the statement hang, his years of frontier experience making further explanation unnecessary. Honest travelers had no reason for stealth or hurry on open roads. "Get everyone to the wagons," Elijah ordered, already reaching for his rifle. "Circle them tight. Jesse and Thomas inside, Sarah, too." "I can shoot," Sarah offered, her calm acceptance of potential danger another reminder of frontier realities. Women who couldn't defend themselves didn't survive long in territories where law remained stretched thin. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Elijah replied, though he nodded acknowledgement of her capability. They had just completed basic defensive preparations when the riders emerged from a distant copse of trees, approaching at a controlled gallop that spoke of purpose rather than panic. As they drew nearer, Elijah felt a chill of recognition. The lead rider's posture, even at distance, carried the stiff precision he associated with Harrison Wells. "Wells," he muttered to Davis. "Somehow he's free." "Impossible," Davis protested. "The Telegraph said he was in custody, under guard." "Money buys influence, like you said." Elijah positioned himself between the approaching riders and the wagons. And Wells had plenty. The riders slowed as they neared the camp, spreading out in a manner that confirmed Elijah's assessment. These were not friendly travelers, but men with hostile intent. When they halted 50 yards away, his suspicions were confirmed. Harrison Wells sat astride a bay gelding, his wounded shoulder evidently healed enough for riding. His companions were hard-faced men with the vigilant posture of hired guns. "Stone?" Wells called, making no move to approach further. "I believe you have something that belongs to me." "Nothing here is yours, Wells," Elijah responded, his voice carrying across the distance. "Ride on." Wells's laugh held the brittle edge of a man pushed beyond calculation into obsession. "The woman, the boy, the money, all mine by rights. Reynolds stole from me. You interfered in private business. You embezzled from the bank," Davis countered. "Conspired with outlaws. Threatened innocent people. The territorial court is waiting for you." "The court?" Wells sneered. "Full of men who can be bought? Just like the guards who found themselves suddenly wealthy enough to look the other way." His cold gaze fixed on the wagons. "Sarah, I know you're there. Come out now and spare your son what's coming." Inside the nearest wagon, Thomas whimpered. Jesse's low voice murmured reassurance, though Elijah knew the outlaw was likely calculating their disadvantage. 2 able-bodied men, and Sarah against Wells and 4 hired guns, with Jesse himself weakened by his wound, and Thomas to protect. "You're outnumbered, Wells," Elijah declared, though the claim was technically false. "Sheriff Davis and I represent territorial law. These men with you are interfering with official business." "Official business," Wells repeated mockingly. "You're a bounty hunter who failed to deliver his prisoner. A man who chose a woman's gratitude over professional duty. The territory has already stripped your authority, Stone. The telegraph arrived yesterday. You're nothing now." The revelation struck with precision, targeting Elijah's deepest uncertainty. That his choices, however right they felt, had cost him the professional identity that had defined him for 15 years. But where such news might once have shaken him, now it provoked only calm resolve. Some prices were worth paying. "Last warning, Wells," Elijah called. "Ride away, now." Wells's response was a signal to his men, who spread wider, clearly preparing to rush the camp from multiple angles. Elijah raised his rifle, knowing Davis was doing the same, calculating the grim mathematics of their situation. Even if they took down 2 of the attackers immediately, the others would reach the wagons. Sarah and Jesse would fight, but with the child to protect and Jesse weakened, the first shot came from Wells himself. A wild effort that kicked up dust yards from Elijah's position. The hired guns followed with more disciplined fire, forcing Elijah and Davis to take cover behind wagon wheels. Return fire drove the attackers temporarily back, but Elijah knew they were being gradually surrounded. "Get to the other wagon," he instructed Davis. "Cover the rear approach." As the sheriff moved to comply, Wells's men charged from multiple directions. Elijah dropped one immediately, his shot catching the man in the chest. Another veered away as Davis's rifle barked, but the remaining 2 pressed forward, using their horses as partial shields. Inside the wagon, Jesse made a decision. "Stone," he called. "Rifle!" Elijah hesitated only a heartbeat before tossing his second weapon through the wagon's canvas opening. Outlaw or not, Jesse Reynolds was a better ally than enemy in this fight. Wells, seeing his advantage diminishing, spurred his horse directly toward Elijah's position, pistol raised. Elijah rolled clear of the charge, coming up with his Colt drawn, but his shot went wide as Wells's horse collided with the wagon. The impact sent Elijah sprawling, his weapon flying from his grasp. Wells dismounted in a fluid motion, belying his recent injury, advancing on Elijah with murderous intent. "You cost me everything," he snarled, aiming his pistol at Elijah's heart. "The bank, the town's respect. Sarah was never yours." Elijah replied, searching for options as he rose slowly to his feet. "Neither was Thomas. Neither was the money you stole." "Righteous to the end," Wells sneered. "Let's see if that comforts Sarah when I take her boy as my own, raise him to understand business properly." The threat to Thomas ignited a protective fury in Elijah's chest, overwhelming tactical consideration. He lunged forward just as Wells fired, feeling the bullets burn across his ribs as he crashed into the banker. They fell together, Wells's pistol discharging again into the ground as they struggled for control. Despite his recent wound, Wells fought with the desperate strength of a man with nothing left to lose. He drove his knee into Elijah's side, finding the bullet's path with uncanny accuracy. Pain exploded through Elijah's body, momentarily loosening his grip. Wells seized the advantage, twisting free and reaching for his fallen pistol. The shot that felled Harrison Wells came not from Davis's position, but from the wagon where Jesse had been sheltering with Thomas. The banker crumpled, a look of almost comical surprise crossing his features as he registered the source of his demise. Silence fell across the campsite. The remaining hired gun, seeing his employer fall, wisely chose retreat over continued confrontation. Davis's rifle covered his departure while Sarah emerged from the wagon, medical bag already in hand as she rushed to Elijah's side. "How bad?" she demanded, professional assessment overriding emotion as she examined his bleeding side. "Grazed," Elijah managed, though the pain suggested more significant damage beneath the torn shirt. "Wells?" "Dead," Jesse confirmed, approaching with the borrowed rifle held carefully in his good hand. Thomas remained in the wagon, protected from the worst of the violence by his uncle's foresight. "Clean shot, had no choice," Elijah nodded understanding. Jesse had acted to protect them all, using the weapon Elijah had entrusted him with, a decision that could have serious consequences for both men when they reached Cheyenne. Sarah cut away Elijah's bloodied shirt, revealing a deep furrow across his ribs where Wells's bullet had carved its path. not immediately life-threatening, but serious enough to require immediate treatment. "Help me get him to the wagon," she instructed Jesse and Davis. "I need better light." Together, they moved Elijah to a bedroll spread beneath the cottonwoods. Thomas watched, wide-eyed from a distance, kept back by one of Davis's deputies who had wisely recognized a child should not witness field surgery. "This will hurt," Sarah warned as she prepared to clean the wound. "I trust you," Elijah replied, the simple statement encompassing far more than medical confidence. As Sarah worked to save him, Elijah drifted between consciousness and shadow, aware of Jesse standing guard nearby, of Davis organizing defenses against possible return of Wells's remaining men, of Thomas's worried questions carried on the evening breeze. "Will Mr. Stone be all right, Mama?" "I'm doing everything I can, sweetheart. He has to be all right. He promised to help Uncle Jesse." The child's concerns penetrated even through pain's fog, reminding Elijah of promises made and responsibilities accepted. Wells had been right about one thing. His professional standing was likely compromised beyond repair. The territorial authority would not look kindly on a bounty hunter who armed his prisoner, who prioritized a woman and child over his assigned duty. Yet as darkness claimed him, Elijah found he couldn't regret the choices that had led to this moment. For the first time since his parents' murder had set him on the path of retribution, he had acted not from duty or vengeance, but from something purer: protection, compassion, perhaps even love. If that cost him the life he'd known, perhaps it was merely clearing space for the life he might yet build. Healing hearts. Pain came in waves, dark and insistent as the Wyoming winter. Elijah surfaced through layers of burning fever to glimpses of reality. Sarah's worried face looming over him, the sharp smell of carbolic acid, cool cloths pressed against his skin. Then the darkness would claim him again, dragging him down into memories he'd spent 15 years trying to forget. "Ma, Pa, where are you?" His own voice, impossibly young, echoing through the burned-out shell of his family's cabin. The acrid smell of smoke mingling with another odor he would come to know too well in later years, the copper-sweet scent of spilled blood. The discovery of what remained of his parents, their bodies sprawled where they had fallen defending their home. "No, please, not again. Hush now." A cool hand on his forehead, a soft voice anchoring him briefly to the present. "You're safe, Elijah. Everyone's safe." Sarah. The name formed in his mind before slipping away again as fever dragged him back into the past. He was tracking the raiders who had killed his parents, a boy of 16 with a man's hatred burning in his heart. The first one he'd found in a Kansas saloon, drunk and boasting of farms burned and settlers killed. The moment of retribution that had tasted more like ash than justice. "So much blood," he murmured. "Never washes clean." "The wound's infected." Sarah's voice reached him from a great distance. "I need to draw out the poison." Fresh pain exploded as something probed the wound in his side, igniting nerve endings already raw from fever. Elijah arched against restraining hands, a hoarse cry tearing from his throat. "Hold him," Sarah commanded someone. "I can't clean it properly if he moves." Strong hands gripped his shoulders, pressing him back against the bedroll. Through feverish haze, Elijah recognized Jesse Reynolds' face above him, tight with concern despite the effort of restraint. "Easy, Stone," Jesse urged. "Let her work. She knows what she's doing." The surreal nature of the moment registered briefly, the outlaw he'd pursued across the territory now helping save his life, before pain dragged him under again. Time lost meaning, measured only in cycles of agony, brief lucidity, and fevered dreams. Sometimes he heard Thomas's small voice reading haltingly from a book of adventure tales, the childish pronunciation of difficult words a touchstone to reality. Other times he sensed Jesse's presence, the outlaw speaking in low tones to his sister about symptoms and treatments. "The fever's not breaking," Sarah's worried voice filtered through his delirium. "We're losing him." "You won't lose him," Jesse assured her. "He's too stubborn to die." Stubborn, yes, that had defined him. Since the day he'd buried his parents and set out on the road of vengeance, due duty, to the black and white justice that had structured his life for 15 years. Stubborn denial of emotions that complicated that simplicity. But in the crucible of fever, those carefully maintained barriers crumbled. His fevered mind yielded truths he had never intended to reveal. "Sarah," he murmured, reaching blindly toward her voice. "I should have told you." "Told me what?" Her cool hand captured his, anchoring him briefly. "Elijah, can you hear me? That I love you," he whispered, unaware whether he spoke aloud or only in his mind. "Of since the night Thomas was sick, the way you fought for him, so strong, so beautiful." Darkness closed over him again before he could see her response, dragging him back into the shadow world where past and present merged. He was chasing Jesse Reynolds through mountain passes, yet simultaneously lying wounded while the outlaw helped tend him. He was delivering prisoners to territorial justice, yet arguing for mercy in a courtroom that existed only in his fevered imagination. "He's calling for someone named Michael." Thomas's worried voice penetrated the fog. "Who's Michael, Mama?" "I don't know, sweetheart," Sarah replied softly. "When people have fever, they sometimes remember people from long ago." Michael, his younger brother, lost in the same raid that claimed their parents. Elijah had found the boy's body in the smoking ruins of the barn, hidden where he must have run for safety, the memory he had buried deepest, the wound that had never healed. "Couldn't save him," Elijah mumbled. "My fault. Should have been there." "It wasn't your fault." Sarah's voice came close to his ear, as if she understood somehow the burden he carried. "Whatever happened, it wasn't your fault, Elijah." Her absolution, offered without full knowledge yet with complete conviction, reached through the fever's grip. Something tightly clenched within his soul began to loosen, a knot of guilt and grief unraveling after 15 years of careful maintenance. On the fourth day, the fever broke. Elijah woke to pale dawn light filtering through canvas. A tent, he realized, not the wagon where he remembered being treated initially. He lay on a proper cot, not a bedroll, and clean bandages wrapped his torso where Wells's bullet had carved its path. Thomas sat in a small chair beside him, chin propped on his hand as he struggled to stay awake, an open book in his lap. The boy was thinner than Elijah remembered, with shadows beneath his eyes, suggesting nights of interrupted sleep. "Thomas," he managed, his voice a dry rasp. The boy's head jerked up. "Mr. Stone, you're awake." Joy transformed his tired face as he scrambled to his feet. "Mama, Uncle Jesse, he's awake." Almost instantly, Sarah appeared in the tent entrance, her normally neat hair escaping its pins, her face bearing the same exhaustion that marked her son's. She moved to the cot with professional purpose, fingers finding Elijah's pulse as her free hand tested his forehead. "The fever's truly broken," she confirmed, relief softening the worry lines that had formed between her brows. "How do you feel?" "Weak as a newborn foal," Elijah admitted, "but clear-headed. Where are we?" 5 miles outside Cheyenne, Jesse answered, ducking into the tent behind his sister. "You've been out of your head for 4 days. We thought it better to make camp here than try to reach the city with you in such a state." Elijah struggled to absorb this information. "Wells dead," Jesse confirmed. "And his men scattered. Sheriff Davis rode ahead to Cheyenne 2 days ago to report what happened and arrange for my reception." The careful phrasing acknowledged the reality they still faced. Despite everything, Jesse remained a wanted man with serious charges pending. Their arrival in Cheyenne would inevitably lead to his imprisonment until trial. "You should have gone with him," Elijah said, "not delayed for my sake." Jesse's smile held no bitterness. "And missed the chance to nurse you through fever after all the trouble you took hunting me across the territory seemed only fair to return the favor." The easy humor disguised something deeper, an unspoken acknowledgement of the strange bond that had formed between pursuer and pursued. Elijah recognized that Jesse had once again put others' welfare before his own self-interest, risking his chance for favorable treatment by delaying his surrender to authority. "He's been helping Mama take care of you," Thomas informed Elijah earnestly, "and I've been reading to you from my adventure book. Jesse says reading to sick people helps their minds find their way home." "Does he now?" Elijah glanced at the outlaw, who shrugged with affected nonchalance. "Old wives' tale," Jesse dismissed. but it kept Thomas occupied when he refused to leave your side." The loyalty touched Elijah deeply. This child, who had every reason to fear and distrust him, the man who had hunted his uncle and threatened his mother's security, had instead maintained a vigil through days of uncertainty. "Thank you, Thomas," he said simply. "I believe it worked." Sarah checked Elijah's bandages, her touch professional, yet conveying something more intimate. Relief, perhaps, or emotions she wasn't yet ready to name. "The wound is healing cleanly now, but you lost a considerable amount of blood. You'll need to rest." "We've delayed long enough," Elijah protested, attempting to sit up before dizziness forced him back down. "The territorial court will still be there tomorrow," Sarah interrupted firmly. "One more day won't make a difference to Jesse's case, but moving you too soon could reopen that wound." Jesse nodded agreement. "Davis will have made the necessary arrangements. Better you arrive able to testify than collapsed from pushing too hard." The practical assessment was obviously correct, though Elijah chafed at the enforced idleness. Throughout his life, movement and purpose had been his response to difficulty. Stillness felt foreign, almost threatening. "One more day," he conceded finally. "No more," Sarah nodded, the set of her mouth suggesting she would have insisted regardless of his agreement. "Thomas, go fetch more water from the stream, and tell Deputy Morgan that Mr. Stone is awake and will need broth." When the boy had gone, trailing reluctance at being sent away from the sickbed, Sarah's professional demeanor softened. She sat on the edge of the cot, her hand finding Elijah's with gentle purpose. "You frightened us," she said quietly. "The infection set in so quickly. There were times I thought—" She broke off, composure momentarily fracturing before she recovered. "You have a remarkable constitution. Most men would have succumbed to such a fever." "Most men haven't had you fighting for them," Elijah replied, the simple truth easier to speak after days of involuntary honesty. A flush rose in Sarah's cheeks. "Yes, well, I am a physician. It's my duty to heal." "Is that all it was? Duty?" The question escaped before he could consider its wisdom. Sarah's eyes met his, vulnerability replacing professional distance. "You know it wasn't." The admission hung between them, neither quite ready to address its implications, with Jesse standing awkwardly by the tent entrance. The outlaw cleared his throat. "I'll go help Thomas with that water," he announced, making a tactical retreat that would have been comical under other circumstances. When they were alone, Sarah's fingers tightened around Elijah's. "You said things during the fever." He closed his eyes briefly, searching fragmented memories. "What things?" "That you care for me. For Thomas." Her voice remained steady, though her pulse visibly fluttered at her throat. "That you have since the night Thomas was ill." The admission he had made in delirium now hung between them, impossible to deny or evade. Elijah found, somewhat to his surprise, that he didn't wish to. "I meant it," he said simply, though I had planned a more dignified declaration. Sarah's smile illuminated her tired face. "Dignity is overrated, especially between people who have seen each other at their worst and most vulnerable." The assessment was fair. They had indeed witnessed each other's lowest moments. Her desperate fear for her son and brother, his fevered confession of guilt over his family's deaths. Such knowledge created either unbearable intimacy or unbreakable bonds. Perhaps both. "Sarah," he began, then hesitated. How could he offer her anything when his future remained so uncertain? His professional standing compromised, his identity as a bounty hunter in question, his very understanding of justice transformed by recent events. She seemed to read his thoughts. "Whatever you're about to say about not being worthy or not having anything to offer or needing to find your path first, save it." Her tone brooked no argument. "I'm a grown woman who has buried a husband, raised a sick child alone, and built a medical practice in a town that initially rejected the very idea of a female physician. I know my own mind and heart." The fierce declaration, delivered with the same determination he'd first admired in the Timber Creek jailhouse, left Elijah momentarily speechless. Before he could formulate a response, she continued more gently. "I'm not asking for promises or declarations. Not now. Not while you're still recovering, and Jesse's future hangs in the balance. But know this. Thomas and I have lost enough. We don't need protection from potential pain. What we need is honesty." The wisdom of her position was undeniable. Elijah nodded slowly. "Then honestly, I love you both. And I'm terrified of failing you as I failed my family." The confession of his deepest fear, articulated clearly rather than in fevered mumbling, lifted a weight he'd carried for 15 years. Sarah's face softened with understanding. "We all carry such fears," she acknowledged. "I wake each night checking Thomas's breathing, convinced that my medical knowledge will prove insufficient when he needs it most. Jesse believes he's unworthy of redemption because of choices made under impossible pressure." She squeezed his hand gently. "The difference is whether we let those fears define us or refine us." The distinction struck Elijah as profound. For 15 years, he had allowed fear of failure to narrow his existence to the clarity of pursuit and capture. It had defined him, limiting his capacity for connection, for mercy, for love itself. "I'm not certain I know how to live otherwise," he admitted. "You've already begun," Sarah assured him, "with each choice to prioritize compassion over duty, to see the complexities behind simple judgments. The man who first arrived in Timber Creek would never have testified for an outlaw's redemption, or risked his life for a widow and child with no claim on him. The assessment was accurate, but incomplete. You and Thomas changed me," Elijah corrected, "forced me to remember the man I might have been before vengeance became purpose." Sarah's response was prevented by Thomas's return, the boy carefully balancing a pot of water with Jesse's assistance. Whatever might have been said would wait for another moment, another day when privacy and strength allowed for deeper exploration of feelings acknowledged but not fully claimed. They reached Cheyenne the following afternoon, a strange procession that drew curious stares from townspeople. Sheriff Davis met them at the city limits, his official capacity ensuring they passed through with minimal disruption despite Jesse's presence and Elijah's obvious weakness. "Arrangements have been made," Davis informed them as they followed him toward the center of town. "Lodgings for you and Thomas," he nodded to Sarah, "near the courthouse. The territorial physician has agreed to consult on Thomas's condition, and Elijah will stay with you until he's recovered enough to give testimony." "And Jesse?" Sarah asked, her hand protectively on her brother's arm. Davis's expression grew more serious. "The territorial prison, I'm afraid. No way around that. But I've spoken with the warden. He'll be housed in the infirmary section given his injuries, not the general population." Jesse nodded, accepting this inevitability with the same calm resolution he'd shown throughout their journey. "When is the hearing?" "Day after tomorrow," Davis replied. "Judge Hollister is presiding, stern but fair by reputation. He'll want to hear all testimony before making his determination." Sarah's grip on her brother's arm tightened briefly before she forced herself to release him. The weight of impending separation descended on all of them, made heavier by the uncertainty of its outcome and duration. Their lodgings proved better than Elijah had expected. A small but clean boarding house run by a widow who, upon learning of Sarah's medical training, immediately engaged her in conversation about various ailments. Thomas explored the room with the natural curiosity of childhood, seemingly untroubled by their modest surroundings after days on the trail. Jesse was taken to the territorial prison within the hour, Davis accompanying him with assurances of proper treatment. The parting was brief but emotional, Thomas clinging to his uncle with desperate strength until Jesse gently disentangled himself. "Be brave for your mama," he told the boy. "And mind Mr. Stone while he's recovering. I'll see you at the hearing." As the prison wagon pulled away, Sarah stood with dry eyes and rigid posture, her hand on Thomas's shoulder. Only the slight trembling of her fingers betrayed her distress. "They'll be all right," Elijah assured her, though he knew the platitude offered little comfort against the realities of territorial justice. She nodded once, sharply. "We have preparations to make. The judge will need to understand the full circumstances. Wells's threats, the pressure Jesse faced, his actions during the bank robbery, the practical focus on tasks ahead was her means of maintaining composure, Elijah recognized. He respected it enough not to offer false reassurances or empty comfort. "I'll speak with Davis about the court procedures," he said instead, "and we should arrange that consultation for Thomas while we're here." The mention of her son's needs provided the distraction Sarah required. She drew a steadying breath and turned toward the boarding house, maternal responsibility once again anchoring her against grief's undertow. The following day passed in careful preparation. Elijah, still weak but determined, met with the territorial prosecutor to explain the complex circumstances of Jesse's case. Sarah arranged Tomas's consultation with the specialist, returning with cautious optimism about new treatments available in Denver. Both avoided discussing the hearing's potential outcomes, as if speaking their fears might somehow manifest them. That night, with Thomas finally asleep after a day of excitement, exploring Cheyenne under Deputy Morgan's watchful eye, Sarah and Elijah sat beside the small fireplace in their shared sitting room. The domesticity of the scene, her mending in her lap, him studying legal documents by lamplight, struck Elijah with its poignant normality. This simple companionship, unremarkable to most, represented everything he had denied himself for 15 years. "What happens after tomorrow?" Sarah asked quietly, giving voice to the question that had hovered unspoken between them all day. Elijah set aside the papers he'd been reviewing. "Much depends on Judge Hollister's decision." "I meant for you," she clarified. "Whatever the outcome for Jesse, you'll have fulfilled your obligation. Your path will be your own again." The gentle inquiry offered him the freedom he'd once prized above all else, the ability to move on, to return to the life he'd known before Timber Creek had complicated everything. Yet the prospect now felt hollow rather than liberating. "I'm not certain that path exists anymore," he admitted, "or that I want to find it if it does." Sarah's hand stilled on her mending. "Then what do you want, Elijah? Not duty, not obligation. What does your heart tell you?" The directness of her question deserved equal honesty in response. "That I want a life with purpose, beyond pursuit and capture. That I want to wake each morning beside you, to watch Thomas grow strong, to build something that lasts rather than merely removing those who destroy." The simple declaration, stripped of qualification or condition, hung in the quiet room. Sarah set aside her mending, crossing to kneel beside his chair, her hand finding his. "Then that's what we'll build," she said, with the quiet certainty that had sustained her through widowhood, illness, and hardship. "One day at a time, whatever the challenges." Elijah raised her hand to his lips, the gesture sealing an unspoken promise between them. Tomorrow would bring the territorial court's judgment on Jesse, decisions about Thomas's treatment in Denver, questions about their future together. But tonight, in this moment of connection, the path ahead seemed not frightening, but full of possibility. The territorial courthouse dominated Cheyenne's main square, its imposing stone facade designed to inspire respect for frontier justice. Inside, the courtroom reflected the territory's aspirations toward civilization. Polished wooden benches, a raised judge's bench, the American flag hanging behind it. The trappings of formal law seemed incongruous after weeks in the wilderness, where justice had been determined by character and circumstance rather than statutes. Jesse sat at the defendant's table, his wounded shoulder evident in the careful way he held himself. He'd been provided clean clothing for the hearing, his hair trimmed, his appearance deliberately crafted to present a reformed man rather than a dangerous outlaw. When he saw Sarah and Thomas enter with Elijah, his tense expression momentarily relaxed into a smile for his nephew. The courtroom filled quickly, the case having attracted considerable attention. Bank robbery was serious business in a territory where financial stability remained precarious, and Jesse Reynolds' name carried notoriety throughout Wyoming. Yet, whispers also circulated about Harrison Wells's embezzlement and conspiracy, about the outlaw who had saved a town rather than robbing it. Judge Hollister entered with little ceremony, a tall man with piercing blue eyes and the weathered complexion of someone who had lived frontier justice rather than merely administering it. He reviewed the charges against Jesse with meticulous attention, occasionally glancing over his spectacles at the defendant with unreadable expression. The territorial prosecutor presented the case against Jesse methodically. 3 bank robberies attributed to his planning, if not his direct participation. Documents recovered from Wells's office confirmed Jesse's involvement, though they also revealed the banker's own criminality. The territory recognizes the unusual circumstances of this case, the prosecutor concluded, Mr. Reynolds' cooperation and subsequent actions during the Timber Creek incident. However, the law remains clear regarding robbery and conspiracy. When Elijah's turn came to testify, he rose with careful deliberation, the wound in his side still tender despite Sarah's skilled care. He had testified in dozens of trials over the years, always with professional detachment, his statements focused on facts rather than interpretation. Today would be different. Please state your name and occupation for the court, the clerk requested. Elijah Stone, bounty hunter. The familiar introduction felt suddenly insufficient, incomplete. Currently acting as special deputy to Sheriff Jacob Davis of Timber Creek. Judge Hollister's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. Special deputy? Not the capacity in which you apprehended Mr. Reynolds, I believe. No, Your Honor. That occurred when I was acting as a bounty hunter under territorial warrant. Elijah met the judge's evaluating gaze directly. Circumstances evolved significantly thereafter. Indeed. Hollister gestured for him to continue. Please describe those circumstances, Mr. Stone. Elijah did so with meticulous accuracy, from his initial capture of Jesse through the events at Timber Creek's bank and Wells's final attack. He detailed Jesse's reluctant involvement with Stillwell's gang, the threats against Sarah and Thomas, and most importantly, Jesse's repeated choices to protect innocent lives at risk to his own. In 15 years of bringing men to justice, Elijah concluded, I have never encountered one whose criminal actions were so consistently opposed by his true character. Jesse Reynolds committed serious offenses, yes, but when circumstances stripped away coercion and threat, his natural inclination was toward protection and self-sacrifice, not violence or theft. The judge studied him with penetrating intensity. You're arguing for leniency, then, despite the clear evidence of Mr. Reynolds' guilt? I am arguing for justice that accounts for the full measure of a man's actions, Your Honor, not merely his worst mistakes. Elijah's voice carried the conviction of someone who had witnessed transformation firsthand. Jesse Reynolds saved his sister, his nephew, an entire town, and yes, my own life, choosing each time to place others' welfare above his own safety. A murmur ran through the courtroom at his passionate advocacy. Elijah was acutely aware of Sarah watching from the gallery, Thomas beside her with solemn expression. Judge Hollister removed his spectacles, polishing them thoughtfully. Mr. Stone, you've built your reputation on delivering criminals to face the law's full consequences, not on advocating for their redemption. Why the change in this particular case? The question struck at the heart of Elijah's own transformation. He could have offered practical justifications, Jesse's cooperation, his actions during the bank robbery, his assistance against Wells. Instead, he chose honesty, however uncomfortable, because this case changed me, Your Honor. It forced me to recognize that justice without mercy becomes merely vengeance, something I know too intimately. He glanced briefly at Sarah before continuing. Jesse Reynolds committed crimes, yes, but he is not merely those crimes, any more than I am merely the sum of my own failures and regrets. The courtroom fell silent, the rawness of his testimony silencing even the most hardened observers. Judge Hollister replaced his spectacles, studying Elijah as if seeing him for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Stone. You may step down. Sarah testified next, describing Wells's threats against her property and son, the pressure applied to Jesse, and her brother's evident remorse and attempts at restitution. Thomas was spared testimony due to his age, though his presence in the courtroom, the innocent child whose medical needs had precipitated his uncle's desperate choices, spoke more eloquently than words. When all testimony had been presented, Judge Hollister called Jesse to stand before him. Mr. Reynolds, the charges against you are serious. Bank robbery strikes at the very foundation of territorial commerce and security. The judge's stern expression gave no hint of his inclinations. However, this court must also consider the extraordinary circumstances presented. Coercion through threats against your family, your instrumental role in stopping a larger criminal conspiracy, and your consistent choices to protect others when presented with the opportunity to escape. Jesse stood straight despite his injured shoulder, facing judgment with the same quiet dignity he had shown throughout their journey. Having weighed all testimony and evidence, this court sentences you to 5 years imprisonment at the Territorial Facility, Hollister pronounced, with eligibility for parole after 2 years, contingent upon exemplary behavior and continued cooperation in the investigation of Harrison Wells's financial crimes. A wave of reaction swept the courtroom. Surprise from some, relief from others. 5 years instead of 20 or hanging. The possibility of parole after just 2. It was more mercy than many had expected from Wyoming's notoriously strict territorial justice. Additionally, the judge continued, in recognition of your actions at Timber Creek, you will be housed in the minimum security wing and permitted regular visits from your family. This court is adjourned. The gavel's sharp crack sealed Jesse's fate. A punishment that acknowledged his crimes while offering genuine hope for redemption and reconnection with his family. Sarah's hands trembled as she clutched Thomas's, her composure finally breaking as tears slid silently down her cheeks. Guards approached to escort Jesse back to the prison, allowing him a brief farewell with his sister and nephew. He knelt before Thomas, his good arm encircling the boy. 2 years, he promised, not so very long. You'll have grown another foot by then. Thomas clung to him, small shoulders shaking. I'll write you letters every week. I'll count on that, Jesse replied, his voice husky with emotion. You mind your mother, and take your medicine. Get strong. Sarah embraced her brother with careful gentleness, mindful of his wound. We'll visit as often as we can. Once Thomas's treatment in Denver is established, you focus on him first, Jesse instructed. I'll be fine. Knowing you're both safe and cared for is enough. His gaze shifted to Elijah over Sarah's shoulder, a wealth of unspoken meaning passing between them. No more words were necessary. They had moved beyond pursuer and pursued to something resembling mutual respect, perhaps even friendship. As Jesse was led away, his dignity intact despite the shackles, Elijah felt the weight of the past 15 years begin to lift. The cycle of pursuit and capture, the rigidity of black and white justice, the solitary existence he had accepted as inevitable punishment for failing his family, all were giving way to possibility, to connection, to a future he had never dared imagine. Outside the courthouse, spring sunshine warmed the wooden boardwalk. Thomas ran ahead to examine a display in the mercantile window, his resilient spirit already looking forward rather than back. Sarah stood beside Elijah on the steps, her hand finding his with quiet purpose. 5 years, she said softly, with possibility of 2. It's more than we dared hope. Jesse earned that mercy, Elijah replied, through his own actions, not my testimony. Still. She squeezed his hand, her gratitude evident. Thank you for speaking truth to power, for seeing my brother as more than his mistakes. The public display of affection drew curious glances from passers-by. The notorious bounty hunter and the lady doctor, hand in hand outside the territorial court. Sarah seemed unconcerned by the attention, her grip remaining steady. But Elijah gently disengaged his fingers, the movement causing her to look up with questioning hurt in her eyes. Sarah, he began, struggling to articulate the doubt that had resurfaced during the trial. The things I've done, the men I've hunted, the blood on my hands. You and Thomas deserve better than a man with my past. She stared at him for a long moment, disappointment and understanding warring in her expression. After everything we've been through, you still believe that your past defines what you deserve? The question struck with precision at his lingering doubt. Before he could formulate a response, Thomas called from the mercantile steps, his excitement over some discovery momentarily diverting both adults. As they moved toward the boy, Sarah's voice reached him quietly, meant for his ears alone. "Consider this, Elijah Stone. If Jesse can find redemption after his mistakes, perhaps you too deserve grace for yours." The simple statement followed him down the courthouse steps into Cheyenne's bustling Main Street, a challenge and a promise wrapped in the wisdom of a woman who had witnessed firsthand the possibility of transformation and renewal. Behind them stood the territorial court, symbol of frontier justice with all its flaws and aspirations. Before them lay Denver, Thomas's treatment, and decisions about what future they might build together. And for the first time since he'd buried his family beneath Missouri soil, Elijah Stone walked toward that future with something like hope in his heart. Chapter 8, Home at Last. April blossomed into May, painting the Wyoming plains with wildflowers that transformed the drab winter landscape into a riot of color. In Cheyenne, the modest clapboard house on Willow Street had become a refuge, of sorts. Not quite a home, but a haven where Sarah Reynolds and her son had begun piecing together a new life after the tumultuous events in Timber Creek. Thomas's health had improved remarkably under the specialist's care. The thin, pale boy who had once struggled for every breath now chased butterflies in the small garden behind the house, his laughter carrying on the spring breeze like music. Dr. Whitman's innovative steam treatments, combined with a carefully monitored diet and gradually increasing exercise, had strengthened his lungs beyond Sarah's most optimistic hopes. "He's a different child," she remarked to Mrs. Holloway, the elderly neighbor who had become Thomas's devoted admirer. "Sometimes I find myself listening for his cough out of habit, then realize it's been days since I heard it." "Children heal quick when given half a chance," Mrs. Holloway replied, her weathered hands continuing to shell peas while they sat on the back porch. "And that boy's got more fight in him than men twice his size." Sarah smiled, acknowledging the truth in the assessment. Thomas had inherited the Reynolds family determination, the same quality that had driven Jesse to desperation for his nephew's sake, and now sustained him through imprisonment. Her brother's weekly letters, carefully printed for Thomas's benefit, reported steady adjustment to his circumstances and genuine hope for early release with good behavior. Sarah had found her own place in Cheyenne with surprising ease. The territorial capital, unlike smaller settlements, welcomed a female physician without the resistance she'd encountered in Timber Creek. Her small practice, focusing on women and children, had grown steadily as word spread of her skill and compassion. Several prominent families now requested her services exclusively, providing financial security she had never quite achieved before. By any measure, their new life was a success. Stable, promising, secure. Yet contentment eluded her, the absence of a certain tall, solemn-eyed bounty hunter leaving an emptiness that professional accomplishment couldn't fill. Elijah visited, of course. Every Thursday afternoon, without fail, he appeared at their door with small gifts: a carved wooden horse for Thomas, medical journals for Sarah, once even wildflower honey from a farm outside town. He inquired about Thomas's health, discussed Sarah's cases with genuine interest, shared news of the territory with engaging detail. Yet always he maintained a careful distance, physically and emotionally. He never stayed for dinner, despite Sarah's invitations, never lingered past sunset, never allowed the conversation to drift toward personal matters or shared memories of their time in Timber Creek. The man who had once held her hand in public, who had confessed love during fever's delirium, who had risked his life to protect her family, now behaved like a family friend. Interested but not invested, present but not participating. It was as if the trial had erected a barrier between them. Jesse's 5-year sentence, a penance Elijah had decided to share, a self-imposed punishment for circumstances beyond his control. Sarah had tried to breach that wall with invitations, with gentle questions about his welfare, with subtle reminders of the connection they had once shared. Each attempt met the same response: polite deflection, careful retreat, the light in his eyes dimming as if he were forcing himself to look away from something too bright to bear. On this particular May afternoon, Sarah found herself watching the clock as 4 o'clock approached. Thursday, which meant Elijah would appear precisely at past, hat in hand, the same guarded expression carefully in place. She had spent the morning in her small office attending patients, the afternoon preparing a special apple cake that Thomas had helped decorate with careful patterns of cinnamon, a transparent attempt to tempt Elijah to stay longer, perhaps. But she had abandoned subtlety weeks ago. "Mama, is Mr. Stone coming today?" Thomas called from the garden, where he had been constructing an elaborate fort from twigs and stones. "It's Thursday, isn't it?" Sarah replied, attempting to keep her tone light. "He's never missed a Thursday yet." Thomas abandoned his fort to join her on the porch, his face serious. "But he never stays. Not really." The simple observation cut to the heart of Sarah's frustration. Even a child could recognize Elijah's deliberate distance, the way he engaged without truly connecting. "He's a busy man," she offered, the excuse sounding hollow even to her own ears. "The territorial marshal's office keeps him traveling often." Thomas considered this with the solemn reflection typical of children who had confronted adult problems too early. "I think he's sad, like Uncle Jesse was sad before he told us about the bank." Sarah's breath caught at her son's perceptiveness. "What makes you think Mr. Stone is sad?" "His eyes," Thomas replied with simple certainty. "They look happy when he first sees us. Then he remembers to be sad again." Before Sarah could respond to this remarkably accurate assessment, the gate creaked. But instead of Elijah's tall figure, Sheriff Davis appeared, his familiar limping gait carrying him up the garden path. He removed his hat as he approached, nodding respectfully to Sarah. "Good afternoon, Dr. Tomas." He accepted Sarah's offer of a seat, settling his substantial frame onto the porch swing with a sigh of relief. "Getting too old for these long rides. Cheyenne to Timber Creek and back in 3 days is harder than it used to be." "You've been to Timber Creek?" Sarah couldn't disguise her surprise. "How are things there?" "Changed." Davis accepted the glass of lemonade Thomas eagerly brought him. Wells's embezzlement left the bank in disarray. New ownership's trying to sort it out. The town council's in shambles too, with half the members implicated in Wells's schemes. He took a deep drink before continuing. "But folks are rebuilding. Your practice has been sold to that doctor from Carter's Ridge. Wilson, wasn't it? He's a decent enough physician, though the women are saying he lacks your gentle touch." Sarah smiled at the compliment, though her heart ached at the news of her former home. Despite the circumstances of their departure, Timber Creek had been the place where she had established independence, where Thomas had known stability after his father's death. "What brings you to Cheyenne?" she asked, sensing Davis hadn't ridden 3 days merely to deliver town gossip. The sheriff studied his lemonade, uncharacteristically hesitant. "Actually, I came to speak with Stone. Thought I might find him here." "He hasn't arrived yet." Sarah glanced at the ornate clock visible through the parlor window. "But he should be here soon. It's Thursday." Understanding flashed across Davis's weathered features. "I see. Regular visitor, is he?" "Very regular." Sarah couldn't keep a hint of bitterness from her tone. "Precisely 4:30. Precisely 1 hour's stay. Precisely the same careful conversation each week." Davis nodded slowly, comprehension dawning. "That sounds like our Stone. Man never could do anything by halves, including punishing himself." The observation so precisely matched her own thoughts that Sarah felt a surge of kinship with the old lawman. "It refuses to discuss the future, his, mine, or any possibility that might include both. It's figured as much." Davis sighed heavily. "Might make my business with him more complicated." Before Sarah could inquire further, Thomas's excited cry announced a new arrival. "Mr. Stone! Sheriff Davis is here too!" Elijah approached up the garden path, his tall figure straight as ever, but somehow diminished, as if he deliberately made himself smaller in their presence. He carried his customary small package, a gift for Thomas, no doubt, and wore the carefully neutral expression Sarah had come to both recognize and resent. "Davis." Genuine surprise colored his greeting. "What brings you to Cheyenne?" "Business," the sheriff replied. "With you, primarily." Elijah's gaze flicked to Sarah, then away, as if the sight of her was too difficult to bear for long. Then, perhaps we should speak privately. Getting nonsense, Davis countered. What I have to say concerns the doctor and her boy as well, I suspect. He gestured to the vacant chair beside Sarah. Sit, Stone. You look like you've been riding hard. Something in the sheriff's authoritative tone bypassed Elijah's usual reticence. He sat, though he positioned his chair slightly apart from the others, maintaining his habitual distance. I'm here about Timber Creek, Davis announced without preamble. Town's in need of a new sheriff, Elijah's brow furrowed. You're retiring? Moving up. Davis couldn't suppress a note of pride. Territorial Marshal offered me a position coordinating law enforcement across the northern counties. Better pay, less chance of getting shot at my age. Congratulations, Sarah said sincerely. It's well-deserved after your years of service. Davis acknowledged the sentiment with a nod. Thank you, Doctor. But it leaves Timber Creek without leadership at a critical time. The bank situation, the aftermath of Wells's schemes. The town needs someone who understands justice, but isn't blinded by it. He fixed Elijah with a pointed look. Someone who's seen enough of the world to recognize the complexities in people, not just their crimes. The implication hung in the spring air, unmistakable in its intent. Elijah stiffened, his expression closing like a shutter against unwelcome light. I'm not a lawman, Davis. Weren't you? The sheriff raised a skeptical eyebrow. Seems to me you've been enforcing the law for 15 years just without the badge to make it official. Thomas, who had been following the conversation with intense concentration, suddenly intervened with a child's devastating directness. Are you asking Mr. Stone to be the new sheriff, sir, in our old town? That's exactly what I'm asking, son, Davis confirmed. Think he'd be good at it? The best, Thomas declared with absolute conviction. He always knows the right thing to do, and he's not afraid of anything. Elijah flinched at the boy's faith, his eyes dropping to his hands. Thomas, it's not that simple. My work with the Territorial Marshal's office is temporary at best, Davis interrupted. We both know you've been taking odd assignments, Stone. Consulting work, special investigations, nothing permanent, nothing that anchors you. The assessment was unerringly accurate. Since Jesse's trial, Elijah had indeed floated through various roles with the territorial authorities, valuable for his experience and skill, but never committing to a permanent position despite several offers. Sarah had suspected as much from his vague references to current assignments, but hearing it confirmed twisted something painful in her chest. Timber Creek deserves better than a man with my reputation, Elijah insisted, his voice low. The town needs healing, not reminders of violence. What the town needs, Davis countered, is someone who understands redemption firsthand, someone who can see the possibility for change in others because he's experienced it himself. Sarah watched the conflict play across Elijah's face, longing warring with doubt, hope with self-condemnation. She had witnessed this battle every Thursday for a month, had seen him retreat behind his carefully constructed walls each time connection threatened to breach them. You should consider it, she said quietly, drawing his reluctant gaze. You'd make an excellent sheriff. Something flickered in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps, that she would advocate for a position that would take him away from Cheyenne, away from her and Thomas. You think so? I know so. She held his gaze steadily, refusing to let him look away. You understand people, Elijah, not just their crimes or virtues, but the complex mixture of both. It's a rare quality in law enforcement, rare quality in anyone, Davis agreed. Which is why I rode 3 days to deliver this offer personally. He drew an envelope from his vest pocket, extending it toward Elijah. Town council's formal invitation. Salary's decent. House comes with the position. The old Miller place on Pine Street. Needs work, but it's solid. Elijah made no move to take the envelope. I appreciate the offer, Davis, but my life is unsettled. I wouldn't be fair to the town to accept responsibilities I might not be able to fulfill. unsettled. Davis repeated the word with undisguised skepticism. That what we're calling it now? Seems to me you've been running from settlement since Timber Creek, taking temporary work, making Thursday visits that end before supper, keeping your saddlebags packed. The blunt assessment struck home. Elijah's jaw tightened, his eyes darting to Sarah in mute apology before dropping again. "It's not that simple," he repeated. "It never is," Davis agreed. "But sometimes the complicated thing and the right thing are the same thing." Thomas, who had been quietly following this adult exchange with growing confusion, suddenly spoke up. "Don't you like us anymore, Mr. Stone? Is that why you won't stay for dinner or come live in our old town?" The guileless question achieved what weeks of Sarah's gentle overtures had not. It cracked Elijah's carefully maintained facade. Pain flashed across his features, raw and unguarded. "Thomas, no. That's not... I care for you and your mother very much. More than I can say." "Then why do you always leave?" Thomas persisted. "And why can't we come with you to Timber Creek if you become sheriff? We lived there before." Elijah looked stricken, trapped between honesty and the protection of his self-imposed isolation. He glanced helplessly at Sarah, who offered no rescue. This confrontation had been building for weeks, and she would not shield him from it any longer. "Thomas," he began carefully, "sometimes adults make choices that seem strange to children. It doesn't mean they don't care, it just means sometimes caring about someone means giving them the chance for a better life than you can provide." "But we were happy in Timber Creek," Thomas protested, "before the bad men came, and Mama's patients miss her. She told Mrs. Holloway so." He turned to Sarah. "Didn't you, Mama? You said Mrs. Peterson's baby would have come easier if you'd been there to help." Sarah felt heat rise in her cheeks at having her private conversations repeated so publicly. "Thomas, Mr. Stone needs to make his own decision about the sheriff's position." "But we could be a family," Thomas insisted, with the relentless logic of childhood. "You and me and Mr. Stone, and our old house with the garden. Uncle Jesse said Mr. Stone loves you. I heard him tell you when he thought I was sleeping." The innocent revelation hung in the air like summer lightning, illuminating truths too long left in shadow. Davis coughed discreetly and rose from the porch swing. "Think I'll check on my horse," he announced to no one in particular. "Stretch this old leg a bit. Thomas, why don't you show me that fort you're building?" With surprising tact, the sheriff led the reluctant boy toward the garden, leaving Sarah and Elijah alone on the porch. The silence between them stretched taut, years of unspoken feelings pressing against its boundaries. "He shouldn't have said that," Elijah finally managed, his voice rough. "Because it isn't true?" Sarah challenged quietly. "Or because you wish to keep pretending it isn't?" Elijah's hands clenched on his knees. "Sarah, please. You've built a good life here. Your practice is thriving. Thomas is improving. Why would you want to return to a town with painful memories, limited opportunities?" "Because a house isn't a home without the people who matter," she replied simply. "And Cheyenne, for all its advantages, has always been temporary. A way station, not a destination. You deserve better than Timber Creek. Better than a man with my past." The familiar refrain, the excuse he had used since Jesse's trial to keep her at arm's length, finally snapped Sarah's patience. She rose from her chair, moving to stand directly before him, forcing him to meet her gaze. "You've spent your life hunting justice for others, Elijah Stone," she said, her voice low with controlled intensity. "When will you allow it for yourself?" He flinched as if struck. "What?" "Justice," she repeated. "You've devoted 15 years to delivering it to others. Yet you deny yourself the very mercy you advocated for my brother. The redemption you testified was possible for a man who had committed serious crimes." "That's different," he protested. "Jesse was coerced, threatened." "And you were 16, grieving, alone," Sarah countered. "A boy who found his parents murdered and chose the only path that seemed to offer meaning. How is that unforgivable, when all you've done since is attempt to protect others from similar pain?" Elijah shook his head, rising to pace the small porch. You don't understand. The things I've done, the men I've killed. I understand perfectly, Sarah interrupted. I've treated your wounds, Elijah. I've heard your confessions during fever. I've seen the scars, inside and out. Her voice gentled. And I've witnessed the man beneath them. The one who risked his life for a widow and child who were nothing to him. Who advocated mercy for an outlaw when justice demanded punishment. Who reads adventure stories to a sick boy and remembers to bring medical journals for his mother. She moved closer, close enough to see the pulse beating rapidly at his throat. The man, the real Elijah Stone, not the ghost who's been haunting us with Thursday visits, deserves happiness, deserves love, deserves a home and family. Sarah, he whispered, her name a prayer and protest combined. No more excuses, she insisted. No more self-punishment. If you don't love me, if you don't want a life with Tomas and me, then say so plainly, but don't hide behind unworthiness or duty or whatever armor you've constructed to avoid risking your heart again. The challenge hung between them. Sarah's breathing quick with emotion, Elijah's face a battleground of longing and fear. For a terrible moment, she thought he might retreat again, might choose the safety of isolation over the vulnerability of connection. Then something shifted in his eyes. A barrier breaking, a decision crystallizing. He reached for her hands, engulfing them in his larger ones. I have loved you, he confessed, his voice unsteady. Since the night you stood in Davis's jailhouse demanding dignity for your brother. Loved your courage, your unwavering dedication to those under your care. His grip tightened. Loved Tomas as if he were my own from the first time I helped him breathe. The admission, so long withheld, swelled in Sarah's heart like spring meltwater. Then why push us away? Why these careful visits, this determined distance? Because I was afraid, he admitted, the confession clearly costing him. Not of loving you, but of failing you. Of bringing danger to your door, as I did in Timber Creek. Of watching you and Tomas suffer because of choices I made, people I hunted. So, instead, you chose to make us suffer your absence, Sarah observed without rancor. A curious protection, Elijah. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. The first genuine one she'd seen in weeks. When you put it that way, it does seem rather backward. Most fear is, she replied gently. It makes us harm the very things we're trying to preserve. Elijah's thumb traced circles on her palm, the simple contact sending awareness cascading through her. Davis is right, he said after a moment. I've been running, not from responsibility or danger, but from the possibility that I might actually deserve happiness after everything that's happened. And now? Sarah asked, scarcely breathing. Now I'm tired of running. He released her hands, only to frame her face with gentle fingers. Tired of denying what I want most in the world. What I've wanted since Timber Creek. And what is that? Sarah needed to hear him say it, needed the words after weeks of silence and withdrawal. You, he said simply. Tomas. A life together. A home where I can hang my hat permanently instead of always keeping one foot on the trail. The declaration, unadorned yet profound, was everything Sarah had longed to hear. Still, caution born of previous disappointment made her hesitate. As sheriff of Timber Creek, is that what you want, truly? It would suit me, Elijah acknowledged, using what I've learned to protect rather than pursue, building something instead of always hunting. His eyes searched hers. But only if you'd consider returning. Only if Tomas... A whoop of joy from the garden interrupted them. Tomas stood with Davis several yards away, his excited voice carrying clearly. Did you ask her? Is she saying yes? Are we going home? Elijah glanced at the boy, then back to Sarah, a hint of his old humor surfacing. Apparently, I'm more transparent than I realized. Only to those who love you, she replied softly. The simple affirmation transformed his expression, hope kindling in eyes that had been shadowed for too long. With deliberate intent, he lowered himself to one knee before her, still holding her hands in his. Sarah Reynolds, he said formally. I love you with everything I am. I love Thomas as if he were my own son. I want to build a life with you both, in Timber Creek, in Cheyenne, wherever you choose to call home." His voice wavered slightly. "Will you marry me? Allow me the honor of being Thomas's father in truth, not just in feeling." Sarah had imagined this moment during long nights when sleep eluded her, had rehearsed her answer in hopes he might someday ask. Yet now, faced with the reality of Elijah kneeling before her, words failed. Instead, she drew him to his feet and answered with actions rather than speech, her lips meeting his in a kiss that conveyed everything words could not. When they finally parted, breathless and flushed, Elijah rested his forehead against her. "I'll take that as a yes." "Yes," Sarah confirmed, laughter bubbling beneath the word. "But with one condition." "Name it," he offered immediately. "Anything within my power. We return to Timber Creek together, as a family." Her hands tightened on his. No more separation, no more distance, no more self-punishment disguised as protection. "Agreed," Elijah promised, sealing the bargain with another kiss. Thomas could contain himself no longer. He bounded up the porch steps, flinging himself against both adults with such force that they staggered. "We're going home, to our real house with the garden. And Mr. Stone, Pa, will be the sheriff and keep all the bad men away." The title, spoken with such natural ease, struck Elijah visibly. He knelt to Thomas's level, his expression solemn despite the joy suffusing it. "Thomas, are you certain? About me becoming your father, about returning to Timber Creek? It's a big change." The boy's face scrunched in confusion. "But you already are my pa. In here." He pressed a small hand to his chest. "Uncle Jesse said so. He said you've been our family since the night you helped me breathe." The simple declaration, delivered with a child's unwavering certainty, completed what Sarah's challenge had begun. The last of Elijah's carefully constructed walls crumbled, leaving him bare of pretense or protection. Simply a man accepting love too long denied. Davis, who had followed Thomas at a more sedate pace, cleared his throat from the bottom of the porch steps. "Should I take this exchange as acceptance of the sheriff's position?" Elijah rose, one arm around Sarah, the other hand resting on Thomas's shoulder. "Yes," he confirmed. "If the offer includes housing suitable for a family." "The Miller place has 4 bedrooms," Davis replied with poorly concealed satisfaction. "Plenty of space for a growing family, even a surgery for the doctor, should she wish to resume practice." Sarah felt Elijah's questioning glance and nodded. "Timber Creek needs a physician as much as a sheriff, especially one experienced with children's lung ailments." "Then it's settled," Davis declared, mounting the steps to offer Elijah his hand. "Congratulations, Sheriff Stone. And to you, future Mrs. Stone. Timber Creek won't be the same without my steady hand, but I suspect it might be better for yours." As the sun began its slow descent toward the western mountains, plans crystallized with surprising speed. The Cheyenne house would be sold, Sarah's practice transferred to a young female physician seeking opportunity. Thomas would finish his treatment with the specialist before they departed. The wedding would take place in Timber Creek, allowing Jesse to attend under supervised release. A privilege Davis promised to arrange through his new territorial connections. Later, with Thomas finally asleep after hours of excited planning and Davis retired to a hotel for the night, Sarah and Elijah found themselves alone on the small back porch. Twilight had deepened into full darkness, the Wyoming sky ablaze with stars that seemed close enough to touch. Strange, Elijah mused, his arm around Sarah as she leaned against his shoulder. "For 15 years, I've never stayed in one place longer than a month. Never owned anything I couldn't carry in saddlebags, never allowed myself to imagine roots of any kind. And now?" Sarah prompted, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her cheek. "Now I'm imagining gardens and roof repairs, school lessons and Sunday suppers." His arm tightened around her, growing old watching Thomas become a man, perhaps with brothers and sisters beside him. The simple vision, domestic and profound, warmed Sarah more thoroughly than the spring evening warranted. "It won't always be easy," she cautioned. "Timber Creek has its share of troubles, even without Wells stirring the pot. And Thomas's health, while improved, will always require care." "I don't need easy," Elijah replied. "I just need you. Both of you. The chance to build something that lasts beyond the next sunrise." As crickets began their evening chorus and the scent of lilacs drifted from neighboring gardens, Sarah realized they had come full circle. From the desperate circumstances that had first brought them together in Timber Creek's jailhouse to this quiet porch in Cheyenne, they had traveled a path neither could have foreseen. A bounty hunter and a doctor, each carrying wounds visible and hidden, had found in each other not just healing, but home. "Do you believe in second chances?" she asked softly. Elijah's fingers traced gentle patterns on her arm. "I believe in you," he answered simply. "In Thomas, in the possibility that the future needn't be defined by the past." It was, Sarah thought, the perfect declaration of faith from a man who had spent 15 years ensuring justice for others while denying it to himself. Not a sweeping promise of perfect transformation, but a humble acknowledgement of possibility. The first tender shoot of hope emerging from soil long thought barren. As stars wheeled overhead, marking time's passage with celestial precision, two people who had found each other against all odds embraced the rarest gift frontier life offered. Not wealth or power or reputation, but the simple miracle of belonging, of coming home at last. Epilogue: The Real Bounty. Timber Creek looked its finest in the golden light of late spring. A year of prosperity had transformed the once struggling settlement into a thriving community, with freshly painted storefronts, newly planted shade trees along Main Street, and the bustle of commerce that spoke of collective confidence in the future. The bank, under honest management at last, had reopened with policies that favored local businesses and homesteaders over distant investors. The schoolhouse boasted a proper slate roof, funded by the town improvement account that Harrison Wells had once plundered. From his vantage point on the jailhouse porch, Sheriff Elijah Stone observed these changes with quiet satisfaction. His badge caught the afternoon sunlight as he leaned against the wooden railing, acknowledging passing townspeople with a nod or brief greeting. Most returned the gesture with genuine warmth. A stark contrast to his first days as sheriff, when his reputation as a feared bounty hunter had made many wary of his authority. "Afternoon, Sheriff," Peter Simmons called from his hardware store across the street. "The shipment of roofing nails you ordered came in on yesterday's freight wagon." "Much obliged, Peter," Elijah replied. "I'll stop by before closing." The exchange was unremarkable in its ordinariness, yet Elijah never took such moments for granted. A year ago, he had been a man defined by pursuit and capture, a solitary figure moving through the world without connection or community. Now, he ordered roofing nails for home repairs, exchanged pleasantries with shopkeepers, and carried a badge that symbolized protection rather than retribution. Deputy Morgan emerged from the jailhouse, a stack of wanted posters in his hand. Young and eager, with a shock of sandy hair that perpetually fell across his forehead, Morgan had proven an able assistant despite his initial awe of Elijah's reputation. "Just in from the territorial office," he announced, sorting through the papers. "Bank robbery in Laramie, horse theft near the Montana border, and this one." He handed Elijah a poster, prominently displaying a face that seemed vaguely familiar. $5,000 for James Blackwood, wanted for multiple murders in Arizona territory. Elijah studied the likeness, memory stirring. A year earlier, Blackwood had been next on his list after Jesse Reynolds, a dangerous man with a reputation for unnecessary brutality. The substantial bounty reflected both his crimes and the difficulty of capturing him alive. "They say he's headed this way," Morgan continued with barely suppressed excitement. "Following the old stage road. Might pass within 20 miles of Timber Creek." Once, such information would have had Elijah checking his weapons and provisions, calculating routes and tracking conditions. Now he merely nodded, folding the poster carefully before moving to the bulletin board that hung inside the jailhouse door. "Aren't you going after him?" Morgan asked, puzzlement evident in his young face. $5,000, Sheriff. More than half your yearly salary." Elijah pinned the poster to the board alongside notices for missing cattle and announcements of upcoming town events. "I have more pressing matters here," he said simply. "Besides, riding out would leave Timber Creek unprotected." Morgan looked disappointed but not surprised. In the years since Elijah had accepted the sheriff's position, he had not once pursued bounties beyond the town's boundaries, despite several lucrative opportunities. The young deputy had eventually stopped expecting his mentor to return to his former profession, though he occasionally expressed wistful curiosity about those days. "I'll never understand how you could give it up," Morgan confessed, arranging the remaining posters in a neat stack. "The adventure, the recognition, the rewards." Elijah smiled slightly. "Spend a few nights sleeping in mountain passes during snowstorms, and the appeal diminishes considerably." Before Morgan could press further, the jailhouse door opened to admit Thomas Stone, whose arrival was heralded by the clatter of running feet and the excited barking of the mongrel pup that followed him everywhere. "Pa!" he called, barreling into Elijah with the heedless enthusiasm of healthy childhood. "School's out for the day, and Mr. Peterson says I did the best recitation in the whole class." Elijah studied the boy, pride warming his chest at both the accomplishment and the casual use of "Pa" title that still humbled him each time he heard it. At 7 years old, Thomas had blossomed from the frail child of a year ago into a sturdy, bright-eyed boy whose occasional coughs were the only reminder of his formerly precarious health. "The whole class, eh?" Elijah ruffled Thomas's hair, which had darkened over the winter to match Sarah's rich auburn. "That's quite an achievement. What was the recitation?" "Longfellow's Paul Revere's Ride," Thomas announced proudly. "I remembered every single word, even the hard parts about the muffled oar and the spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet." Elijah exchanged an amused glance with Morgan, who was attempting to maintain a serious expression despite the boy's theatrical rendition. "Impressive indeed," Elijah agreed. "Perhaps you'd favor the deputy with a sample?" Thomas needed no further encouragement. He launched into the poem with gusto, complete with dramatic gestures that sent his dog into paroxysms of excited barking. Morgan applauded when the performance concluded, offering Thomas one of the peppermint sticks he kept in his desk drawer for young visitors. "Speaking of your mother," Elijah said when the candy had been properly appreciated, "shouldn't you be helping her with clinic chores this afternoon?" Thomas's expression grew slightly evasive. "Mama said I could come find you first. She's with Mrs. Johnson's new baby anyway and doesn't need me underfoot." The explanation rang true enough. Sarah's medical practice had expanded over the past year to include a new wing specifically designed for women's care and childbirth. The addition, built with Elijah's own hands and funded by the community after Sarah had saved the mayor's wife from a difficult labor, had become a source of pride for all of Timber Creek. Tangible proof that the settlement valued more than just commerce and cattle. "Well, since you're here," Elijah said, "you can help me deliver these notices about the town meeting. Then we'll head home together." Thomas agreed eagerly, always pleased to assist with official sheriff's business. As they stepped into the late afternoon sunshine, Elijah felt the familiar contentment that accompanied these simple moments. Walking beside his son along streets he was sworn to protect, exchanging greetings with neighbors who had become friends, knowing that Sarah waited at home when his duties concluded. Home. The word still sometimes caught him by surprise, evoking not just the comfortable house on Pine Street with its white picket fence and thriving garden, but the feeling of belonging it represented. After 15 years of transience, of existing in temporary accommodations and carrying his life in saddlebags, he had planted roots so deep that he sometimes wondered how he had survived so long without them. Their modest house had become something of a gathering place in Timber Creek, hosting Sunday dinners for those without family nearby, providing neutral ground for neighbors to resolve disputes without involving the law, offering counsel to those facing difficulties the sheriff and doctor were uniquely qualified to understand. The home that Harrison Wells had once coveted for its prime location now served not his private ambition, but the community's collective need. "Can we stop by the post office?" Thomas asked as they completed their deliveries. "Mama said a letter might have come from Uncle Jesse." Elijah nodded, steering them toward the small building that housed both post office and telegraph station. Jesse's letters arrived regularly, once a month without fail, and had become important milestones in Thomas's life. The boy carefully preserved each one in a wooden box Elijah had carved for him, occasionally rereading them to track his uncle's progress toward early release. Mrs. Parker, who had managed Timber Creek's postal affairs for 20 years with formidable efficiency, presented Thomas with not one but 2 letters. Regular monthly from the territorial prison, she announced, and another from Denver. Specialist physician by the look of the return address. Thomas clutched both envelopes carefully, though his attention clearly focused on Jesse's letter. "Can I open Uncle Jesse's now, Pa? Please?" "Best wait until we're home," Elijah suggested. "So your mother can hear the news as well." They completed their errands quickly after that, Thomas's eagerness to share Jesse's letter hastening their usual pace. As they approached the white, clapboard house at the edge of town, the scent of fresh bread wafted from the open kitchen window, mingling with the fragrance of the climbing roses Sarah had planted along the front porch. Elijah found himself quickening his own steps, drawn by the promise of home and hearth after a day of duty. Inside, they found Sarah placing a fresh loaf on the cooling rack, her medical bag open on the kitchen table where she had apparently been restocking supplies. She turned at their entrance, her face lighting with the smile that still made Elijah's heart stumble after a year of marriage. "There are my men," she greeted them, accepting Thomas's enthusiastic hug and Elijah's more measured but no less heartfelt kiss. Just in time, too. Mrs. Johnson has a beautiful baby girl, 8 pounds even, and the bread is done. "Uncle Jesse wrote again," Thomas announced, brandishing the envelope. "And a letter from Dr. Whitman in Denver, too." Sarah's eyebrows rose with interest. "Dr. Whitman? We weren't expecting his reply for another week at least." She wiped her hands on her apron, reaching for the Denver letter with professional curiosity. While Sarah examined the specialist's correspondence, Thomas tore into Jesse's letter with careful enthusiasm, smoothing the pages on the kitchen table as he had been taught. "He says the warden is pleased with his work in the prison library," Thomas reported, scanning the neat handwriting. "And he's been teaching other prisoners to read and write. The parole board meeting is next month, and his lawyer thinks there's a good chance for early release." Sarah looked up from her own letter, genuine pleasure warming her eyes. "That's wonderful news, Thomas. Perhaps he'll be home in time for harvest after all." "He says he's learned bookkeeping, too," Thomas continued, pride evident in his voice, "so he can be useful when he gets out. Do you think he could work at the bank, Pa? Mr. Fredericks said they need someone good with numbers." Elijah considered the question seriously, recognizing its importance to Thomas. "The bank might be difficult, given the circumstances," he said gently. "But there are plenty of businesses in town that could use a man with Jesse's skills. The new sawmill, for instance, or the freight office?" Thomas nodded, accepting this assessment with the resilience that continually amazed Elijah. For all the hardship the boy had experienced in his young life, losing his father, nearly dying of illness, seeing his uncle imprisoned, he maintained an unshakable faith in the essential goodness of the world and the people in it. "What does Dr. Whitman say?" Thomas asked, turning his attention to the second letter. "Is it about my lungs?" Sarah's expression held a mixture of professional satisfaction and maternal relief. "It is indeed. He's reviewed the reports I sent last month and agrees that your condition shows remarkable improvement. The new treatments have strengthened your lungs beyond his initial expectations." The news, though not unexpected given Thomas's obvious health, nevertheless brought fresh joy to the kitchen. The boy executed an impromptu dance of celebration, his dog joining with enthusiastic barks, until Sarah laughingly ordered both outside to expend their energy before supper. When they were alone, Elijah moved to wrap his arms around his wife from behind, resting his chin atop her head, as he often did, savoring their difference in height and the way she fit perfectly against him. "A good day, then," he observed, feeling the tension of sheriff's duties melt away in her presence. Jesse's progress, Thomas's health, new life for the Johnsons. Sarah leaned back against him, her hands covering his where they rested at her waist. "And Blackwood's wanted poster," she added quietly. "Morgan stopped by the clinic to tell me." Elijah wasn't surprised. Despite his deputy's youth, he missed little that happened in Timber Creek. $5,000 would buy a lot of roofing nails, he acknowledged wryly. Sarah turned in his arms, her eyes searching his face. "Does it call to you? The hunt? The pursuit?" The question was asked without accusation or fear, simply honest curiosity from the woman who knew him better than anyone ever had. Elijah considered it with equal honesty. "No," he said after a moment. "Not anymore. Perhaps if he came to Timber Creek, threatened what we've built here, but riding out for days or weeks, tracking a stranger for money, that life feels like a half-remembered dream now." Relief softened Sarah's features, though she had clearly prepared herself for either answer. "I wouldn't have stopped you," she assured him, "if it was something you needed to do." "I know." He brushed a strand of hair from her face, marveling anew at the strength that allowed her to offer such freedom, despite her own preferences. "But what I need is here. Has been since the day Thomas couldn't breathe and you fought to save him with everything you had." Sarah's smile held a hint of mischief. "Speaking of what's here," she took his hand and placed it lower on her abdomen, which had only the slightest curve beneath her practical dress. Dr. Whitman's letter contained a consultation about more than just Thomas's lungs. Elijah froze, comprehension dawning slowly. "Sarah, are you saying—" "Early December, by my calculations," she confirmed, joy illuminating her face. "Just in time for—" The news struck Elijah with the force of revelation. Not merely the fact of impending fatherhood, which he had hoped for since their marriage, but the sheer miracle of it. That he, who had once believed himself unworthy of even basic human connection, would be granted such abundance of love and family and purpose. "A baby," he whispered, awe making his voice rough. "Our baby." Sarah nodded, her own eyes bright with emotion. "I wanted to be certain before telling you. The specialist confirms it, though I've suspected for weeks." Elijah gathered her close, overcome with a gratitude too profound for words. They stood together in the warm kitchen, surrounded by the evidence of their shared life. Bread cooling on the rack, medical supplies beside sheriff's notices on the table, the sound of Thomas's laughter filtering through the open window. Later, after supper had been eaten and the day's events thoroughly discussed, they moved to the wide front porch where evenings were often spent in these mild spring days. Thomas brought his book of adventure tales, settling beside Elijah on the wooden swing, while Sarah took the rocking chair nearby, her mending basket at her feet, though her hands remained idle, cradling the secret new life they had created. The sunset painted Timber Creek in shades of amber and rose, gilding the distant mountains and casting long shadows across the main street. From their vantage point, they could see most of the town: the church steeple, the schoolhouse, the newly repaired bridge across the creek that had given the settlement its name, all places now woven into the fabric of their lives, landmarks in a geography of belonging. Thomas read aloud for a time, his voice growing sleepy as twilight deepened into dusk. When he closed the book at last, he leaned against Elijah's side, asking the question that had clearly been on his mind since the afternoon. "Pa, that man in the wanted poster, Morgan said you used to hunt men like him before you were sheriff. Will you ever go bounty hunting again?" Elijah exchanged a glance with Sarah, whose expression held nothing but quiet confidence in whatever answer he might give. He considered his response carefully, wanting to offer Thomas the truth in terms the boy could understand. Some men, he began slowly, spend their lives chasing what matters least, only to discover too late what truly has value. His arm tightened around Thomas's shoulders, his other hand reaching for Sarah's across the space between swing and rocker. I found my real bounty right here, and I'm never letting it go. Thomas seemed to weigh this answer with the serious consideration he gave to all adult pronouncements. Like in my book, he decided eventually, where the explorer traveled the whole world looking for treasure, but it was in his own garden all along. Very like that, Elijah agreed, touched by the child's intuitive understanding. As stars appeared one by one in the deepening sky, Thomas eventually dozed against Elijah's shoulder. Sarah rose to prepare him for bed, but before taking the sleeping boy inside, she bent to place a gentle kiss on Elijah's lips. "Sheriff Stone," she murmured, her voice holding the private amusement that often colored her use of his title. "I believe you've captured all our hearts quite thoroughly." "Best bounty I ever claimed," he replied, his hand lingering briefly on her still flat stomach, where their child grew. "And unlike the others, this one I'm keeping forever." Sarah's smile in the gathering darkness was luminous with shared joy and promise. "Forever," she echoed. Home at last. As she carried Thomas inside, Elijah remained on the porch for a moment longer, watching night settle over the town he had sworn to protect. From tracker of men to guardian of community, from solitary hunter to husband and father. His transformation still sometimes amazed him, though it had happened gradually, choice by choice, day by day, until the man he had been became as distant as the stars now appearing overhead. Inside the house, lamps were being lit, casting golden rectangles of welcoming light across the front yard. From within came the soft sounds of his family preparing for night, Sarah's gentle voice, Tomas's sleepy responses, the domestic rhythms that had become more precious to him than any reward he had ever claimed. Elijah Stone, once the most feared bounty hunter in the Wyoming Territory, rose from the porch swing and moved toward that light and those beloved voices, leaving the darkness and solitude behind without a backward glance. He was, at long last, truly home. The end.